Check. Timer. Check. Yeah. You want to do this? You want to do this? I'm on. We're live. Can you hear me? Okay, but we need to get yours and Madeline's help to get people in. Starting in 5 minutes. All right. Best. Was it? Oh no. Oh my God. You are a, whatever. The vegan wrap is amazing. No, no. But just keep it with your food. No, no. I'm starting in two. Yes. Hi. Yes, absolutely. Come on in. Okay. Starting in 2 minutes. Absolute power. Yeah, but I think we both want to do the first one. Who? Dhanush. Yes. everybody. Good morning and welcome to COP27. We have a good collection here. Thank you everybody for coming. My name is Suds and I'm going to be your host this morning, or actually for the whole day. Let me start with some important housekeeping, just so that everybody's aware. The sessions are going to be live streamed. They're on our website live streamed, so at foodsystemspavilion.com, you would have seen that, and it goes out on YouTube. Please use the hashtag #ActionOnFood, one word, #ActionOnFood, if you're posting on social media. That helps us to aggregate all the efforts and all the statistics as well later. Feroz is going to do a very important task there of keeping us on track and on time. Just wave your placards around. So we're going to see those placards keeping the moderator on time and keeping us going on schedule. We've got a packed schedule. And lastly, there's the promise of some coffee, which I don't know if it's come. Anybody knows if the coffee started? It's on its way. The coffee is in the mail. We should be starting anytime now, and you can grab some coffee as we go from there. Okay, so as we get going, let me just give you a little bit of a setting about the Food Systems Pavilion and why we're here, and then hand you over to the moderators for the next session. We all know that in terms of the current food systems, 33% of all emissions come from the larger food and agricultural systems. We know that in addition to exacerbating climate change, it is also the #1 driver of biodiversity loss. It also plays its role in the spread or the creation of pandemics, as we've seen with biodiversity loss and zoonotic diseases. And unfortunately, it's also likely to intensify global hunger and socio-economic issues in terms of livelihoods. Most of the current food systems are not resilient, and that's one of the big issues that we're going to address. They're fragile and they lack resilience, and we've seen that with respect to pandemics, we've seen that with respect to conflicts, both unfortunate but both revealing the fragility of the food systems. The Food Systems Pavilion, and why we are here today, and hopefully why you are here today, is really to talk about the systems, the food systems as a whole, partnerships, and solutions. And I can't underline the solutions enough number of times, because that's really what we want you to take out of here, and that's what we want to bring, for you to bring into the room as well. Solutions, solutions, solutions. What can we actually deliver by way of actual solutions? So, and it's a working example of SDG 17 in terms of partnerships, because the number of people who have come together to set up the pavilion, there are more than 20 partners, and with all of the session partners and everybody participating, we're well over 50 partners. So thank you, everybody, and this is SDG 17 in action, if you will. And our aim is to help build the holistic bottom line for resilient food systems, and that's actually quite key. You know, we talk about the triple bottom line in business with ecological, economic, and social, and we want to add on the cultural aspect and, you know, call it the quadruple bottom line, if you will, but it's a holistic bottom line that we want to bring together. So moving into specifically this day, the first day and day one, is we want to explore the types of food system shocks that we should actually expect and what we can actually look at that are going to hit us. We've seen some of them. It's going to unfortunately get worse. The specific characteristics of food systems that can withstand such shocks is going to be discussed. And we're going to look at solutions, whether they be from alternate proteins to controlled environment agriculture to vertical farming. We're going to look at some of these solutions that are going to be brought to the table. And finally, we're going to tie together the agriculture, climate, security, and trade in a holistic fashion. And in terms of the partnerships, all of the people who are going to be here, we've got small-scale farmers, scientists, governments, businesses, think and do tanks, and NGOs. So it is really inclusive. We're looking at it from various different angles, and there is a diversity of views here, which is really important to the whole partnerships and solutions. That's really what we're doing, to address the food systems. So the first session, in keeping with SDG 17 and partnerships, the first session is going to focus on partnerships required to transform the way food is produced, distributed, and consumed. So to introduce that session, I'm going to hand over to our co-host from Climate, Wiebe Smith. No?
Working? I think so. Great. Thank you very much, Suts, for those first words as the introduction of the pavilion. So just the first question, I see that we have a very filled room today, which is amazing to see. Just perhaps the first question that I'd like to ask to all of you is, how are you doing this morning? Okay, so I think we need a little bit more like enthusiasm if we need to transform food systems together. So once more, so how are we all doing this morning? Great, so that's a little bit better. Let's get into the spirit. So don't worry, I will only be here for just 2 minutes, and then I will let the talking be done by the real experts on food systems transformation. So my name is Wiebe Smit, and I'm working with Climate, a new think and do tank from the Netherlands, and we've been working since January this year already on making this pavilion happen. And of course, we hadn't done this by ourselves. We've been working with an amazing group of partners. I think Seth's already mentioned it. We have over 20 partners that have collaborated on this pavilion this year. And I think that all really shows is how important it is to bring all these different stakeholders together, right? So this first session today will also really go into the discussion on who do you bring to the table. Perhaps also the question on who do you not bring to the table. It can be some very uncomfortable questions sometimes to ask. But I think it's very important that we realize that if we want to move together further, it's essential that we bring people to the table that are sharing our visions on how we can transform food systems on a global scale. So with that, I don't want to take too long, but just a very quick thank you to all the co-hosts, all the session partners, all the supporters, and all the sponsors of this pavilion for making this happen. Big gratitude from my part, but I think also from all the colleagues that we've been working with. I hope you enjoy our big program today, but also the rest of the 2 weeks at COP, where we'll be presenting a lot of different topics that we need to cover for food systems transformation. So with that, I'd like to go over to the first session today, which will be moderated by Ani Dasgupta, the President and CEO of the World Resources Institute. So Ani, please come to the stage, and we will head off with the first session that will be focusing on high-level initiatives on partnerships for food systems transformation. So Ani, the word is yours.
Hi everyone. So you've already done the most important thing you had to do today, which is get to the first session on time, which I barely made it. So welcome. You didn't know when you came to this session that you're making history. Did you know you're making history? This is the first time there's a food pavilion in UNFCCC meetings. And it's the first session of that food pavilion you're part of. And I hope, can you hear me? I hope by the end of this session, you'll be more part of history by making sure there's never a COP without a food discussion. Food systems produce 25% of emission. During the next 2 weeks, you'll meet many ministers of climate, ministers of economy, climate envoys, and if you ask them, do you have a plan for climate? They'll say yes, and you'll say, what's your first plan? They'll tell you about the energy plan. What we want to do is next time they say, we actually have a food transition plan. Every country in the world requires a food transition plan. We as human race are consuming in a rate that is destructive to the planet. We actually have to change it. How we catch, how we grow, how we store, how we sell, how we consume, what we consume, all of it needs to be changed to change the 25% emission. So this session...
Recording in progress.
Thank God. I want to say nice, interesting things now. Because it requires every part of the system to change, it sounds like a daunting task. But the thing is, it's actually done correctly. It's also trillions of dollars of benefits to society. That we actually can have a better world if we actually had a better food system that doesn't destroy virgin forest, tropical forest to create land so animals can graze so we can eat the meat, or use leather for your cars. I hope none of you have a car with a leather seat. That is exactly what we need to change. So, the session today is not just lecturing about food system. You're here because you know about it. It's to make the point that the food system transformation needs partnerships. It cannot be done with any one sector. It needs the whole of society, all of our organizations to work together. So today's session, I'm so proud that I'm part of it, and the first session is actually talking about how we're going to work together and what are the different things we need to do together. So the session is planned, I'm sorry about this reverberation, in 3 relatively quick panels. The reason there are 3 is so that we can have more of our stakeholders here and you can hear from them. And we're going to go through it quickly. I'm going to introduce the first panel in a minute, and we'll have 3 of them, and someone's going to help me keep time, and so that we can actually build a momentum. Remember, with the goal, we never have a COP without a food system pavilion, maybe a whole building full of food system. All right, we'll get going. Our first panel is to discuss high-level initiatives in the food system. If I can please invite Liz E. here. Where's Liz? There you are. Please take a seat here next to me. I'll sit next to you. All right. All right. Liz is the Executive Vice President of Programs in the Rockefeller Foundation. A big supporter of it. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And the second one is Danush Dinesh from Climate Eat. Wonderful, Danush. Come and join us. He's the founder of Climate Eat, and he'll tell us in a minute all the work he's doing. And the third of our panel is Alvin Chandra from UNEP. Alvin, where are you? There you are. He also is representing the CFRS Alliance, and Alvin will tell us what CFRS Alliance does. And the last of our panel is David Saddington, from Head of Sustainability Supply Chain for Department of Business from UK government. There you are, David. How are you? So, all right. We're going to start with a relatively simple question, and I'm going to give all of you time to talk about it. What are from each one of you, what are the high-level initiatives that exist today to push the food system transformation forward? And I'm going to start with you, and if we have time, my second question will be, so you know, is that what can we do to make sure in these kind of forums going forward in COPs, how do we bring this momentum forward? All right, Liz, we're going to start with you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Great. Well, good morning to everyone, and sorry for squeaking. And good. Try that again. Is that good? Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone in the room, and good morning and good afternoon and good evening to everyone online. This is such an exciting event. Someone asked me why I was here, and I didn't get in until about 3 a.m., but I really, really wanted to be here because I think this is such an exciting topic, and it's such a momentous occasion, as you said, Ani, that we finally have, I think, somewhere between 1 and several food pavilions here at COP. It's such a critical thing. And for the Rockefeller Foundation, we've been working in this space for almost 110 years. And so food is very, very near and dear to our hearts, and making sure that we get this right for all the people on our planet. And so I think the speaker this morning talked a bit about solutions and resilience. And so what I wanted to do was give you a little bit of an insight as to what we're trying to do and what we're thinking about. So one of the things that we're focused on as it relates to our food program is really thinking about nutrition security and access that is good for both the people and the planet. And that is what we are working to do, is to bring that to 500 million people around the globe. And so I thought I'd tell you one of the projects that we're working on is something in Rwanda with the World Food Program. And I actually had a chance to go and visit that in April, which was amazing. We've been working with schools around the country to improve nutrition outcomes. And that was our focus, was to really ensure that kids had better access, had steady school feeding. And what we've actually ended up doing, significant co-benefits, have been that kids are actually coming to school as a result of it. And so I had a chance to see that. We are working with the World Food Program to deliver fortified whole grains to these children as part of their lunch school feeding program. And we're also working with the millers to improve their ability to actually deliver those whole grains. And what we've seen as a result of delivering unrefined grains is that we are able to increase the food supply somewhere between 20 to 30%. And actually, we've gotten a 97% approval from the kids who are actually asking for it at home, despite it tasting a little bit different. They really, really like it so much better. And so I think for us, seeing the opportunity to improve educational outcomes, nutrition outcomes, opportunities for the millers as well to increase their yields and their economic outcomes has really generated significant co-benefits such that we are looking to scale that program to another 40,000 students, another 49 different schools around the country in partnership with the World Food Program. And we're working to establish a fortified whole grain alliance with the World Food Program, with BCG and Royal DSM as a really critical part of ensuring that children have access to food going forward. And so that's a key part of the work that we're doing to ensure that we're trying to build a better planet and also build a better nutrition access for children and people around the world.
Liz, thank you very much. Did you show me the time? All right, we good? All right, Dhanush, you go first. Maybe make a comment shorter so we can go through everyone. Thank you. I don't know, actually. Is it?
It's working now. Yeah. So thanks, Annie. And I just want to reflect a moment because, as you said, this is a historic moment with the first ever Food Systems Pavilion here. So really proud to be part of that. And I just wanted to acknowledge Kate Cook over there. Kate, if you raise your hand. So in January, actually, Kate is the first person who actually told me this idea. She's like, we need to have a food pavilion at the COP. And I was like, Kate, how is that practical? You know, it's so much work. We have to bring all these people together, but it needs to be there. She was very insistent. And from then on, we worked with partners, including Folu and the 20 or so partners we're working with to make this happen. So thank you, Kate, for pushing us. I just want to take a moment for that. So, and then coming back to your question, Annie, so I've been going on to COP since COP21 in Paris. And at Paris, there was the initiative 4 per 1,000, which was looking at soil health and soil carbon. And I thought, wow, such a great moment. All the issues around the world soils will be solved now. Then I was in Marrakesh. The Moroccan presidency launched the AAA initiative, Adaptation in African Agriculture. And I thought, okay, all problems on agriculture will be solved. Is it solved, Theo? Theo's smiling. I don't know what that means. But I don't think it's fully solved. And then COP23, there was the Coronavia Joint Work on Agriculture. COP24, there was no initiative. COP25, Chile launched the PLACA, the Latin American Platform for Collaboration in Agriculture. COP26, UK launched the Breakthrough Agenda, including one on agriculture, and the Breakthrough Report, which has been released. It's actually showing that we're very well behind what we need to achieve. So to answer your question, Annie, I think it's not just about what initiatives are out there, what's not there, and why are the ones out there not working to the level that we'd like to work. And I think if in this pavilion we need to have those conversations around food systems transformation, we need to kind of leave our promotional hats off the table. I've been involved in all these initiatives, by the way. So it's a bit self-critical, you know. We launch initiatives, there is a lot of excitement to launch initiatives, have that perfect group photo after it, but many of them either die, some survive as like zombies, some survive and do well. So we need to understand why some things don't work, some things do work, and then really have a critical discussion on what we need to create.
And also, I hope how we can connect the different initiatives to much more momentum. Thank you very much. Alvin, over to you. And do talk about the CFRS Alliance. I think it's working. No?
Thank you. A very hard lead to follow after Dhanush. Dhanush speak on agriculture for a long time alongside Coronavia Work Program. I'm from Fiji, so for me, a lot of examples that our site would be from small island developers. I was back home a couple of weeks ago, and post-COVID, what farmers have started now is home backyard gardens. Even in hotels and resorts, what I could see was, you had farms and very small farms to a point where you actually start thinking this is quite a vital fabric of small island developing states. And this is where efforts need to be. This is where we need to drive coalitions to foster sustainable food systems. If farmers in Fiji and small island developing states can do it, then what about the major commercial agriculture sector to sustainable food systems? One of the key initiatives that was born out of the Food Systems Summit was the Climate Resilient Food Systems Alliance, which is a coalition of UN agencies, NGOs, private sector, and many other partners. And this coalition is really to drive inclusive food systems in the most vulnerable countries and provide a strong climate lens to it. And when I say climate lens, this is adaptation and mitigation. We are coming from the cusp of multi-year drought in the Horn of Africa. We've had unprecedented floods in Southeast Asia. Similarly, we've seen unprecedented heat waves in the Northern Hemisphere. And this has put a major shock on agriculture, food systems, and water supply. Particularly talking about 30%. Sorry. 30% of Earth is basically covered by agricultural land, which is a key driver for loss of biodiversity, but also a major ecosystems in terms of providing food. At UN Environment Program, we do support a lot of countries with developing their national adaptation plans. One of my key observations in this national adaptation plans is agriculture and water. They are two key focus areas where countries want support. So now we have about 8 out of 10 countries that have put together climate plans. But when you look at the financing to drive implementation of this plan, it is far less available. Let's look at adaptation finance to drive the national adaptation plans. 5 to 10 times lower than what the needs are in country. So a key focus of the Climate Resilience Alliance is to drive financing, solutions, and also knowledge backed with the finance and solutions to mobilize actions from a range of partners. This is one of the high-level initiatives in terms of a broad range of partners in showcasing different solutions from early warning systems to agroecology to restoration work. And it's almost like a portfolio of different solutions that countries can actually access. There are a couple of countries that have initially expressed their interest. This portfolio of countries are expanding. And I think, drawing on to what you've said earlier on, coalitions and partnerships are quite important in terms of driving solutions. And this would be, one of the key coalitions to actually take forward and drive solutions.
Alvin, thank you very much. David, over to you, and very happy that your Prime Minister is finally coming. Very exciting for all of us. David, over to you.
Thank you. And just linking back to what you said at the start, I mean, for us, when we held the COP26 presidency, we put nature right at the heart of that for the climate COP, for what I would say is, the first time. And it is because of what you said, the nature, the land use, the food system is 25% of global emissions. We can come nowhere close to Paris without some serious action within this space. And I'll say a little bit around sort of how to take that momentum forward. Thankfully, Danush has done part of my job by mentioning the agricultural breakthroughs already, but one initiative I will talk a little bit around is the FACT dialogue, the Forest, Agriculture and Commodity Trade Dialogue. And this was one of our initiatives which we launched as COP presidents with Indonesia as our co-chairs. And the reason for that is because when you look at that overall target, which we had 146 leaders signed up to in Glasgow, of halting and reversing forest loss by 2030, if you look at what is driving that, the production and global trade of commodities is such a key driver, accounting for up to 70% of forest loss in certain regions. So we set up a very targeted initiative, the FACT Dialogue, Forest, Agriculture and Commodity Trade, to bring together the 30 largest importers and exporters of those commodities to work in partnership. And I think that is such a key element of that. We have Indonesia as our co-chairs, we have the major consumers signed up to that, the G7 are engaged, we have Brazil, we have countries in the Congo, we have Ghana working now to deliver a roadmap to make sure that the global trade of commodities is not contributing towards deforestation and of course climate change, but making sure that we do have that transition in a way which is just and fair, and make sure that we do of course make sure that we bring farmers along with us, because of course we are in the food pavilion. Let's not forget around sort of all of the smallholder farmers within the food system, the billions of people who rely on agriculture for income, as well as all of us who are at the end of those supply chains. And I think really that supply chain view of the food system is really critical when you look at that issue of collaboration, because the FACT Dialogue is one initiative which is bringing collaboration between governments, but of course it is only part of the picture. We need businesses there as well. We need the accountability on the pledges, and that point around accountability I think is really critical. And tomorrow at the World Leaders Summit you will see the launch of the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, which the UK is proud to be part of. And this initiative is very much around accountability. We need to make sure that the commitments from Glasgow are delivered and scaled. That is what we need to see delivered. So do look out for that tomorrow, the launch of that, which is a leader level initiative of the most ambitious countries to take forward this pledge. And the final thing I will say is it is a real sort of historic moment to be part of it. So thank you very much for the invitation. I've done 17 COPs as I started as a teenage climate activist, and this is me speaking in a personal capacity here, but I absolutely hope that there isn't a future COP without a food pavilion, because it is so important. And I'm really pleased that the UK can be part of that momentum in showing that nature, the food system, needs to be part of that and recognised by leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think David and Alvin, you made two sides of very important part. David, your point about the pledge last year of stopping deforestation by end of the decade, which is going to be enhanced by the tomorrow's decade, cannot happen without food system transformation, right? And the commodity trading, so the businesses has to be part of the solution. Now, when you point out how NDCs have to have adaptation plans, that actually includes agriculture. And we want to see as many NDCs have as parallel adaptation plans. So both from the national policy level and from the business level, there needs to be a concerted effort to doing this together. I want to know whether I have time for a quick, I do have 5 minutes. I want to go to where David was going. What is it that we can do? It's clear that there are a lot of initiatives there are. We need to connect them. We need to make them accountable. But to transform this meeting, I actually think British government did a very good job last year to make nature a central theme. I don't think there'll be a COP without nature in the future. What do you think we should do? And I'm going to give you a minute each so that we actually finish in time. In this fora, that we can change the conversation, that the food system actually rises up to the level it deserves in the conversation that we'll have, say, with the Leaders Summit tomorrow, for example. Do you want to go first, Liz?
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay, great. 1 minute. So I think there are two things that I feel like I've heard our panel and I think we're thinking about very intensively. One is these cross-sector coalitions and partnerships where we bring each of our best, what we call superpowers, to the table to really help drive solutions and change. And I think one of our special roles is to do that as a foundation, is to bring those unlikely actors together. And then the other piece of that is also driving finance. I think we heard that at scale. You know, the work that we're doing in Rwanda is really working with the millers to enable them to access the finance they need to transform their businesses to deliver even better food to people.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Annie. 1 minute, that's hard. So we're here at the Food Systems Pavilion, right? And there's been a coalition building effort behind this. But none of the organizations who convene this, we're not in the business of making pavilions. We want to be in the business of creating change and transformation. As Suds mentioned, we want to focus on solutions, partnerships, and how do we get them to scale at a systemic scale. So that's what we want to achieve. So I would actually say, amongst this coalition, we have organizations like FOLU, Just Rural Transition, InFarm, the World Farmers Organization representing farmers. We have the World Economic Forum there. Am I missing anybody? I am probably, but we have an incredible momentum, and it's not a coalition of the willing, it's the coalition of the determined, who are absolutely determined that we will have a food systems pavilion here at the COP. And we made it happen. But then our next objective shouldn't be having another food systems pavilion at the next COP. It should be about getting things going and making the change happen. And I think that's a challenge we should set ourselves. And we come out of this COP as a coalition, enlarged, determined to create the change out there.
Also, I hope we think about people who are not here.
Yeah.
Right? Alvin.
Absolutely. I was in Philippines doing community-based adaptation. One of the things that a farmer said to me was, Elvin, if you stay here longer, 2 more days and you will see people go hungry. And I think that's a critical thing. There are many unheard voices outside of this pavilion, outside of this COP, and that's where we need to drive solutions and initiatives. From the CRFS Alliance and for UN Environment Program, and David, you've done such a good job in terms of putting nature at the heart of food, so I'm not going to talk about that. One of the key things is to drive solutions, you need finance. And if there are COP negotiators out here, if you're part of the delegation, to drive adaptation and mitigation solutions and to address climate resiliency of food system, you need finance. Apparently, that finance is not coming. It's far short than what's required. And so what the Alliance is calling for at this COP is making those pledges and commitments into concrete actions to drive solutions and implementation. You need adaptation and mitigation finance, particularly for the most vulnerable countries.
David, if you can be 1 minute.
Yeah. 2 things for 30 seconds each. The first one, I think, is the supply chain's view of the food system from farm to fork is absolutely essential. The collaboration needs to be, between governments, businesses, all of the intermediaries in the middle. Like, we cannot achieve that without the cooperation across the entire supply chain. But I think the second one I would say, and something which we learned through the FACT dialogue, and this is, slightly lifting the veil on the murkiness of sort of, how government is, when you talk around food, very interdepartmental issue. And actually in the FACT dialogue, what we found out, we set between governments, and what we actually found is that we actually forged a lot of collaboration within governments. Because, from the UK, when we engage with FACT, it brings together the Environment Department, the Climate Department, the Foreign Department. It's a national issue, so it's sort of number 10 Cabinet Office, and the Trade Department. And actually, it's quite a big achievement, and that needs to happen in order to go back to the remarks, to have a action plan on food. That cooperation is going to be needed.
Very much so, David. I think that's one of the challenges all of us face. Hopefully next time, I hope we don't only have a pavilion, but if we did, I hope we have 4 finance ministers sitting here talking about food, right? That would be the next step. Please join me thanking this fantastic panel. If you would go back to your regular seats, thank you so much. I see some of you standing. There are a couple of chairs empty here if you want to take this time to squeeze your way in here. Let me introduce the second panel. Second panel, we're going to focus on exactly where we left the first panel. How do we push political transformation that needs to take place for the change that you just heard? Let me introduce the panel. First off, our very own Cristina Rimbaizos del Rio. Cristina, please come. Is International Engagement Associate for the FOLU program, which you'll hear about, Food Action Now. Our second panelist is Patty Fong, Program Director for Climate, Health and Wellbeing, Global Alliance for Future Food, with the acronym GAF. Patty, well done with the acronym. And Rafael Potselver, Head of UN Advocacy, Pro-Veg International. Rafael, thank you for joining us. All right. So you all heard about the importance of it. You've heard about all the different initiatives there are. Not all of them, quite a few of them. The question really is, how do we push forward political transformation? So it's a very straightforward question. What needs to be done to drive political momentum and reduce fragmentation in this discussion? I thought the last comment was very good, right? That said even inside the government, British government, was difficult to actually get momentum because food is kind of everyone's business. Christina, let's start with you.
Okay, thanks, Hani. So someone once told me that nothing breeds, so that politicians follow the light and avoid the heat, kind of like a moth. And so one of the things I think we need to do to bring more political ambition to food systems transformation is to provide that light, that platform. And one movement that we're looking to spark is called Food Action Now. And I'm calling it a movement. It's not an initiative. It's not a program. Certainly not a project. But really an effort, a global effort to bring forward food systems transformations at the scale we need and bring that political ambition forward so that we are consistent with living in a 1.5 degree world and addressing the mitigation challenges, but also nutrition challenges, biodiversity challenges, nature challenges, and really putting the food system together and addressing the multiple challenges that exist and that we need to address in order to transform our food systems. It's orchestrated by a coalition of different organizations. I'm not even going to mention who they are, not because I don't appreciate their efforts, but I'm going to rise to Danush's challenge of being unbranded, but just to say that it is a platform and others are very much welcome and encouraged to join. We're seeking to mobilize that political ambition, taking a page from the the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, which brought forward political leaders to really make high-level commitments and then follow up on those commitments and bring accountability. We're looking to bring evidence base forward on solutions and how to put those 1.5 degree transformation pathways in place. So not describing the problem, but really describing and focusing the evidence on the solutions. Mobilizing the finance that we just heard is so critically missing in this space, and really bringing public support, attention, and awareness to the transformations that we need globally. So really this is a call to action and to say we are very much welcome your support and engagement in this endeavor. And I think one of the keys is really defragmenting the way we look at food systems. I myself have always worked in the adaptation and resilience space. We tend to have a little bit of a chip on our shoulders because we don't get the finance or attention that mitigation does. And for years I thought, particularly in the global south, I was looking at this picture thinking, well, I used to think, yes, we need to address the water issues, the land issues, but the solar panels can wait in the global south, right? And I finally realized that means we're not addressing the root causes. That means we're not approaching this on a global level. We're not having the solidarity that we need. And so we need to work on all ends of the puzzle. Just as in food security, for years we worked on production without thinking about nutrition and the nutrition of the food that was being produced. And so we really need to change our mindsets and take the whole picture on board. And that's something that Food Action Now is really working towards.
Thanks a lot, Christina. I will remember your moth thing. The politicians like moth. This is not working, right? It is? Okay, great. Patty.
Great, thank you, Annie. So first I want to clarify that agriculture and land use constitute 25% of greenhouse gas emissions, but latest research shows that food systems constitutes 1/3. And that's a big difference, right? It's more than just agriculture. It's food lost in waste, it's diets, it's the energy associated with producing the inputs for transporting the food. So that itself is a significant shift. It's a mindset shift, it's a narrative shift in how we think about food systems. And I really appreciate the title of this pavilion because I think we need to really break that mold that we need to move beyond particularly agricultural production into a much broader perspective. And that is key in terms of thinking how do you drive political momentum as well, because, you know, for some countries, climate may be the primary issue, but for others, it's food security, it's health, it's economic recovery. And so how do you position the steps that are needed to transform food systems so that it relates to their own national economic, social, political priorities, in which climate is a co-benefit, right? So I think for us as a climate community, we need to be flexible in how we're communicating the benefits and also measuring, creating indicators and measuring in a way that it aligns with their priorities. Second, it's really important that we are supporting, as many people have mentioned, kind of cross-sectoral, cross-governmental collaboration. And especially engaging those that are traditionally marginalized, underrepresented, such as smallholder farmers, indigenous peoples, youth, women. Oftentimes, they are not included in either identifying the challenges or the problems or co-creating the solutions. So if they're not part of that initial discussion, then actually you're probably missing out on some creative, innovative solutions that they are seeing, that they need to be there. And also, if you want to have sustained implementation and ensure effectiveness, they need to be at the table at the front, right? How many times have you worked with a comms person? They said, don't bring me at the end, bring me at the beginning. I need to help you craft your message, right? It's the same thing, right? You need to bring the people who are most impacted, who have to kind of take this work forward at the beginning. And second, we need to communicate to politicians that actually this is not something new. The pathways exist, the solutions exist. There are beacons of hope. There are people out there, there are change makers who are already in their own communities transforming food systems. And so we need to be lifting up these examples in a way so they can see how tangible it is and they can really learn, well, what does it mean in order for things like this to scale or be replicated? What are the enabling conditions? What are the policies? What are the incentive systems that need to be either put in place or reformed in order for these types of initiatives to take place? So one example is more than $600 billion a year is spent on agricultural subsidies, and the majority, 86%, is towards practices that don't have any environmental conditions. So that's like 528 billion, right? And FOLU has estimated that you need 350 billion a year to transform food systems. Wow, the money's kind of there, right? But it's, and we just put out a piece of research a couple weeks ago that showed that only 3% of climate finance is actually dedicated towards food systems. So 1/3 of food systems, 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions is from food systems, 3% is actually going to food systems. Why is that? Well, countries haven't yet prioritized food systems in their NDCs. So if you actually don't put food systems and be very specific about what you want to do, how much you need to implement it, money's not going to flow. So that is a first step. We found that most countries did make mention of something related to food systems, probably agriculture, but very few, about 3/4, don't have enough detail to actually attach any monetary any numbers to that can actually unlock finance. So that is really critical. And we've talked about finance, the amount, but just one last point, that it's about how you structure the finance. So you can say, rich countries, more money out there, right? Developing countries, if you want to receive it, you got to prioritize food systems. But the most important thing is how you structure it, because you can put more money out there, but if you're not building capacity to get it to those who most need it, the smallholder farmers, for example, you have to structure the finance in a very different way that allows them to access it. Otherwise, it'll go to those who have the capacity to be able to write those proposals, who know how to engage and get access to that finance.
Patty, you made very many very good points. I really want to highlight two things you said. That doesn't mean you said many things that I very much think. One is a narrative shift that you said earlier. How do we talk about food systems? Every country worries about food systems, especially poorer countries, more they worry about it because it's more at risk. In India, 50% of employment is directly connected with land and food systems. So that's how important it is. So how do we make the narrative shift that actually talks to what leaders would like to see? And if we have time, we'll come back to that. But the second thing you say about finance, the ag subsidy is such a big kind of elephant in the room, and it's always been difficult actually to touch that. It's more than $600 billion. We actually estimated $700 billion. In IPCC, if you just think about IPCC's last report on adaptation, it was $500 billion of loss end of this decade. These are numbers that actually match with each other. So we should really think about finance that we pointed out. So not only there is finance actually, but it goes to the right people and not subsidize bad practices that you pointed out. Rafael, over to you.
Thank you so much. Always difficult to speak after such great speakers, and I think we tackled already quite a lot of like the key topics that we want to tackle. But first I would like really to thank the Food Systems Pavilion, Climate, and the Good Food Institute, the Food and Land Use Coalition for organizing the session and bringing us here today. So I would just say a few words about ProVeg International. We are a food awareness organization based in Berlin, and we're working on shifting towards more higher consumption of plant-sourced proteins and reduce our dependency in general on animal-sourced proteins. So our goal is really like to also bring those discussions at the UN, because we saw that, you know, in the past there was, I think Danush mentioned Katowice and other places where we had initiatives, where we had like Koronivia Pavilion and other things, but there was not really like a real space for food systems despite representing 1/3 of total emissions. So I think it's really great to be here with you today, and we look very much forward to this COP to have more discussion also at our pavilion, the Food for Climate Pavilion, where we will have also stakeholders from the Food System Pavilion engaged. So it's also great to see that we can also collaborate, you know, like work together, have partnerships at our level, and try to really bring the topic, you know, to the mainstream, which is like what I think all of us are trying to do. So let's talk about like briefly political momentum and reducing fragmentations. I think that, you know, we can be all really relieved and happy to see that food system transformation are finally making, you know, the entry or like starting to be on the agenda of COP27 after decades of absence. We have, of course, like the Adaptation and Agriculture Day, which I think is important because we didn't have one in Glasgow, but there will be also many other initiatives, whether it's like from FAST to Koronivia, and of course we also have to talk about the future of Koronivia. What do we tackle there? Do we tackle also like consumption? Do we tackle food systems? Because we tended to like, you know, focus a lot on production, but I think it would be also time here to have a food system approach. But even like if we see like this appetite for discussion, we really need to see like, I think like implementation now. And the reason is pretty obvious. We just had recently the latest SOFI report that tells us that food insecurity will probably continue rising. And I think this is one of the core topics that, you know, we all care about, like making sure that we are able to feed everyone nutritiously, and that we are able to do that without having like those 30% of greenhouse gas emission, 1/3. Whether it's 25% or 30%, of course it makes a big difference, but it's like clear that we have to tackle it. Industrial animal agriculture is also like a very important topic, and we know from the recent emission gap report that we need to act on food system, including on shifting towards more plant-rich, nutritious, healthy diets. But still, and the thing that kind of like worries me a little bit is like really seeing this implementation, because we know what the kind of like key entry points are for governments. It's like subsidies, it's coherent taxation, it's investments in alternative proteins in the future, it's healthy dietary guidelines, but it's also even setting like standards and setting an example in catering. So there's many things that we can do. And this is, I think, where we could use like the momentum around food systems, around food agriculture, around diets that we're seeing at this COP to drive coherent action by governments. And I think, you know, like that one last thing that we have to do, I think that is very important, is like the aspect of just transition. Take also like everyone with us. This morning in the bus, I was like with workers from like Canada, that from Quebec, that were like also representing the whole just transition aspect. But, you know, we also like saw at the Food Systems Summit, like talking about a just livestock transition, make sure that, you know, everybody is included in that. And this is, I think, one of the key elements here. So we really have a key role to play, all of us, in this food systems transformation, from farmers to governments to consumers and the private sector. And I think that we will be working together with all the different food pavilions here in the coming 2 weeks, but also with delegates, with, you know, side events, press conferences, everything, to make sure that food becomes part of the solution in the future.
Absolutely. Actually, our third panel is focused on the just transition. I have 2 minutes left or 10 minutes left? 12 minutes left in this panel, right? Fantastic. One of the, just to pick on this, and Patty, I'm going to go to you next, is the question about, actually question for organizer of this pavilion, is what kind of discussion we should be having to move this political momentum forward, you know? Who should be bringing in that Rafael just talked about? Patty, let's start with what kind of conversation you think will move this discussion of getting political momentum forward?
Well, we need the politicians in the room, but
Yes.
but you know, we're having, I mean, not only are there 4 food pavilions, but there's a food and ag day, so it is going to be there. I think we need, you know, a year ago there was a call to action for people, you know, in the COP saying we need to have a food day, and lo and behold, I mean, that's pretty unprecedented. A year later we have one, so I think that's pretty amazing. And they're going to be launching an initiative on food and agriculture. There's an initiative on nutrition with links to health, on water. So I think it's growing. We have to make sure that this movement that we're creating is growing, and show that we're here to stay, and then really push for this to be, again, a topic for next year at COP28. So I think having the kind of, you know, not only bridge between food and climate, but food and health and nutrition, obesity and diet-related diseases, undernutrition, all that needs to come together, and food and energy as well. I mean, I think we need to think about, well, what is food security versus food sovereignty? What about dependency? Like, if we were trying to increase resilience and to climate and shocks, well, we need to have really hard discussions about, well, what is the role of the global industrial systems versus localizing? You know, there's some balance that needs to take place versus the global commodity markets, the major inputs of fertilizers and seeds and all this that's being traded. How is that locking in dependency? So how do you create more resilience and independence of local food growers so that they can be more resilient? I think those are big questions we have to put on the table for us this year, because it's now going to, I think people are seeing that, yes, we need to, but how, right? And I think there's still a big debate to be had on like the pathways, and there isn't one roadmap. There's multitude of roadmaps, and they're very context specific, right? And I know, you know, I come actually from more the climate, energy, fossil fuel, and there's this wanting to have like this kind of give me a roadmap, a transition pathway in singular.
Yes.
But actually, we have to recognize that these roadmaps need to be bottom-up driven. So how do we create that space? And it all can't be, we can't find the solution here at the COP, but create that space so that you can allow for decentralized approaches and letting go in a sense of control, of like planning, of like how it needs to be done.
I just want to, Christina, I want to pick on with you what Patty was saying about there are many narratives, right? So Patty said earlier a very important thing, that climate could be a co-benefit because food can have many, nutrition, food independence, for example, employment. There are many areas. In your work, do you see, to stick to our topic for discussion, political momentum, any particular narrative that actually helps us move that forward as you see it?
Yeah, I think so one of the words of this year that has been added to the dictionary is the term polycrisis, sort of reflecting the multiple crises that we face today, with the conflict in Ukraine, the fertilizer and food crisis, grain crisis, recovery from COVID, et cetera. And I think it's about using the moment that we have right now, where many people are going hungry. The hunger numbers are going up at a very alarming pace after really going down for a period of time. How do we use this moment to make those salient political arguments that we need to address food security, we need to address food system resilience, as Patty was talking about. And it's not just about the productivity, it's about the independence, it's about our trading system, it's about what gets produced where and by whom, it's about labor force and migration issues. So how do we start to use this moment that we have with these multiple interconnected crises that have shown us how fragile our food system is to really argue for.
Disclose it to you.
Got it. To really argue for the kinds of transitions that we need, and without being prescriptive about what those transitions are. I remember speaking to energy director, minister in Pakistan once, and he said, "Oh, you're a greenie. You're here to talk to me about climate change." I said, "No, I'm here to talk to you about water and heat, and what's going to happen when you have a heat wave, and what that means for your energy system and your production system." And gave the example in the U.S. where heat waves were causing power plants to shut down because they had no water to cool. And of course, Pakistan had the opposite problem this year, but they also would face extreme heat waves and water shortages on a fairly regular basis. And he said, "Oh, now you have my attention." So it's about understanding what the crises are that politicians face, and then providing them the platform for them to generate the solutions. It's not about coming and saying, "You need to do this and that and that." It's really about collaboration and working together to identify what those solutions are, and it's going to be multiple. We're talking about complex systems. There's no silver bullets. And then, putting that system and transformation into place.
I'm going to come back to both of you on this. Fel, your thoughts?
Thank you. Yeah, I think, like the follow the lights and co-benefits, like words that were mentioned like ahead are very important, because I think we really need like to show also all the co-benefits of adopting more plant-rich, healthier diets, whether it's like from a health perspective, whether it's from like many other elements that really bring like a lot of co-benefits. So I think that is very important. Show the incentives, show that you can benefit from investing massively in alternative proteins, for example. And we're seeing first countries doing this, like whether it's here like at the Singapore Pavilion or Israel and other countries that are also like really bringing this to the table. I think it's already a very good sign. However, I think, just to get back to the fact that, we're not in the business of doing pavilions, that's true. But I think it's still very important to have, a relatively important presence of like food and agriculture, food systems pavilion, whatever you want to call them. But like the different food pavilions will also play a role, because it's normalizing the topic of food systems, of agriculture, as part of the solutions to the climate crisis. And honestly, when I see like 4 years ago in Katowice or like in Madrid, etc., it was very different, like side events about food were literally packed because there were not so many of them. So like everybody was, attending the event on that. And, that's I think a huge progress. And finally, I think it's also about building alliances, like between like, all the stakeholders of like the food systems, not pointing fingers, because it's always easy to like, mention numbers and say this and that. But we also have to consider what were the incentives of governments 20, 30 years ago in the European Union, for example. It was only, of course, about like production, etc., and it had like also its reasons. But I think now we're also having a different approach, and I think we're starting to make progress, but we need to go faster. And this is like the main element where I hope that this COP will be like really a starter to really get like serious reforms, whether it's on the European Common Agricultural Policy, but also on many other elements of food security that we will be able to talk about in the coming 2 weeks.
So thank you very much. I agree with all three of you about the points you made. And you absolutely, all of you, right, the food systems is absolutely, in the panel before you, were connected to many different things in many parts of the government. But my experience is to create momentum on ambition, on finance. Unfortunately, simplicity is important. And it's unfortunate, but that's the real truth. The reason every minister can talk about an energy transition, because energy transition, which is not less complex, it's been boiled down to couple of very simple statements of coal, of renewable, of transport, whatever they are, beyond. So my question is this: the reason we're having it here is that growing realization that you can't get to 1.5 degree without food transformation, right? That's why we're talking here, not in some other conference. My question, you have 1 minute each. Is this a helpful thing for food transformation or not? The fact that climate people, this is all climate people here, are actually finally focused on the food transformation, and it's getting momentum through this way. You first.
I do think it's a helpful thing, but I think we need to help make the connections at home, right? We don't have the ag ministers here. We certainly have even fewer health and nutrition ministers here, although I know WHO has a pavilion as well. I think the simplicity is a really good point, but that simplicity will look very different for very different countries. And then we need to make the connections at home between the different ministries so that they see the alignment and they see the full picture. That would be my Twitter response.
I had a former boss who told me, get to simplicity on the other side of complexity. Very hard. And I do agree that that kind of simplicity, that tip of the iceberg, that brings in all that kind of the complexity behind it, does depend on who you're talking to. That answer is not the same for everyone. It's not universal. But I do think it's helpful that there is a greater focus on, from the climate community, from climate philanthropy in this space. And the question is, how do we, there's I think a bit of we need to do something, but it's so complex, I don't know what to do. Or just give me the one thing that I should do, and you don't want to fall into that trap. It's a trap, right?
Exactly.
So how do we say, okay, here's the first step. What's the first step that can be simple? Not saying that is the end game, but the first step on the pathway.
Very good answer. Very good, Patty.
So I agree that we need simple messaging. However, I feel still food systems are extremely complex, and it's not like a black and white issue with one single solution. Every country has different challenges, and we cannot come with a one size fit all solution. This just doesn't work. This morning I was talking just briefly at the pavilions with France and République démocratique du Congo and other places, and they don't have the same challenges. They're also this is something very important to acknowledge. However, I think that the simple message that we can bring here is that we have to put food systems in the NDCs, in the climate plans. We have to talk about food and agriculture and to see this as a solution, for mitigation, but also as an economical opportunity for some countries to also, prosper in the future, because we cannot continue with a broken food system like it is at the moment. It's not feeding everyone, and it's also emitting way too much greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you very much. Please join me for that fantastic panel. Thank you, three of you. All right, we have our last panel now, which we will turn to in a moment as soon as we can get them here. We're going to focus on this point of just transition that you just heard. How do we meet the needs for every stakeholder? So we have Jai Shroff, the CEO of UPL. Jai, there you are, please. We have Mary Robinson from World Farmers Organization. Mary, please come sit next to me. Thank you for joining us, Mary. Mary, please, wherever you want to sit, it's fine with me. And Ola Watterson Ogunsola, I hope I pronounced this. No? He didn't get a badge?
He's getting one.
So what, shall we get going? Okay. This almost happened to me earlier today. So, you two get to have more time to expand on your answers then. Welcome, both of you. You heard last two panels talking about all the initiatives going on, the political momentum, but I want to pick on that was mentioned in the panel, how we make sure whatever we're doing, actually all stakeholders that are part of the systems, from farmers to families, all the way to producers, that how does the food system transformation must be inclusive and equitable. How do we actually do this together? Mary, we go with you first. I think is it on?
I think it's on now.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Well, thanks for the invitation to be here. I am a sixth-generation farmer from the east coast of Canada, from Prince Edward Island. And I'm here representing not only the World Farmers Organization as a member of its board, but also the president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. So it's wonderful to be here. And I think probably the overwhelming message for me is the voice of the farmer. So when we look at our food systems, the entire foundation for our food systems is obviously those who produce food. So I think when we look back to the Food Producers Declaration in 2021, the WFO came together with other food producers organizations, and this declaration that we made together calls for urgent and concrete actions to drive systemic change that puts farmers at the center as people and as economic actors, and also as providers of climate mitigation solutions.
and we need to rebalance power in the value chain and enhance farmers' resilience. So that's a fairly complex statement. And really, when we look at it, we need to see the creation of an international primary producers platform to steer UN policy and program on food systems. Because over and over what we see is farmers not included in the decisions that are made. And I've heard a couple of comments that alarmed me in that I think that they're simplistic, but I did hear comments about the complexities of food systems. And I think within the production system, what we've done in agriculture, certainly in Canada, is we've done such a wonderful job of producing safe, affordable, nutritious food that we have removed people's need, their absolute, to understand how we produce that food. So we have people, outside actors, look at agriculture and make simplistic comments about, well, we really need to reduce, say, animal production, which for me is a real shame because that has happened in my province. And what we've seen is we've seen a reduction in organic matter because we don't see that manure coming back to put on farms. So when we look at food systems, I just caution people to really take into consideration that it's very, very complex, and what we need to see over and over is we need to see primary producers being part of the discussion.
Mary, I'm going to come to the last point you made about animals because it's a big, hot topic. But let me go to Jai first. Jai is on the other side of producing material for agriculture and farmers, I think. Jai.
No, Mary, I think you made some really amazing points. Very pleased to be here and talk about what really technology can do. We believe that sustainable agriculture can actually reduce costs for farmers. That's a first win. The second thing is that we have to include farmers in the reward system. Today, every industry, whether it's solar, EV, and every other technology is getting rewarded by governments and different policies of governments. And I believe that farmers, if we can have a reward and recognition system to really measure and reward farmers for sustainable behavior, you'll see a massive transition. Because at UPL, we have been for the last 10 years really investing in technologies, because coming from India, we understand the plight of smallholder farmers. And we work with big farmers, but smallholder farmers are the most impacted by climate change, most impacted by policy, and they have very little say on the global platform. But when you look at conservation, when you look at soil carbon, when you look at water management, fertilizer management, switching to more more biologically oriented products on farm, all these things we are finding over long periods of time are reducing the cost of farmer. Our project in the north of India, which is about 6 million hectares of rice stubble burning, happens every year. We've developed, together with the government, an enzyme which makes the stubble into compost. And when we have actually mapped up the soil there, the soil is about 0.5%, 0.2 to 0.3% carbon content. And that's dead soil. So over a 10-year period, we believe that the soil carbon could come to almost 0.8%. That can be a massive carbon sink. That can be a massive carbon sink. And also what we are finding is that the water retention capacity of the soil, the fertility, the amount of phosphate, nitrogen, naturally available phosphate, nitrogen available is increasing, and he's dropping fertilizer use by 30%. And he's getting about a 20% yield increase. But it's not conventional processes. So we have to really train the farmers, and what we are working with the government really is to help them to measure that, and the food companies, and as a private sector, I really believe that financial intervention by developing countries for farmers is probably very difficult, because once you ask governments to give money, it all stops. So it has to be the food system which rewards farmers for sustainable crops. And that will drive a massive change. And when you look at his costs going up, he's winning. If the food companies are paying more or buying better, it can be actually, I believe that the transition can happen really quickly. The other thing I wanted to just say is that today with technology, 4G, 5G, satellite imagery, traceability is there, right? We can have traceability, so farmers can be rewarded financially.
So I want to come back to this mechanism, how farmers get rewarded. But Mary, I wanted to go back to your last point on animals. So it's very much in the discussion, as you know, in the food system. It comes up in two broad ways. One comes on methane, and there's a lot of research going on. What can be done about that? One comes up about demand for meat and how it is actually connected to, not in Canada. Canada is in other places in the world, how it's affecting, tropical forest and need for land for graze. So with Canada's positive example, how do you see, so I'm not talking about Canada now, I'm talking from experience from the rest of the world, because it's a very hot topic, so to speak, of animals in the food system.
So you're asking me specifically what's going on in the rest of the world in animal
I'm
production?
asking what can we learn from the Canada's example that could help in this conversation, because it is a very big part of the conversation.
So as far as animal production in other parts of the world, I am not an expert. I really just know the system in Canada, unfortunately. But I think if we were to look at general as to what we can do for increasing the impact farmers would have on policy, and in particular bring to the table knowledge and understanding of cattle production or livestock production in other parts of the world, one of the big components of that would be to help farmers get more organized. So when I look at my friends from Africa and I see that they, unlike maybe in Canada where we have a long established farm organization that has the ear of government, we had a very strong statement come out of our General Assembly in Budapest in June saying that farmers need to have assistance to lobby their governments to help governments understand. And earlier we heard a discussion about how do we get governments to be here? How come we don't have ministers of agriculture here, ministers of finance? And I can say from firsthand experience in Canada, we went through a very impressive learning curve. It was expensive, but what we did was we developed a campaign that was called the Food for Thought campaign, and this was just really on the cusp of COVID, and as we were seeing our food systems really kind of hurting because of all of the disruption. And what we learned within that was not only do we need governments to be informed, but we need the general population to have a better understanding of agriculture, because the note about governments and moths, governments, in my experience, only react when their electorate is saying, this is important to me. So what we need to do in agriculture, in primary production and the entire food supply chain, is we need to help people understand the challenges that we face, how fragile it is, which the expression never waste a crisis definitely comes to mind. We've got polycrisis, I think was the, yes. So we need to take these moments and learn from them and do a better job. Unfortunately for us in Canada, we're, I think, 2% of the voting population. So when you look at how much of food production is in the hands of just a few people and how those people have no opportunity to really effectively deliver their message, I think that goes straight across the world. So when we go and look in specific situations as to livestock production, I would like to hear from the experts in those areas to answer your question better.
Perfect. Mary, so let's move to India from there. A lot of your business is based in India. India couldn't be more different than Canada. Amount of land available, amount of people directly connected with the agriculture. The number I've heard is 50% of our employment is connected with agriculture,
Absolutely.
Right? So I have two questions for Jay. One is about your work, but you are a big player, so to speak, in the agriculture sector in India. In your mind, the conversation we were just having earlier about importance of agriculture itself and its transformation in the discussion of food security, nutrition, and climate. how do you see that in your conversation with the government counterparts?
No, I think, the minute we at UPL have been investing in a lot of technologies, but when we talk about technologies, we talk about how does it actually build resilience, how is it nature positive, but also how is it reducing the cost for farmers, right? So part of, we're an ag inputs company, and we've launched a scheme where farmers get instantly paid insurance. And it's not our business. We work with technology, and we built a technology platform where if there is a drought for 30 days, if the farmer hasn't lost his crop, he still has crop, but you know that his yield is going to be capped, right? He's lost 20%, 30% of his germination, and he's never going to make all the money. So we have devised a technology platform where he gets paid within 3 to 7 days, a certain amount of sum insured, right? It builds resilience. Now, we have technology to help him fight a drought, fight a flood, reduce the amount of inputs and fertilizer he's using a whole portfolio of a package of practices. We've transitioned away from selling products to promising farmers outcome. And when we look at that, then we look at his resilience from financial inclusion to insurance. Now, the minute we talk to the banks and say, this farmer, if he loses his crop, he is going to get $25 an acre, $30 an acre, just from insurance company. So why don't you start lending him some money? Because every farmer can have financial inclusion. But the banks just say it's too much of a headache for me to lend a 10-acre farmer $200 or $500 or $2,000 what he needs, and then go collect it. So how do we create a portfolio of technologies which improve his resilience, but also bring financial inclusion? Now these farmers are 5 and 10 acres, and any kind of shock in a 5-year period is disaster, because it will take him 5 years, and I can promise you every farmer goes through either a drought, a flood, a major pest or disease attack, or all of the above in a 5-year cycle. So he's never going to get out of the trap. So how do you build resilience? So how do you bring technology, and how do you really bring financial inclusion, like any of us, that he has some capacity? And this is how we are thinking about a very holistic approach, and really not selling products or single technologies. We're telling the farmers, we're promising you an outcome. And that drives a complete different behavior from our business strategies.
Jai, that sounds extremely positive. How much is spreading, how much is the government supporting it is a very important question. You said earlier the best way to move forward is if farmers get rewarded for higher quality practice directly from people who are buying food systems. And so how would that work especially in the case of India? And I'm going to come the same question to you because it's very relevant.
So UPL launched a very exciting platform, project, together with FIFA Foundation. And some people wonder what's FIFA got to do with agriculture.
This is the football foundation.
Yes. And it's called a Gigaton Challenge, where we actually have all the legends, football legends, promoting sustainable agriculture, showing up at meetings, participating with farmers and discussing it. And what happens is suddenly there's huge awareness. Somebody earlier you were talking about involving agriculture. I promise you, if Drogba showed up in Ivory Coast for a farmer meeting, the president would show up too, right? So how do you make it exciting? How do you make it, something which is positive? And so the Gigaton Challenge is nothing but what we're trying to achieve there is that actually agriculture can be a key partner to decarbonize the world. And when you look at the amount of efforts, I believe that any farmer in the world, and Mary can vouch for that, can improve 10% practices, right? Cover crops, better water management, better fertility, more soil management, etc., better management of soil biome, and a 10% improvement in agriculture practices around the world is a 3% reduction in emission, because 30% of emissions come from agriculture and related. So, I mean, that's getting everybody, it's a big project, but why not be ambitious? Because the automobile industry is investing billions and billions, and who's even, we're not even discussing agriculture. And I believe that food labeling and sustainable food labeling can happen. And in India, we're getting that. We are getting sugar companies to start labeling their food as sugar production, as sustainably grown, because they're conserving water, conserving fertilizer. We have wheat procurement companies who are agreeing to buy wheat from farmers who don't burn their field. So what happens is one farmer hears about it, second farmer hears about it, and you will see a massive transition. We are actually going to export rice from farmers who do the methane emission reduction. And that will start getting labeled. And once they get labeling, the food companies will buy that, and they will get a priority, and they will, and the transition will become a habit, because we're not telling the farmers to invest more.
Jam, my question was, in India today, is the market rewarding farmers for sustainable practices?
Well, the carbon market's opening up. Not yet, but I believe we're on the way. There are small pockets of success.
Mary, what about in Canada?
Do you mean the consumer markets?
Yeah. I mean, Jay's point, if I understood correctly, is that the market, if it works properly, will reward farmers who have sustainable practices, even if it dealt additional costs. Did I understand correctly? And I'm just wondering, in a sophisticated market like Canada, if that's already happening.
As a producer, I would have to say no. And I would say that we're currently undergoing work in Canada to come up with a grocer's code of conduct. And in that is a great example of the fact, if you were to look at a pie chart, how big is the slice the farmer gets of the total profits? It is disproportionately tiny. We have a lot of skin in the game, but we're so far removed from when someone puts those groceries in their cart and leaves the store that we have very little ability to influence how much we're paid. We're too far down on the totem pole, so to speak. I think we would be waiting a very long time if we're waiting for consumers to reward us. I would instead maybe use an example. I had a neighbor who decided that in order for him to be able to stay in business, and he's been farming many generations, he had to clear a wood lot. And it was a very high profile. People drove by and they saw it. And I heard non-agriculture people saying, oh my goodness, can you believe he can just cut down those trees? That's awful. And I thought, well, are you going to stop and give him $20 or $50? Or he in essence owns a non-performing asset. He has money tied up in it. He has no return from it. We have something in our province called the Alternative Land Use Stewardship Program. And in that, our government rewards best management practices. So April the 1st of each year, there's an opening for anyone to submit for funding for things like increasing the buffer zone on a field beyond the mandatory 15-meter buffer zone we have, or taking high slope land out of production, or different things like this to do some of the things that you mentioned as far as better nutrient holding capacity, better water management, better carbon sequestration, better biodiversity, all of those things. That opens at 8 a.m. on April the 1st each year, and by about 8:12, all of the money is gone. So in that, to me, the message is the farmers have the appetite to do more, but they are not getting paid for it. So it's very simple to be on the outside and to look at something and say they should not be doing that. But as consumers and as members of electorates, what are we doing to ensure that our farmers, the resources, the stewards of our resources are properly being rewarded?
Mary, just if I can stay with you, it's time over. Can I just have one comment from both of you? Think of it representing the farmers, not just the Canadian farmers. What would you like to see go forward in the conversation? It's the food system transformation conversation going on, and I hope gains more momentum. What would you like to see happen in that conversation from your perspective?
So I think the UN Food Systems Summit was a fantastic practice. I think we need to see more of that, and I think we need to see definitely carved out an opportunity for the farmer's voice as we have opportunity to influence UN policy.
And Jay, from your
Yeah,
perspective.
I think a reward and recognition for sustainable behavior, traceability, labeling of sustainable food. I think the scope 3 emissions for food companies is still underestimated. Once they have to have supply chain disclosures and where they're sourcing their food, I think that will drive this much more, because I have very little faith that governments will pay money to farmers. I mean, in developing countries, that's impossible. They have so many other priorities. So I feel that the food systems have to have labeling, because I believe that it's not going to cost the farmers more. It's going to cost the farmers less. But why should he change behavior, like you said? And the behavioral change will come when they get priority from a large food company, or they get some kind of benefits, and that they can include it in their scope 3 emissions. So that's a requirement.
It's a very good suggestion. As we come close to this first event, this was the first, I really want to thank all the partners that have made this pavilion possible. And the first session, a fantastic conversation about, I hope all of you are convinced the importance of the food system in the goal we have in climate, but more importantly, to make sure that we see the complexity that there is in the system that needs to be born, and it won't be the same solution even within a country as big as Canada or in India. But the most important thing I want to say, I hope we actually think about solutions to go forward so that we can hold each other accountable to make progress. I just want to say last word. I head WRI, which is historically been very much a climate-centric organization. That's what WRI has been. This year, when we wrote our new strategy, we actually said it can't be just climate. It has to be climate, nature, and people. And food system transition is one of the fundamental of the 3 transitions we have chosen, because that is the shift we all need to make. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and congratulations to organizer. Thank you, Jack. Wonderful meeting. Mary, wonderful meeting. Thank you so much. Yeah?
Just a quick announcement. Thank you to the panel and for the first session. At 1:30 this afternoon, we have Dr. Agnes Kalibata, who's going to give us an opening session for the next part of the day. For those who don't know Dr. Agnes Kalibata, she was the special envoy appointed by the UN Secretary General for the UN Food Systems Summit. And she is now the president for the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. So she will be with us at 1:30. So do come back at 1:30 for the start of that. Thank you.
mvula ija timangoona ngati ndimene imakhalira nyimbo tili mkati mwakugona usiku muja mpaka nafika mama wa mvula ija inabweretsa chimdima chambiri yoti munthu umalephera ku
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
Yeah. Oh. The chairs.
Check, check.
Okay.
Check, check. Check, check.
Further, but check, check. Okay. It's not enough like here, and it's good to.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Okay, okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Check, check.
Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, check. Not the first. Well, the others can stand there, and I'll stand here. Good.
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. check, check, check.
We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back while we're still organizing coffee because the coffee machine broke down, so we've got a new one, and we shall have that going soon. Okay, for those who were, all right, why not? For those who were here or not here rather this morning, I'm Suds. I'm your host for the day. We talked in the morning about us looking for food systems transformation, looking at partnerships and looking at solutions. We had a whole host of panels in the morning focused around partnerships, and I hope that gave you a sense of the various lenses, the diversity of that discussion. We're now going to move into the next stage of that, which is the innovations and the solutions. That is our focus on getting what are the different innovations, what's the innovation focus out there, and what are some of the solutions out there. So we will go through this session, followed by a solution session, and followed by a very interesting couple of demo stages where we're going to demonstrate some of those solutions. So let me hand over to Dhanush, who's going to take us into this next session, and we have some special speakers here. Thank you.
Thanks, Suds, and thank you everyone for being here. I realize some of you may not have had lunch. Has everybody had lunch? Who hasn't had lunch? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. We are in the Food Systems Pavilion and we don't have food here yet, or coffee for that matter. But this is the problem of being first, because you are learning. If you go second, you can learn from the mistakes of others, right? Once you've done it. So next year, next time, we can be efficient. Already tomorrow or later today, things will be fixed. But thanks for your commitment to be here, in spite of the fact that you may not have had food. But hopefully you'll have food for your mind, some really interesting conversations that will inspire you to work on food systems transformation. So to welcome the first keynote speaker to give us such inspiring words from Vietnam. And Vietnam is an amazing country. I've been there twice and seen the transformation actually happening, how you are enhancing resilience of the agriculture sector against climate change. And to hear right from the Vietnamese government, we have DG Dr. Thuan, who's the Director General of the International Cooperation Department of Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Vietnam. Dr. Thuan, would you like to please come over to the podium and deliver remarks?
Thank you, Danos. friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today it's my pleasure to be here to share with you the thinking of Vietnam government and also our partner about food system in Vietnam, especially under the context of, the food insecurity, the threat of climate change, other kind of disrupted supply chain. Let's see that, today we gather here in COP27 amid the backdrop of multiple global challenges, including the ongoing pandemic, conflict, intensifying climate change, high inflation, and international tension. All of these dynamic factors are leaving a significant footprint on global food security. According to one recent UN report, Asia Pacific will need until 2065 to achieve on 17 Sustainable Development Goals, a delay of 35 years. The reasons for some of the more recent setbacks are clear: drought and flood, and the highest food prices in decades, armed conflict, and the fallout and aftermath of the pandemic have disrupted supply chain, life and livelihood. Together with the present crisis of 5 Fs, lack of food, feed, fuel, fertilizer, and finance, and a prediction that there could be a reduction of cereal output next year due to fertilizer shortages in some countries in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable agriculture and food security are among the pillars of Vietnam's socio-economic development strategy from 2021 to 2030, in which we prioritize the development of eco-farming, high-tech, low-emission, and climate-resilient agriculture associated with livelihood improvement of rural residents. And in the UN Food Systems Summit last year, our president already committed that we would like to build up a transparent, responsible, and sustainable food system in Vietnam. The government is also well aware of the need for a close coordination among nations and actors in the food system to create a deep and wide changes in the entire system. This will help better for reduction poverty, assurance of food security and nutrition in rural areas and the area resided by ethnic minority and vulnerable groups, especially women and children. To build a more resilient food system, we are proposing the following area. Firstly, at the global and regional level, we must maintain stable and smooth operation of agricultural supply chain. Countries need to minimize unnecessary barriers to food production and export, to enhance value chain connectivity, reduce food loss and waste, promote e-commerce, and reform the system of traceability, logistics, transport, and quality control. Vietnam wishes to collaborate with all stakeholders to promote agricultural trade as the fundamental basis for regional and global food security. And we need a new way for transform the food system. The green and digital transformation of agriculture along with the more from less approach is an urgent need. Therefore, financial, technological, and capacity building assistance for developing countries is critical for the transition to a more multiple value and more sustainable and climate resilient food system in Vietnam. Vietnam now is working with the World Economic Forum to build the food innovation hub for ASEAN country in Vietnam. And we will continue to actively join initiative on innovation, inclusive and digital and green transformation in the agricultural sector. And now we are also working with the World Bank to prepare a new program on low carbon agriculture, including how to utilize the carbon fund from the World Bank and to change the infrastructure and the incentive for farmers to move to low carbon agricultural production as well as low carbon agricultural value chain. And thirdly, I think we need to take care of the small household farmer we need to develop and strengthen the resilience of the agriculture and food system for smallholder and vulnerable groups through promoting climate-smart agricultural practices to ensure crop productivity and efficiency while contributing to reduce carbon emission, transferring new variety and adapting to new farming conditions and regime, including resistance to salinity, drought, the alum immunization, drought diseases, forecasting and providing effective early warning system on time to minimize the loss and damages, raising awareness for producer and consumer about green and low carbon agricultural products and reducing food loss and food waste. Fourthly, developing a special program or project for multiple sectoral food system to ensure food security and nutrition for the poor and vulnerable group, including ethnic minority and especially women and children. Normally in Vietnam is the remote area, the mountainous area, and the difficult area of Vietnam. And we need also to enhance the role of agricultural cooperative to adapt with specific conditions. Fifthly, we need to mobilize the private sector. And the private sector should be encouraged to make responsible investment and innovatively and effectively utilize technological advances. We should also better develop and upscale public-private partnership model. Last but not least, we need to expand international cooperation in agricultural research and development, strengthening early warning system for natural disasters and diseases. And it's also necessary, and we are ready to promote the South-South cooperation with other developing countries in terms of technology transfer, research and development, material benefit to address the food security and nutrition at local and regional level. Ladies and gentlemen, we really need a joint action to deal with consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, the 5F crisis in the new normal context. Vietnam is committed to working closely with partners around the world in the fight against the pandemic, the 5F crisis, and on the path toward sustainable and inclusive recovery, including green and sustainable food system. Finally, I would like to inform that within the One Planet Network Sustainable Food System program, Vietnam will host the 4th Global Conference of the Food System planned to take place on 24th to 28th of April 2023. And we welcome all of you to participate for such kind of very important event in Vietnam next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tuan. That was a really in-depth description of what's happening in Vietnam and the role that Vietnam would like to play regionally and globally. And you invited us to partner, and we will be coming back to you with requests for partnership, but it's also great to hear about the work you're doing, for example, with the Food Innovation Hub. So here you'll find a coalition of the determined who want to make things happen, and we will be very pleased to work with you. Thanks for that. So our second speaker for the day is from another country. It's from the Netherlands, the country that I live in at the moment, although I'm from India. And we have representing the Netherlands, His Excellency Ambassador Han Maurits Schaapwald. I hope I said it correctly. But just a bit of background is that Netherlands is supporting this pavilion. They're one of the sponsors, but they're also bringing a crucial coalition of businesses, NGOs, farmers, and stakeholders from the Netherlands to contribute to the discussions. So Ambassador, can you please help set the scene on why this matters for Netherlands?
It's working, yeah. I will try. I'm not promising anything. And it's very nice to be able to address a coalition of the determined or a coalition of the willing, because too often we address people we still have to convince of something, whereas now we all know what the problems are. And that's why I'm very happy to be here today at the opening of the Food Pavilion, this very special food system pavilion, representing a very important element in the food security discussion as a whole. As just mentioned, all of us have a lot of questions and challenges, such as the impact of climate and economic shocks on agricultural and food security in the MENA region and in other parts of the world, and what solutions can we find to protect livelihoods while addressing climate change. We are looking for examples on adaptation and how climate resilience is being tackled on the ground, and we are searching for the role of governments in building resilience and addressing food security. I know that I do not have the answers to all these problems, but I know that we have to work together to find and implement them. That is why we will have the panel to help us design food systems resilience in a warming world for global security. We are collectively heading into the unknown, and all of us are struggling to find out how to make our food system future and climate-proof. I had hoped that my Minister of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality would be here this week to share solutions, make deals and build partnerships for implementation. But there's the climate coming over. But he is now in the Netherlands dealing with political and legal urgency for our own country to repair and transform our own national food and agriculture system while delivering on decreasing emissions. For years we boasted that the Netherlands, as second agricultural exporter in the world, had the solutions of feeding the world. Now we have reached, and if we are very honest, we have exceeded the Netherlands' share in the planetary boundaries of food production, and we have to adapt. And as we all know, adaptation hurts. In many countries, also here in Egypt, we see the same. Egypt is always trying to produce more at an ever lower cost. That is how Egypt has become the largest exporter of oranges. I'm glad to say they do that through Rotterdam, but I mean that's not exactly what a food system is about. And an exporter even of potatoes to Russia. The shocks of COVID-19 and the Russian invasion of Ukraine have rattled all of us. As part of the solution, our Egyptian friends are looking at becoming self-reliant in producing wheat, often using non-renewable groundwater in the desert. What will this mean for water availability for future generations? Egypt, just like all our countries, is not an island. We will always be connected to the global food system as buyer and/or seller, not only of goods, but also of services, knowledge and expertise. Egypt will not stand alone in taking up the challenge of transforming its and our global shared food system. We, the Netherlands, are ready to work with Egypt and all other countries with a combination of cooperation, trade and investment. And with Egypt, we will not do that in competition with the US or other EU countries or India or China, but as what we in the Netherlands call co-colleagues, and that's the co of competition. That means partners who try to find their niche and comparative advantage and then cooperate even while competing in order to prevent all of us a race to the bottom. The fact that we have 3 food pavilions here at COP underlies how important it is to mobilize all available brainpower and creativity to repair the global food system. Rather than competing, we need to cooperate. As the African saying goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I wish us all a good work the coming weeks, and I look forward to the results of today's work here, but also of everything we are going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for outlining not just the solutions, but the challenges in implementing solutions. I mean, transformation of food systems, it's not easy, as you pointed out in the Netherlands, what's happening now in terms of political and legal challenges. So it requires countries to take some strong positions as well. So it was really interesting to hear. We've heard from 2 countries, basically, on how we can approach this whole issue of enhancing resilience. Now, what we want to do is we want to have a panel discussion to hear from different stakeholders on what are the solutions they're bringing to the table. But before that, I want to say one thing. There are also people joining us virtually. Thanks. I hope you can see and hear us clearly. But there is also a hashtag here, Action on Food. So if you hear something interesting, if you want to make a comment, tweet using that hashtag and we will pick it up. There's already quite a lot of excitement going on Twitter, and we'll hopefully keep that going. So let me invite the panelists. Gus Guadagnini from GFI, please join us. Kate Cook. Who would like to do? Suds. Suds is already introduced. Please join us. Elizabeth Nesimadala from the World Farmers Organization. Thank you, Elizabeth. Yes, Oscar. I was looking, you're sitting in this side. Also, Oscar Ekdal from the World Food Program. Okay, so this is our panel. And I'm not going to introduce in more detail because I want you to introduce yourself. But you have a challenge. So you have 30 seconds, and you have to tell us where you're coming from, your title, your organization, and what's the solution you're bringing to the table today. This is all about solutions. Suds, you go first. You knew the question already.
All right. Okay, my name is Suds. I represent InFarm. I'm the Chief Impact Officer there. So what was your question again?
What's the solution InFarm is bringing?
So the solution that InFarm is bringing to the table here is one of resilience. So we're talking about resilience at two levels. Resilience in how we produce food, and the second is the resilience in terms of how food is distributed. We'll get into further. But those two areas where technology plays a very big role for in terms of bringing to the table.
Great. Thanks, Suds. Elizabeth, please. Please, your name, title, and what is it that you're bringing here?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Nsimadara. I'm a young farmer from Uganda. I have a number of titles, right from national level up to global level. I'm the Africa representative on the board of the World Farmers Organization, the Director Women Affairs at the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization, and the President of the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation. And what we bring on the table as farmers is what we've been doing for generations, making sure that making sure that what we are bringing on the table is what we've been doing for generations, making sure that everyone has nutritious food on their table. And not only nutritious food, but producing it in a more resilient and sustainable way. Thank you.
Yeah. And you're also an agripreneur. And I also learned from Elizabeth that you can make wine from bananas today. So that was learning from you on a solution. Gus, after the plane maybe.
Thank you. I'm Gus Guadagnini from the Good Food Institute Brazil. I'm the managing director of GFI in Brazil. And our solution is about alternative protein. We are thinking on ways of rethinking the way we consume protein and changing the food systems through the alternative proteins, keeping people to allow their traditions, their habits, and the meat that they love, but making these foods from different sources of protein, like vegetable proteins, fermentation-based, or cultivated meat proteins.
Thanks, Gus. Oscar.
Thank you very much. So my name is Oscar Ekdal. I'm from the World Food Program. I'm based in Cairo, where I head up the regional portfolio on resilience and climate. I'm actually here today also representing the Resilient Local Food Supply Chain Alliance, which came out of the 2021 Food Systems Summit. And that's a multi-partner, multi-stakeholder initiative. So I think, having both of those hats, when it comes to the alliance, on the one hand, I think what we're bringing is really multiple partners coming together with different capacities to address this in an integrative way, because we know that food systems is complex. It's not only the production, it's also how we transfer that food and on the consumption side. And then if I wear my World Food Program hat, I would say that, for WFP, what we're facing now in terms of the climate crisis and the food crisis, this is really to say that we are in an emergency mode. And of course, for the World Food Programme, we're an emergency organization, so we want to act fast. And I would also say specifically that if we think about countries that are affected by conflict, for example, Syria, what we can bring there is access to really supporting the buildup of fragile and broken food systems, which maybe other actors cannot. So we're quite happy to be here and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oscar. And thank you for all the panelists to actually put the solutions on the table. And what we need to explore is how do these solutions enhance resilience at the local, national, regional levels. So I want to come back to you, Elizabeth, on, is the climate crisis real? You work at the local level on your farm, national level, regional level, global level with WFO. Is it real in all these scales that you see? And how are you reacting to it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe let me pick it up from the representative of WFO, where he said that where the situation is now, we are in an emergency mode. And from the farmer's perspective, we have reached a breaking point. And now I dive back to your question on whether climate change is real. Taking you back to my farm, in July, I come from a region that is mainly known as a banana farming region. And personally, you mentioned that I'm a wine producer, banana wine producer. So in the month of July, that is when it's a peak season. And all our bananas ripe not because they are ready, but because of the extreme heat. So as a banana wine producer, it is to my advantage because I can buy the bananas cheaply and I can do overproduction. But as a farmer's spokesperson at different levels, I know this is a big problem. A big problem representing hunger for the region, and not only for the region, but also for other regions that we feed. During last month, I lost a heifer that I would have sold at approximately $1,000 because of dehydration. And what solution did I bring on board? It was to sell or to reduce my herd. I don't know whether that is resilience. As I was still trying to get to terms with what had happened to me, I was on a trip to Kampala. Then the entire central region, I realized that all the region had lost maize. Why? Because of drought. I was trying to get to terms with that. Then the entire eastern region, those who know Mbare side, it was hit by landslides. We received the first rains, and the first rains hit the entire region with flooding and landslides. The same now came to the eastern region, to the western region, Kasese area, for those of you who come from Kasese area. We lost property, we lost lives, we lost crop, we lost livestock. And what does that mean? There is a story behind that there are so many people who are distressed. Lately, you've seen most people mad people moving on the streets. It's not because they are mad, it's because of the psychological stress that they're going through. It means that we have a number of child-headed families because the parents have to run away because they cannot pay the loans that they acquired to invest on their farms. It means that a number of unemployed youth and women and other value chain actors because there is no production. It means we are going to have factories that are idle because there is no production, they have nothing to process. As I was trying to absorb that kind of situation, then I read a story of someone called Peter Sain from Kajiado South in Kenya, who on a daily basis loses 5 animals. He's a livestock keeper. He loses 5 animals on a daily basis because of drought. And again, for the animals that he still has, he sells them at 500. The cost of an animal, of a cow, has gone to as low as 500, from 20,000 Kenya shillings to 500. 500 is $1, which is not even an equivalent of a cost of a local chicken. So you can imagine the situation that farmers are going through. So when I speak of climate change being real, I think this time we shouldn't even be discussing whether climate change is real, but we should be talking about solution. And what are these solutions? We need climate funding. We as farmers, we don't have access to climate financing because of the stringent mechanism in terms of access. We are not accredited entities. And when we talk of Jeff, we are talking about big sums of money. We as farmers, we are not looking at billions of US dollars. We are looking at reasonable amounts that can make us resilient. We need to see mutual benefiting partnerships being built by the different ecosystem actors. We need to have information about climate change and how to adapt, how to mitigate. We have structures right from national up to the global level, from the national farmers up to the world farmers organizations. What we need as farmers organizations is capacity strengthening of those organizations to be able to offer sustainable services to the membership, to be able to offer them trainings on how they can be resilient, and innovations and technologies. What we are talking about, we lack data, but there are innovations that we are adopting as farmers organizations, where we are building databases of our farmers. We can use that data to inform policies, but also to assist our farmers in terms of access to inputs, to services, and outputs. And lastly, we have a farmers-driven climate agenda that collects stories, success stories from the fields, the climate makers. I'm happy that World Farmers Organization is taking lead. So we need to see how we can collect as more stories as possible from the fields. There's so many good initiatives that are taking place, but quite often these initiatives don't get out of the field. So we need to bring them out from the field so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we need to learn from the initiatives that are already game changers down there on the field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I mean, that was really compelling for me, certainly. You know, like what you said, just to pick on the example of finance, you know, there's a whole discussion on finance going on in this venue now. And I think we need to connect what's happening here in this discussion to that discussion as well. Is there anybody from the finance community here in this room? Okay, no. So we need to bring them here. We will have sessions on finance, and we would like you to join those sessions as well and bring this point also there. Thank you, Elizabeth, for kicking us off. But Saz, I want to come to you. You mentioned the 2 dimensions that Inform is working on. You know, and you've heard the challenges that farmers that Elizabeth represents are facing. So how can we produce more with less? You know, how do we create resilient food systems? What are the solutions you can bring to help farmers like the ones Elizabeth's representing?
Thank you for that. That's very educative and instructive on many levels. So I want to approach this from a different angle, from the angle of technology. And I want to introduce a couple of parallel things that people are familiar with before I talk a little bit more about vertical farming, is what our solution is. If you think about controlled environment agriculture or greenhouse agriculture, not many people realize that Spain and the Almerias in Spain became the food basket of Europe because of greenhouse agriculture. A lot of that research was done in the Netherlands. And there's 44,000 hectares of greenhouse cultivation in Spain, southern Spain, that provides a whole lot of the fruit and vegetable for Europe. That sometimes goes unnoticed. This was seen as an experiment 20 years ago. Definitely a reality. When you think about electric cars, that was a dream at some point in time. Today, there's no car company in the world that does not have an electric vehicle strategy. And you saw the EU ruling around electric vehicles replacing benzene and diesel by, is it 2040, I think. So when you come to vertical farming, it's really where these industries were 10, 20 years ago in terms of us creating controlled environment agriculture, which will look different in different places. It'll look different in Berlin, it'll look different in parts of Africa, it'll look different in India. And it's already doing that. It's being adopted and adapted in different ways. Essentially, you're not using soil, so you're actually preventing the pollution of soil. There's no runoff. So again, you save the sanctity of the soil. You use about 95% less water. Most of the places we know, we're talking about drought. We're talking about less water even in Europe, in Central Europe today. You can save that water. There's no pesticides. So you're talking about basically how can you produce to up to 100 times the yield with about 90% less resource. And that is, in our book, a formula towards resilience of how can you grow it regardless of natural resource and regardless of climate shock. So can you ensure food security? And therefore, the kinds of food you can produce become important. And that's really what this trajectory is looking like. And then the second part of that is really about if you produce it close enough to where it's going to be eaten, you can actually reduce all of the emissions, all of the transportation, and all of the vulnerabilities in terms of getting it there. So both these aspects, Dhanush, play a very big role, and there are always going to be, critics, I would say, who say that this is currently a developed market model, this is a elitist model, and all I would say is think back to greenhouse cultivation, think back to the electric car. All of these are all moving or have moved well into the mainstream, and this is where this will be 10 years, 15 years from today. So we come at it from a technology aspect in terms of what is it that we can create in a world that is beset and going to probably be beset with further climate shocks, and therefore resilience is important for us to bring a solution to the table.
Thanks, Sid. I just had a quick follow-up question for you, and I was also thinking, what does it cost, this dream? And how will we pay for it? Because one thing Elizabeth mentioned was the challenges faced in accessing finance. And thinking particularly we are on the African continent, how can these solutions be accessible?
So there are two angles to this. One of them is the current technology innovation is being paid for by private investors. So that first level of investment is happening at a private level, but it's moving very rapidly, and we can say this with certainty, into a government discussion, because governments are looking for food security. You've seen governments thousands of miles away from a Russia and a Ukraine that are having food security issues, and they are suddenly talking to technology solution providers for providing food security as we move forward. So this dialogue is moving very quickly from what was a private investor investment banking game into a food security government financed operation. So you're going to have both aspects of it because it's going to move from a technological marvel into a food security necessity.
Thank you so much, Sud. So maybe, Gus, I want to come to you because Sud's mentioned, investments into science and technology and how the current model is and where we want to go towards. And GFI is operating in other technological solutions. But what is your vision on science and investment, and where should it go?
Yes, thank you. GFI works with this solution of alternative protein that I think it's very connected to the whole idea of the resources that are missing in the food system. Today, when we think about, yes, airplanes, they build the venue under airplanes. So today, when we think about the food systems, we have more than 80% of our land producing less than 20% of the calories because we are producing vegetables to feed animals and then eating these animals in a much inefficient rate. When you eat meat, for each 1 calorie that you take from meat, it's at least 10 calories that we're giving to the animal during its life. This means that we are wasting 9 out of 10 calories of the food system production. And when we start working with alternative protein, The idea is that people could just change their eating habits. They could go vegan, for instance, and this would change the entire food system, but they won't. We can't believe that the future of the food system is going to be to convince 10 billion people that are going to be in the planet by 2050 to not eat what they want to eat and to drop their entire culture and the entire traditions that are regarding to food. So we need to start thinking how we can deliver the same foods that people want to eat, the same foods that people are already used to eat and that's part of their traditions, but make these foods in a better way, make these foods in a more efficient way. And that's when we bring the solutions of alternative protein. I'll give one example on how this fits very well. Today in the morning, we had a representative from farmers in Canada, and she was telling a story about a controversy regarding one specific farmer that was about to bankrupt, and then he decided to cut the trees out of his property to expand his business. This is something that we see very often, the environmental destruction being caused by the expansion of the business so people can have better profits. And when we tell this story, it looks like this farmer will be a bad person. This farmer is destroying the world or something like this. But actually, it's a very different situation. These people are waking up every day at 5 a.m. to produce the foods that we eat, and they are not being able to profit enough to feed their families. So we need to start thinking about how we can create different sources of revenue for these people. And think about this farmer in Canada. They have a business that was not being profitable, so they decided to destroy their natural resources and expand that business that doesn't give profits. What's the logic of this? So now in GFI, for instance, and connecting with the science and technology, we were able to raise a grant with funders in Europe and the United States to develop alternative protein based on the ingredients from the Amazon forest and the Cerrado biome in Brazil as well. So now we understand that the forests alive have more value than killing it to expand the cattle raising production. And we are developing different sources of protein, different sources of fiber, and different food additives that can be used by the alternative protein based on the ingredients from the Amazon forest. So maybe for these people in Canada, their solution to bring more revenues for their farms could be exactly in the forest that they cut, in the trees that they cut. This is one of the approaches that we are having now in GFI Brazil, trying to develop a food system that is much more resilient because we are not going to be dependable in just one ingredient. Today, Brazil is being destroyed to plant soy, and this soy is being used to feed the animals in China. And every time that we plant more soy, we have less people planting food. So the soy has a future market value. And this is a great incentive for people to stop planting beans, to stop planting food in general, and starting planting more soy to feed the animals in China. So we have less and less food available in Brazil, so we can have more and more area producing food for animals in China. This is an equation that is not going to close in a very short term. So our idea is to shift this food system. Let's just finish thinking about that farmer in Canada. They already have their animal production. They could have plant protein production in the same farm based on beans or something that is typical from that region, peas. And they could also keep the forest alive and exploit ingredients from these forests to produce more food from these ingredients. That's a more resilient system because they are not dependable on just one activity, and they are actually using the environmental protection to create different sources of revenue in these farms. So that's how we believe that we can connect the solutions of alternative protein with the small farmer productions in Brazil, but in a way that could be also replicated in different parts of the world.
So Gus, a quick follow-up question. I was thinking, what's this value of the research investment that you mentioned, which was looking at the value of forest, but also the ingredients provided by forest? What was the research investment there?
We received $200,000 from Climate and Land Use Alliance, then $200,000 in the second round of science from Good Energies, and now we are going to have $800,000 from JBS funds for the Amazon to use in the next 4 years. And this is research that is being done by universities in partnerships with the communities that produce this in the Amazon region. Like Elizabeth mentioned, the idea of connecting different entities of the food production chain. We already have the scientists that can develop this kind of alternative in Brazil, but they don't have access to funding. So
Yeah.
it's more than developing ingredients in the United States to sell to Brazil. It's how we can fund the scientists in Brazil to partnership with the communities and create a system that makes sense for everyone that's involved in there.
Yeah, but I think I just want to make one more point. Is you mentioned the investments, but considering the amount of money spent on research and development as a whole for agriculture, it's about $56 billion according to the World Bank. This is very small sum of money. I don't know how much goes in total for alternative protein. Do you have a reflection? Quick one, because I want to go to Oscar.
Yes, it's very small money. So one of our major claims now in COP is that governments have to invest much more if we want to develop technologies that will allow us to have a better food system in the future.
Okay, thank you, Gus. So I think we've heard investment needs from different perspectives. But Oscar, what I wanted to hear from you is more like, how can these dots be connected at the local and global levels? Like, how do we bring these things together? I think that's what you're doing with the Alliance, and we'd like to hear more about the work that you're doing and your ideas on bringing these ideas together.
Thank you very much. So that's the easiest question, I think. No, it's clear that there's not one solution here, and there's also not necessarily any easy wins. I think we need to work both on the short term and the longer term at the same time. And to just echo a little bit what Elizabeth was saying, this is really a crisis happening now. WFP, for example, we do many things. One of the things that we do is that in a crisis setting, we provide food assistance to families that need it. And in some countries, what we're facing now, for example, in Syria, we have food monitors that go out and control and see, who is eating the food, is the food getting to the right place? Our food monitors, they're coming back with stories that are heartbreaking. And this has been the case for some while now, but we're really, really reaching a breaking point. So I think, while I want to answer your question, I also want to make the point that we probably need to, embolden ourselves a little bit as we go out. This is the first day of COP, and we have mentioned that, food security is really high on the agenda for many reasons, including the Ukraine crisis now that is affecting, all of us, but of course the already vulnerable even more. And, some of the statistics that I think is important that we can use as ammunition is, for example, that 80% of the food produced is in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia is coming from smallholder farmers. It is a category that we need to care about. We also know that about 2 billion agricultural land is degraded. There is a big task to do there. And we also know, we spoke about finance, that about 4% of climate finance goes to agriculture, which is very, very limited. Especially if we take into consideration that agriculture can provide some of these win-wins. And that's what we were talking about in the Alliance, where we were saying that, if we invest in restoring degraded land, not only will that land be able to capture more carbon, but also provide a more resilient livelihoods to smallholder farmers. So I think this is something that we really need to keep in mind as we move forward in these 2 weeks. I think it's a golden opportunity for food security to come together with the climate crisis in a way that we've really never seen before. So this COP itself is a very important opportunity. And I think we have a COP presidency also that really wants to move towards implementation, jointly, of course, with Africa, because it is an Africa COP. But then in terms of solutions, I spoke about production before, and I think that it is important to understand at farm level, what can we do? How can we increase the income of farmers? How can we increase the resilience of farmers? One of the things that we need to invest more on is to understand, the cost of a farmer. So, for example, in Egypt, WFP and the Ministry of Agriculture has been working on a project where we help farmers do land consolidation, because if land is not consolidated, it's usually less productive because it's smaller plots. We invest solar-driven water pumps, to support the irrigation system, which means that, yes, it's an upfront cost, but on the long term, there's a return on investment that is quite immediate because it's cheaper to have solar energy than fossil fuels. It's also better for the environment, of course. I also want to talk a little bit about, that production is not the only, let's say, pathway. We need to think about value chains. And in a region that imports, 50% of the kilocalories, I'm talking about the Middle East and North Africa now, there are, let's say, macro level solutions that we also need to take into account. And if we look at post-harvest losses, for example, we put in expensive resources, water, energy, and so on. But are we really, taking care of the losses that occur along that chain? In this region, for example, the loss of fruits and vegetables is huge. And we need to tackle that if we actually want to get more finance for farmers and for local traders out of that. I do want to just say, when it comes to Syria in particular, where we have an interesting program with the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, where it's really about strengthening and rehabilitating the collapse of a food system. And here we're talking about going from wheat to bread, where, for example, in cities like Aleppo, the bakeries have been completely demolished, but also the irrigation system at local farm level. So we have programs where we look at the whole value chain and the food supply chain, really, from the production sites, restoring the irrigation, having community consultations to understand, okay, what are the needs here, what actually works, implementing them, but then looking at, okay, how do we take local wheat into factories and bakeries that then provide bread for the population. And of course, food is also a unifier, a sense of feeling at home. It builds a social fabric if we share bread, if we eat together. So re-establishing those kind of broken links and re-establishing the broken food system is quite critical. And all of this needs a new way of working. The Alliance and WFP, and I'm sure many of you here, we need to be able to come together. And that is really how we're able to kind of tackle this climate and food crisis together. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Oscar. I think it's a really good point that you made. I mean, this COP is really bringing climate and food together in the context of the crisis. And tomorrow in the World Leaders Summit, heads of states will be discussing food security at a climate COP, and that's really important. And I also know that Mr. Beasley, the head of the World Food Program, he will be one of the four icebreakers in the session. So can we also bring some of these messages back to him so that this can be reflected in the head of state session?
So our executive director will be part of the roundtable on food security with heads of state, and certainly this type of messages are part of his key talking points that we really want heads of state to think about as they enter the negotiations. And I think that's really good with this COP, that you have heads of state coming earlier to really give momentum to the negotiations, and we really have high hopes for that. So absolutely looking forward to making sure that we have those messages plugged in.
Okay, so I'm going to set a small challenge to this panel. So we really want the messages, your messages, to be reflected in the heads of states panel, right? How can we do that? I think what we can do is to tweet about it, communicate. We have some very clever communicators here. How many of you are communicators? 1, 2, 3. I'll do it also. Can someone else also raise your hands? Help us out here. Yes. So what we need to construct is we need to come up with short tweets. 240 characters is Twitter length, and so that we can actually tweet it. And we also have the team from Greenhouse here who's supporting the communications around this pavilion. So we would like to really capture these messages in bite-sized pieces which can inform the discussions tomorrow. So Oscar, challenge to you. Your 240 character ask.
I always talk too much. Let's go around and let me think a little bit about this one.
Okay, Gus.
Alternative proteins are one of the most important solutions for climate mitigation, and we need to invest at least $10 billion a year from governments all across the globe in order to develop these solutions the way they should be developed.
Amazing. I think that's a really catchy message. $10 billion per year in alternative protein. That's the ask. What's your ask, Elizabeth?
I think if we are to have resilient food systems, we need to make sure that they are just, they are balanced, they are fair, and we really need to give true value for food.
We need to give true value of food and create food systems which are just, resilient, and balanced. Perfect tweet. Saj.
So controlled environment agriculture and vertical farming are one such solution to food security. So invest in the technology for your own people.
Yeah, invest in technologies around control environment, agriculture, and vertical farming. Oscar.
Okay, so let's see. So the climate crisis is an emergency and it's a food crisis. We need to bring the 4% that's invested in agriculture up to 20% investment. Finance is the key thing.
Finance is the key thing. We need to bring 4% to 20%. Really good, nice, sweet. So I would encourage everybody to use the hashtags here and tag the presidency as well, so that we can get these messages which are happening here into the discussions tomorrow. And we really need world leaders to be discussing what we're discussing here. So I wanted that exercise, but now I want to open up the floor for questions and comments. What do you think about what the panelists have said? Are there any critical comments, supportive comments, additions? How do we enhance resilience at multiple scales? That's the question. If not, I'm going to pick on you, Take. Yes. So Take is one of the most wonderful climate scientists working on agriculture. He works at the International Center for Maize and Wheat Improvement in Mexico. But we haven't had a science perspective here. But we've heard that the need for investing in technologies. What do you think? What needs to happen?
I think I agree with the message that finance is the major thing. But what I also would like to suggest is that there are various ways to get those funding by repurposing the subsidy that a lot of governments are giving, for example, in unnecessary things and bringing to the focused area, or also, bringing those finance by means of, carbon market and sort of things that can be brought to the agricultural research for development, and also, mainstreaming the climate finance at a global level. Thank you. And in terms of science, there are a lot of things, a lot of things that are under development, a lot of things are being developed, but the key thing is that a lot of technologies are not being taken up by the farmers at the scale that are supposed to be taken off. That is, I think, misalignment with the policy, misalignments with the subsidies, for example, counterproductive subsidies that many governments are having, for example, and political agenda always linked with these kind of subsidies. For example, vote for the politicians is a major thing, and they cannot go beyond what farmers see as an immediate benefit. That is hindering the sustainability of the agricultural development. I don't know whether I made my point here in the political...
It's a very, very clear and important point, which we haven't discussed enough about. Yes, coming to you, Elizabeth. Yes, what would you like to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment on what he has just submitted, that most of the innovations and researches are not taken up by farmers. And I want to make it clear that it's because as farmers we are looked at as end users. We are not involved in the design. So these research institutions are working in silos. And so at the end, the uptake fails because we are not part and parcel of the process. So I think things need to change. As farmers, we need to be at the center of each innovation and each action that targets farmers. We need to be involved at every stage so that we are not looked at as beneficiaries, but as partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Are there more comments? I just want to collect a couple of comments from the floor, if it's possible. Is there any? Yes? Please introduce yourself.
Just 2 comments. The first is what Elizabeth just said, inclusion. It's very important. Second, we needed to look to the technology that can allow farmers to produce more and reduce emission. The suggestion is to introduce the biotechnology. When we look to food science, food engineering, we have a technology that called biotechnology. We need to use that so we can reduce emission and produce more. So The last one, the investment, you have to go to the farmers. And we have a WFO that work with us. As a
Thank
big-
you. Thank you so much for that comment. So the investment going to farmers, the investments in technologies and inclusion in the process. So really biotechnology. Thank you. Are there other comments? Mr. Tuan, would you like to make a comment? How would you like to react?
I already listened to, Paralicia and other people talking about the technology and finance. There are two things I want to add here that we need to take more consideration. One is that we in Vietnam with this working with other international partners, we apply the approach we call more from less. It means in terms of agricultural production, if we use less input, especially chemical inputs, with the right seed, it helps a lot to improve the profit, to have higher productivity, and also to reduce the environmental costs. So it means we have more resilient agricultural system or more resilient food system, number one. Technology normally, I agree with you from the Farm Association that normally we think we need a very, high-ranking researcher or PhD pupil or something. But even working with the farmer at the on the ground level, we can reduce the cost production, reduce the cost environment, improve the productivity, and also improve the profit production and more resilient food system. Number one. Number two, another point I think for the resilient to the food system, just think from the point of view of the consumer of food, especially the poor consumer, even in rural area, especially in the remote and difficult area. I think in Vietnam we are already did, and we are also planning further some, let's say, a local food system that for, especially in the remote area, that can provide enough, nutrition, a very appropriate food for local farmer, but they still can make profit. I think that's the point that we need to call for further support from, the government, the international partner, and even from the financial system. There's 2 points I want to add here with the panel and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tuan, for the additional inputs. Any other comments? Anyone? Yes. Can you reach for the mic? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bella. I'm from Guinea. So I'm happy to be here. And also, when we talk about the designing food system resilience, I'm happy that one of our fellows was talking about the cow stuff, how they are struggling. Talking from experience, I am Fulani, so the Fulani people are the nomad people. We actually move from one place to the other place because of our cows. And we may not be affected by the drought that is happening in Kenya. In Guinea, we are affected by the climate change that is there. So my uncles are directly affected because we have to move from one place to the other. And the cows is dying because of the climate that is reacting to it. On the other hand, one of the key speakers spoke about how we can create the whole value chain. So thinking about agriculture and the food system, the food resilience, we have to think locally before we come globally. So at the local level, I am a youth, and the youth are doing a lot. But the question is, these stories are not coming to the people who need to hear them. And they are often, youth are brought to the table, but not because they are point values, they have key point to they are brought there just to represent youth. Their voice do not matter. Recently, we had our convergence in Zambia, Lusaka, I am the president of YBF, that's a youth organization. We have 7 committees. Under the 7 committees, we have agriculture. So we had the recommendation, we made a lot of recommendation, and when we talk about the value chain, when you talk about like thinking like about the microfinance, we have to start it at the local level. The people, what do they need? The farmers, what do they need there? And our thematic was actually on the technology. We cannot live without technology anymore. It is part of our life. But how do we adapt technology to actually bring a food system that is resilient, because we cannot change anymore how people are going to feed themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bella, for those points. I also want to, yes, of course, a round of applause. Bella, I also wanted to flag to you that in this pavilion, there's a day dedicated to youth. You can look at my colleague Marilik, she's sitting behind you. So please connect with her and engage with the day as well. It'll be really appreciated. Okay, so I now want to go back to the panel. So you've heard some additional perspectives here as well. And I'd like you, 60 seconds. Now we've changed from Twitter to LinkedIn. Hopefully you're all on LinkedIn. So we can make a summary post from each one of you. What is your key take-home message?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to react
Sure.
to one question first, if that's okay, which is, the technology discussion, which is super important, and but at the same time, and maybe this is how we create some dynamism in the panel, but is technology really the challenge or the problem here? Yes, we need technology, absolutely. But what really is the challenge, I think, is what we heard from this lady here in the audience, which was we need to think about access. We need to think about uptake to that technology, and what are the barriers to that. So I think, and at the same time, if we think about where we are at now with climate change and so on, I mean, we've had massive technologically advancement over the last 50, 60 years, but we're still in this situation that climate change is escalating. We're breaking the wrong world records every year if we look at greenhouse gas emissions and so on. So we really need to tackle technology in terms of how do we ensure access and uptake of it. Otherwise, it will take 10, 20 years to ensure that the people who really need it the most have access to it. So that's just my challenge to the technology side of things, which I think is an important discussion, but we really need to focus in and understand what is the situation and who needs it the most. Sorry for taking that on a turn, but I think that's quite important when we talk about local food systems, local value chains, and so on, because that is where that penetration is not necessarily happening. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Really good point, Oscar. And my own view would be that it's not either or. You need both the investments in technologies as well as making technologies available and accessible. Completely take that point. There was a paper which looked at the current technologies that are available in relation to the Paris goal, and it was found that we can only deliver up to 40% of the goal with what's in the toolbox now. So that's also quite compelling. But Gus, your closing comments.
Something that I think after hearing everyone here in the panel is that today many times we consider the global south of the planet as something that needs help, as people that need help and need solutions. And actually I see the other way. We actually need to invest in the global south and allow people to build solutions for themselves that make sense in their own part of the food systems. It makes no sense for Brazil to be buying pea protein from Canada or something like this. And if we fund people in the right way, if we create the right partnerships between academia and the farmers and the government, we will be able to develop the solutions that we need for our country. If you give Brazilians enough resources, we will be able to protect the Amazon forest in a way that will be sustainable to produce food for the entire world. So that's my reflection today. We need to empower the global south and share resources and not only think as a charity case that needs the donation from the richer countries.
Great point, Gus. I'll come to you, ma'am. Let me just complete this round. I'll come to you. Elizabeth.
Yeah, what I pick from this session and the entire conference is that climate change is a global war, a war that has no borders, a war that is going to affect each one of us and that is going to impact each one of us. And by impacting each one of us means that we shall reach a point where we don't have food because of climate change. So we need investments in the agriculture sector. And we need to move these actions from the global level to the national level. I'm happy that we have state representatives in the audience, and we heard from them at the beginning of the session. But action happens at national level. We can talk and talk and talk, but as long as the national governments don't get converted, and as long as the national actors don't get converted, nothing will happen. It is where the rubber meets the road. So we need to create ecosystems at national level that can work towards transformation of national food systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
So, just listening to all the comments, very, very good, and some of the replies here. I think for me, it is that while we use technology, access, inclusion, which are all essential and critical to build resilience into a system that is challenged by climate and other shocks, you have to do that. Don't get me wrong, you have to do that. But at the same time, you have to invest in new technologies that are resilient, that are born resilient, not imposed resilience. How do you create it from scratch with resilience and sustainability built in? And I think the two of them are parallel tracks, and we will regret it if we don't parallel track them.
Great points. I know there's one pressing last point. 30 seconds. We're about to close. Yes. 30 seconds, okay?
3 things. First, I want to support what Elizabeth just said. It's
Sure.
very important.
Yep.
We civil society, we farmers, we forgot to match with the government. I have been advocating to the government in different issues for farmers. But one day I received a call, please write something about the cooperatives. Now we wanted to put in the policy, but it took years.
Mm-hmm.
Second, we always talk about the sustainable agriculture, but the sustainable, it communicates with the food sovereignty. Mm-hmm. It communicates with the agroecology, with also I forgot about the other thing. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if we want the sustainability, we need to work with the food security, because the solution are in the field. Yep. And the farmer have to be involved in discussion to know how to produce. Yep. We have to think also the last one about how we move for the modality of a production, how we produce better in order to.
So we have like 1 minute left. Sorry. So we can talk after. 30 seconds for you. Sorry, it says we have 1 minute.
Hello. Yeah, really short.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Gerardo from Chile. Just 2 things because it's the first day, so you can keep, like, maybe to keep in count. The first one is about the justice in the chain. I mean, I'm from a family of winery, like small winery in Chile, and the technology about the big wineries and the small wineries is a really big difference. So maybe keep in mind that, and as well the food waste. Okay. I think food waste is really important, and it has to be in the conversation. Yep. Like most of the food, it's waste. So keep in mind and talk about it.
It's a really good point, Gerardo. So thanks for sharing that, and we'll come back. We're at time. We are at time. I don't think we're at time. So, what's the question?
So someone got interested about the real price of food, and
Yeah.
you're wondering what it is and if it's worth promoting. So maybe you can talk quickly about the real price of food and where they can find out more about it, because we have another session about this.
Yeah, so I think we're going to conclude, but let me just, for that question, we will have another session on the true price of food. And I encourage you to look at the Pavilion program, and you'll find the session. or drop us a tweet or something, and we'll respond to you with a session. And please join that, and we will discuss that. And we will also discuss food loss and waste. So certainly this is starting, and that's certainly a part of the conversation. And thank you also for your comments. So I've actually run out of time. I'm supposed to summarize, but just very quickly, 1 minute summary from me. So I was just looking at this title of the session, and in the light of what we've heard today, how would we write it again? So for me, it's designing will change to redesigning, because there are new solutions we need to think about, because currently there are limitations in the system. Also co-designing, because these solutions need to be co-designed with farmers in an inclusive manner. And when we redesign and co-design, there will be a suite of different solutions that's out there, from improved crops to control environment, agriculture to alternative protein, reducing food loss and waste, biotechnology. So a number of options need to be brought together. There's no one tool that solves all the problem. And at the food system level, so it's not just at the production, it's at different aspects of the food system. And the supply chain dimension was also mentioned by someone. So at that level, so we will be redesigning and co-designing our food systems with a whole suite of solutions to enhance resilience, that's the core here, in a warming world for global security. And I think that global security, Oscar's point, captures both food and climate security. And we should address both of these together. So I think we have work to do. We have learned, and we will have to revisit the narrative based on what we've heard to work together in the lead up to tomorrow's World Leaders Summit and get these messages out there. Thank you so much, everyone, for being such a great audience, and to those speakers and panelists. And the session organizers are Infarm and Good Food Institute. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Oh, yes, group photo. Okay, as we continue with the innovation and the solutions discussions this afternoon, we're going to go into the next section, which actually has farmers and innovators at the heart of this session. We have Jennifer Chow from EDF, who's going to lead us through this session. Is that right? Okay, and then there's going to be a demo session after that, so stick around for that. Jennifer, as soon as you are ready.
Recording stopped.
Hi, Nicola.
Hello.
How are you?
I am all right, thank you. The time changed here in Washington, D.C. overnight, and so I really wanted to make sure that it was of the direction of the time change.
Yeah,
Fortunately,
yeah.
I gained an hour of sleep. I was very lucky. And Jose Luis, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Yes, very nice to see you, Nicola.
Matt, I don't think.
No, unless
Okay, we are back. Thank you, everybody. And you are the people who obviously beat the coffee queue. There's some people still in the coffee queue. They'll be here momentarily. Okay, so we're staying with the innovation and solutions in terms of the direction of travel. We started off with the partnerships, went into innovation focus, are moving into innovations innovations and solutions, and we've got farmers at the heart of this discussion, farmers and innovators, and we're then going to follow this on with a demo stage, one of which is a technology and one is in the field, behind the scenes technology and in the field. So this session connects where we're coming from and where we're going to. Super critical session, and Jennifer Chow from EDF is going to take us into it. Jennifer.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hi, I'm Jennifer Chow. I'm the Senior Director for Climate Resilient Food Systems at the Environmental Defense Fund. I will keep it short. If you're interested, we can talk more about EDF after the session. But I think my job today is to have us tell a compelling story about farmers as innovators in less than an hour. So really it will just be a taste, and hopefully you will join us after the session and at the reception, and we can continue to have the conversation as well. But really, we're hoping to connect real-world food systems transformation that's already underway with the dialogue and the actions that are taking place here. Right? So we're really hoping this to be a hopeful session, showcasing what farmers are already doing to adapt, what they need, and showcasing the solutions that are around the world. Obviously, there's no one-size-fits-all, but I wanted to also invite Theo Diager up on stage, and we'll have just a short fireside chat, if you will, before we move on to the rest of the program. So, Theo, I don't really have a bio prepared for you, but I know that you were recently the head of the World Farmers Organization. Before that, you headed SACAO, the South African Confederation of Agricultural Unions, PAFO, the Pan-African Farmers Organization. I'm not sure which organization you have not had a hand in, but you probably do not need much of an introduction. You've really been a great champion and voice of farmers around the world, but obviously specifically in Africa for quite a long time, and we're really excited to have you on stage to share some of your wisdom. I wanted to kick us off by asking you maybe a sort of basic question around, how have you already seen farmers adapting? And what is it that they're really asking for today? Over to you.
Thank you very much. There is this misconception that you have this category of people in the world who are farmers. Farmers are not the same. No two farmers farm the same. It might be the oldest profession in the world. It might still be today the biggest profession in the world. But farmers differ from country to country and continent to continent. And the circumstances under which farmers must eke out a living in Africa is not the same as the farmers in North America. It's not the same as the farmers in Asia. So when we talk about adapting and adopting new technologies, the questions we should ask about it is not the same. Solutions, for example, to climate on farms in Africa will always be different to those in Europe, to those in Australasia. There is no one size fits all. You actually need to go from farm to farm if you look for solutions. But there are a few principles which are exactly the same, no matter what you farm, no matter how you farm. And I'm going to talk to those similarities. The first rule is that farming is about soil. There is no farming in space. All farming starts with soils. And the healthier your soils, the healthier your business. So we need the kind of innovation who will not deplete our soils and who will maintain the health of it. Secondly, I refer to our businesses, because no matter where you farm, no matter how big or small, farming is a business, and the business must make profit. If a farm is not profitable, it's a welfare case. We have way too many of those. We need to help our farmers to survive in their businesses, meaning we must maintain their profitability. There's a lot of talk about sustainability, especially here at COP. But sustainability starts with profitability. If a farm is not profitable, it's not sustainable. The farmer is going to lose his land. So in many of our poorest farming areas, like in our neck of the woods in Africa, the big challenge is the business side of farming, not so much the aggregation side. Then the third rule is, a farmer is a manager. A farmer is always a manager. And to manage, you need to be able to measure. What is unmeasurable is unmanageable. And most of our most recent innovations in agriculture, all over the world, all sizes of enterprises, is about measurements. This is what the digital era brought into agriculture, the ability to measure and to track the measurements. Whether it is blockchain, whether it is on artificial intelligence, whether it's on traceability. And then fourthly, like in any business, the most important person is the customer. For us in agriculture, for farmers, it's the consumers who are the most important people in our lives. We live for them. Everything we do for them. If the consumers will not buy our stuff, we're out of business. And that brings a lot of new innovation. It's about the way we interact with consumers, about the way we talk to them, we communicate to them, and back to about how we hear what they want. Because as farmers, consumers is not a homogeneous group of people, and they are changing all the time. And as fast as they are changing what they want and what they need, so fast we must also adapt. They are pulling the chain in the value chains. They are our markets. And then the most important part for me is that no matter whether you go to Canada or New Zealand, to Argentina or to Russia, farmers are getting older and older. The average age of farmers is worrying. You won't believe it, but I'm actually still below the global average age of farmers. So we cannot talk about innovation in agriculture without talking about the youth. What excites me most in my life, the biggest joy I had from being involved in organized agriculture over the last 20 years, is in engagements with farmers who are not yet 30 years old. Is to see the stars in the eyes of young people who believe that there is a future in agriculture because everybody must eat all the time. And it's because they believe that there's not only a life out there for farmers, but there's a good life for them, something which you can aspire to. So, although there's also in this COP a lot on the agenda, on agriculture's footprint on nature, on biodiversity, on climate, there's a lot of talk about financing, how to build a financial bridge from where we are now to where we need to be. And there is some talk, not enough, about the youth, the role of the new generation. We should talk less about them and we should talk more to them. Because every time you speak to a young farmer, you have a glimpse into the future of agriculture. They are the ones who are going to make it work. So we must fuel their dreams all the time and source innovation from them. We have a golden rule in organized agriculture. In my years in WFO, at every engagement with the youngsters, we said, dare to dream big. If your dreams don't scare you, you must dream over. You must dream out the world that needs to be, or else it will never be. From my side, thank you.
Thank you, Theo. Very powerful. I'm going to ask one quick follow-up. I think we probably are stretching time just a minute, but you know, we are at a climate COP, and we talk about engaging the youth and the next sort of generation or vision for agriculture, for food production in general. So I want to talk a little bit about risk diversification. How do we help attract the next generation or talk about food production in a way that seems attractive and safe in this sort of world today? What have you seen from your experience in terms of farmers being able to diversify risk in a creative or innovative way that perhaps allows this to look like an attractive venture in this climate stress world that we have now?
Once again, the question or the answer will not be applicable all over. I have seen farmers diversify geographically, also moving to areas where far away from their home farm, so that if there is a natural disaster, you have only lost your crop on the one farm, the other one might have been missed. More exciting is the diversification in their involvement in the value chain. Many farmers get involved both upstream and downstream. A farmer have a challenge to get seed into his area. So he starts a business and bringing seed into his area and also servicing other farmers. Or downstream, in the processing, the packaging, the distribution. We always try to get young farmers to integrate their interests vertically in the value chains. But more and more, you find that farmers get involved in other sectors of society. Most common in our area in Southern Africa, young farmers also have businesses linked to the digital world or to the internet. Very often they get involved in data. More and more I see they get involved in financing because they solved some problems for themselves and they make a business out of these solutions. And of course the world became an extremely small place for farmers. Every farmer is every day in competition with the best other farmers in the world. So the farmer of the late 2020s and the early 2030s, those who are still too young now, will probably have to be global business people.
Thank you very much, Theo. I think it's definitely a challenge, and I think you really bring about the point that farmers truly are entrepreneurs, which we sometimes forget. Thank you so much. Maybe you can join us for conversation in a little bit when we have a question and answer period, if that's okay. Thank you, Theo. I'm going to move to the side because I'm going to invite our panelists up and start with, I believe, a virtual panelist. Do we have Jose Luis Chacoma on? We know virtually. While I wait for that, why don't I introduce our other panelists right now? And let me just make sure I get all the titles correct. Okay, can I have Noura Aman first? Where is Noura? Yeah, on stage. Farm Africa Program Leader for Red Plus and FSD projects in Ethiopia. Thank you so much for joining us. We will, oh good. So let me just tell you, well, let me finish with the panelists. Pork Flood, right in front of me, thank you. Team lead for crop genetics and chief impact officer at InFarm, who will also kick us off for the demo part of this after the panel is done. Patricia Pinho, deputy science advisor at UPAM. Nicola Dyer with the Safe Seaweed Coalition, who I believe is online, and Omar Farhate, the IAS World President, or previous, and co-head of the Food and Ag Youth Institute right now. So here's how this is going to work. Right now, I'm going to ask Jose Luis, who I have not introduced actually, former Minister of Production from Peru, among many other things, to give us a little bit of a scene setter. I'll start you off with a question. Jose Luis, you can hear me, I assume. And then I will ask our panelists a round of questions, give you not very much time to answer, but hopefully keep it dynamic and moving with a second set of questions, and then hopefully a little bit of time for Q&A with audience. So it's a bit ambitious, and we'll see how it goes, but we have such a great panel, and I hope you will enjoy this as much as I will. So Jose Luis, as somebody who has had really the privilege of many perspectives, in addition to being a former production minister, you ran a food think tank in Mexico, have a farming background yourself. Will you please share with us, in terms of us here talking about the future of food, what do you actually think needs to happen to get us to that future? And from maybe a production minister's point of view, what do you think a production minister really needs to be successful? So maybe, hopefully, those are not too difficult, but we'd really be interested in what you have to share. Thanks. Okay, we cannot hear Jose Luis yet. No, not yet. Give us 1 minute. I'm sorry, we can't hear you, Jose Luis. You look great on the screen, I'll say that. But if we have technical difficulties continuing, maybe we'll hold you and turn to the panel. What do we think? Oh.
No.
Yeah?
Can you hear us? I think it's not working.
Yes. We hear you now, Jose Luis.
Finally, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation to this wonderful panel that in these difficult times I hope is going to give us some hope for the future. Actually, I'm going to be a little bit critical, so I give the other, but I hope the other panelists are going to give me some hope and give us some hope. Actually see the future with an accelerated transition towards agroecology. And this is like very serious and decisive approaches to both environment and social inclusion. Agroecology, as you all know, is systemic in its approach and it's related with many other changes, like having diverse and traditional diets that are based on local diversity, biodiversity, and that are less dependent on imported foods. And it's also related with giving agency and a priority in public policies and investments to small-scale food producers. And it's, of course, related with transformative changes in how we are producing our food systemically, linking the environment with social inclusion, with human needs for healthier and affordable food. And of course, it's one of the key elements to mitigate and adapt to climate change. If we don't push agroecology hard enough, we are not going to be able to win the battle against climate change. But, and I mentioned that I was going to be critical, I don't see right now, with the current mindset that many stakeholders have all over the world, I don't see a future in we see that accelerated transition towards agroecology. And sorry for being negative in these times, but this is part related with my experience with different stakeholders in Peru at the national level, but also global level, where I see that these key stakeholders and decision makers don't take into consideration two issues. One is sustainability, and the other is social inclusion. So I'll talk briefly about sustainability, because even with this clear understanding that climate change is here with us to change our lives and to change our planets, it's still not easy to include sustainability as a priority in public policies, especially with the stakeholders that are related with the economic sectors. This happens with the ministries related with production, for example, with economy, with finance, but also global stakeholders from big like development banks that don't necessarily include sustainability as strong as they should now in 2022. And my experience with that is the mandate of my ministry, the Ministry of Production, was always seen as scaling up production. Environmental sustainability has never been a part of the DNA of that ministry, and with many other ministries in the developing world and all over the world actually that are in charge of economic sectors. And that single-minded focus has always surprised me, because sustainability is seen as many of these ministries as a threat to economic growth. So the actors that usually convene at an event like the COP are those more related and engaged with environmental policies, but they go back to their countries to push for implementation and funds for those commitments, and it's kind of hard. And actually, like very often, the nemesis of the economic ministries or the production ministries, the nemesis is the Minister of the Environment. No? In my case, the Minister of the Environment was one of my closest colleagues. I came up with a different set of priorities and actually considered sustainability as part of my mandate. But for many of my traditional stakeholders in the private sector and the rest of the government, I was seen as an environmentalist that infiltrated in a ministry that was related with production and economy. So that was the worst insult that they could throw to me. But for me, it was actually like a big compliment and an incentive to work till the very last day of my administration to pass regulations to promote sustainability. In my case, I was in charge of the fishing industry. We passed many regulations for sustainability of maki-maki, octopus, scallops, and others, but also on agricultural value chains, on the process that I was in charge of that. But it's not easy. It's not easy to promote that sustainability perspective when your mandate is to increase GDP, and that happens with many different stakeholders that still believe that caring about that is not going to be efficient for the economy. And another brief example on that was we were working hard to get a loan from a development bank to fund innovation in value chains, including food value chains, agricultural value chains. And with this loan, we were going to fund innovation in Peru for the next 5 years. And as Minister of Production, I was the counterpart of this development bank, and I asked them specifically to make a requirement that a third of the projects funded by this loan were related with sustainability and biodiversity protection and in many ways of the environment. And we actually faced many obstacles from this development bank. They tried many different ways to avoid including environmental sustainability in this law. For them, it wasn't important. And this was not 30 years ago. This was last year. No? It was now that climate change is a reality that will change the planet and humanity. And we finally approved the loan with that component based on sustainability because we insisted, but it was hard with negotiations until the last minute, and we were with a deadline. The administration was ending, and it was terrible. It was a disappointing process, actually, because we were having as an adversary in our fight against climate change this adversary was an organization that says it's committed to sustainability when it really isn't. So there's a lot of greenwashing. Many organizations and experts in the establishment of global development still consider sustainability as something accessory. They also consider social inclusion as something accessory, and they don't say it openly, but it's clear when you negotiate and and when you deal with them. And many stakeholders, this is why they don't want to promote something like agroecology. They don't want to promote real changes in how food is produced. They still want to promote marginal changes. Some of these small changes are part of a broad and ambiguous term, and I'm going to be critical. A term like climate smart agriculture is a term that is not decisive, nor strong, nor comprehensive as agroecology. And these small changes don't include a real transformation, and they don't actually make small-scale food producers the priority of public policies and programs as they should be. So my conclusion is that we need to change those mindsets to, 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 to put forward these stories where people and many important stakeholders say that they care about climate change and sustainability, but they don't, no? And to get together and talk about how we should include these small-scale food producers that actually are the guardians of biodiversity and have the key to unlock all the potential of this biodiversity, to fight climate change also, and to promote real innovations and real and decisive innovations, the innovations that we're going to hear in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Luis, for giving us some very specific challenges and potential solutions from your perspective. I won't dwell on those because I know we're very short on time, and I want to hear from Noura Aman. I think one of the main themes we're really talking about here is nature and people living in harmony, and how do we do that? It's a really difficult question, and I think we're all offering our perspectives and solutions that we've heard from the field or that we've experienced ourselves. So Noura, would you mind sharing with us your experience from adapting and helping others to adapt in the field, and what kind of innovations you're bringing to the table or seeing brought to bear?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Noura Aman. I came from Ethiopia, the land of biodiversity, but unfortunately we are at the back, having a lot of biodiversity resource and a lot of things. Of course, everybody knows that the magnitude and the rate of climate change, ecological and social and economic change is really immense and affecting the life and the livelihood of the local communities, those who are actually depend on the natural resource for their survival. So, in fact, we as NGO, as Farm Africa, what we were doing was we were critically thinking of how we can really design the system and the approach that can reconcile the food security, the livelihood, the climate change, and the conservation objectives. And we really think of the systems, the approach that strives to bring the triple win of the poverty, as well as the conservation and the tackling the climate resilience. And so that we have to think of the integrated approach, that really diversifies the options for the livelihood of the community, and also conserve the natural resource and the biodiversity, and also increase the sustainability of the livelihood of the people, and also tackling the social, the climate change. So, 10 to 12 years back, we critically sit and think with the community, with the development actors, and we develop the integrated land management approach, the integrated land management approach. The approach which considers actually ecosystem connection, economic cooperation, and also, the enhances the participation and engagement of the local communities and the government and the different stakeholders. So with that, actually, we as Farm Africa, what we did was this approach and the framework enable us to actually work on the conservation and like especially the adaptation and mitigation areas. So what the action that we did is mainly aims to strengthen the conservation of the natural resource landscape. So in this, like we were focusing on the forest and also on the land. We work on the restoration, we work on the ecosystem conservation, and also we actually design the system, especially that encourage the farmers to participate in the management of the natural forest, especially that enables them to enhance their participation and also enhance their benefits. So we designed that PFM, that is participatory forest management system, that consider especially the communities as the custodian, not as, the threat to the natural resource. So with that, actually, we designed that, and we have also even promote and encourage the ecosystem service payment. Like especially we have been implementing the Red Plus. So we of course achieve the payment from the ecosystem service through Red Plus, and that of course enhances and incentivize the community to participate in the conservation and enhance in the participate enables them to actually protect the illegal entrance into the natural resource. That is one thing. The other is actually we are working on the agriculture. So we promote the conservation of the water, especially, and also the pest management. And also we are working on the food system, especially like we promote the healthy diets and the creating the access and in the availability and also consumption for the people so that we promote the businesses that encourage the value chain development of the food systems. And also even we are working on the freshwater protection and the conservation and the critical biodiversity hotspot conservations. So in that way, we can really save the ecosystem that can serve the future and as well as the current generations, that can really generate the benefits for the local communities, that can really contribute to the sustainability of the food production. Because unless and otherwise we conserve and we protect the natural resource that really serve us. So right. we lose it unless and otherwise we really focus in the conserve and also participate the people around there. So
thank you.
That is how we have been actually doing, and of course that integrated landscape management is somehow the thing is that enhances the coordination, the integration, working with the people. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Nora. I know there's so much more behind your words that we cannot fully unpack right now, but thank you for sharing that little bit. I'm going to turn it over to Porek. And I know one of the other themes is really around, and I've heard Theo talk about this a lot, is we need to produce more on less, with less. So share with us your thoughts on how we do that without crossing our planetary boundaries. And how do we increase crop yields using less?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. So I suppose I'm a new kind of farmer, and I think that's exemplified because the first principle of farming that you spoke about, Theo, doesn't apply to us. We don't use soil. So that's a pretty different way of doing things. And it's also key to how I think we can really contribute towards a more resilient and sustainable future. Because what we try to do is to produce food without impacting the external environment and also without depending upon it. In other words, we try to decouple food production from ecosystem destruction. And we do that by using what is commonly termed indoor farming or vertical farming. So basically, we come to it from the perspective of technology. We're trying to reinvent how you produce food. My personal role in this is I try to create the crops of the future for the food system of the future.
Thank you. Very short and sweet. Hopefully we can reward you by coming back to you in a short bit. So Patricia, I'm going to go to you next. You work directly with farmers to scale up forest conservation, including things that, for example, Noor was talking about with compensation and other knowledge. So what are the lessons you've learned in working to engage farmers and farming communities in really co-creating solutions?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I'm Patricia Pinho. I'm Science Director of Environmental Research Institute. And an IPCC lead author as well. So we know that the Amazon standing forest is crucial for the global climate service that it provides, but also many other ecosystem service. But we also know that the country, Brazil specifically, has been pushed a lot in growing farm for commodities, soybean and sugarcane and all coffee. So how can we combine or how can we incentivize? We know that the forest is also beneficial to the productivity of these commodities. So we try to change the mindset of the producers. We are talking about large properties where they are obliged to protect some parts of the forest according to our forest code. Nonetheless, all the farms that has excedent of the forest native vegetation, they usually chop down the forest to grow the commodities. So what we are doing is like we are analyzing and got all the amount of forest that is still standing within private property and private property. It's a long jet lag, you guys. And try to incentivize and protect and engage with the finance system and also with the consumers for paying the farmers as a form of payment for ecosystem service so they can leave the stand forest. So, and what we are finding is that it started as a pilot in 2017 and is going on and is growing. We have around 20 large properties engaged in this scheme. And then we not only saw the protection of the forest, but also increasing productivity of soybean and all the other commodities, and also giving the farmer like the benefit of producing in a smaller space with more ecosystem benefits, if you will, including pollination, water resource, and climate regulation. So this has been an amazing experience, and we are not only attempting them to get the extent of carbon credits to negotiate. So we are both addressing mitigation, adaptation strategies, and also engaging with the finance market and the consumers. In a nutshell, that's basically our program.
Very holistic and difficult because there's many parts when we talk about a systems approach, yes? Thanks, Patricia. I saw Nicola very quickly on the screen. Hopefully she's still there. Nicola, I'm going to come to you. Nicola's with the Safe...
Nicola is still here.
Oh, great. Nicola's with the Save Seaweed Coalition. Nicola, why don't you share with us why seaweed is suddenly such an exciting topic? And maybe a little bit about the trajectory of seaweed from a little-known field to really a viable solution. But Nicola, you only have a couple of minutes, okay?
I guess. Thanks, Jennifer. So suddenly, not exactly suddenly, because seaweed's actually been exciting for people like our scientific director for 30 plus years. And those of us who've been really fighting to get aquatic foods integrated into the thinking about food systems in general, we've also been paying attention, some of us have been paying attention to seaweed as well. So we've been delighted to see it actually getting integrated into those conversations, thanks for instance, in part to the Food Systems Summit that allowed for that shift in mindsets. Because simply put, if we don't change our mindsets, if we don't begin to include the ocean in our thinking, then first of all, we're missing 70% of the Earth's surface. So that's just on an absolute level. And then we're also missing, crucially, the interactions that are there. So seaweed's exciting for many, many reasons. It contributes to many of the SDGs. I would encourage the audience to consult the Seaweed Manifesto launched by one of our supporters, UN Global Compact in 2020. Let me highlight a couple of things. It's a nutritional powerhouse. It can be used as food for humans and feed for animals, both marine and land animals. It has potential benefits on the nutritional front. And let me highlight also for this audience, its importance on the environmental front, its ability to help to restore coastal ecosystems, marine ecosystems. Its ability to reoxygenate and deacidify ocean waters. It's been shown, scientists have shown, that seaweed provides habitat for other species. It supports high levels of biodiversity. It facilitates trophic linkages, so linkages between the different levels of animal life and of life within the ocean. Cultivating and restoring it can contribute significantly to sustainability and ecosystem restoration. I would love to have more time. I'm going to stop there so that you give me more time after. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks, Nicola. Omar, I'm going to turn right to you and hopefully pick up on where Theo left off with some of his youth comments. If you could maybe share with us what role you would like to see the world's youth play in agriculture and in the food policy space. I think that's really something that will be a big part of the conversation here on food systems too.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I am happy to speak here as a young Moroccan and as a former president of the International Association of Students in Agricultural and Related Sciences. And in my opinion, the role I see youth play in the food and agriculture policy space and debate, well, I would like to summarize it in 3 words. I would say innovation, advocacy, and impact. I think there is a need to support and empower global organizations, umbrella organizations, and federations that work in the field of agriculture for students, because they are able to represent young people's voice, bottom up, and I think that young people can be advocates. They are able to represent the voice of their communities and drive resilience and social change. Young people can be innovators. They can come up with the most creative solutions out there for the pressing issues of the planet. I have an example sitting in front of me, Matthias. He's from Ghana, and he has a project called AcoFresh, which is a cooling system to prevent food waste in storage and using solar panels. So we can be innovators and we can really come up with creative solutions. But the most important role of young people that I would like you all to remember is that we can be troublemakers. And if we are not on your side, you do not want us on the other side. So we are not scared to bring the neglected areas around us to the table and hold the world leaders accountable for their actions and promises. And this is really what I would like young people to play in this scene, to be innovators, advocates, and troublemakers.
Excellent, thank you. I chuckle thinking about raising my own children as troublemakers. So I'm going to do something a little different and check with the audience and see if the audience has any burning questions, ideally for more than one of our panelists. I had some other questions prepared, but who cares about those questions? Let's see what the audience would like to say. Yes, and then I'll just let you know, I'll give you guys each a minute or two in case there were things that you really wanted to say that you were saving. I'll let you do that at the end too. But let's go ahead to the first question. And can we take them all at the same time, because we really don't have a lot of time. So if you have another question, this is really your one chance. So be prepared and raise your hand right after we're done with this one.
Thank you so much. It's very, very exciting to be in this panel. My name is Sofia. I'm 18 years old. I'm from Peru. And I am very enthusiastic about food systems. And I wanted to echo something that most of you mentioned, that was this necessity to have a change of mindset when we try to build resilient food systems and youth-led solutions that can be very innovative and change the situation of various vulnerable communities around the world. And I relate so much to what Jose Luis mentioned about how a lot of stakeholders may not be willing to cooperate when we're trying to push sustainability policies. But I think that something that we should consider in that situation is something that my fellow young advocate mentioned, and is that we can include youth-led organizations in this process and use the power of social inclusion to push sustainability policies into national policies that at the end will have a direct impact in the situation of vulnerable communities. But I think that this should be a relationship of reciprocity, which means that as communities, we cooperate with you as politicians pushing policies, but we also need the resources to continue with the solutions that we have and that we're implementing. In Peru, in my city of Lima, I'm from the district of Comas, and if Jose Luis can place my district, it's a peripheral area of the city. And we face the consequences of ineffective policies in food systems. And with an organization called Ollas Sostenibles, we work building biodigesters and community gardens in human settlements and other peripheral communities, such as Pamplona Alta and a community in Chorrillos. Maybe Jose Luis can locate those two. But one of the main problems that we face is that we do not have resources to build the tech solutions that we want to implement. We do not have people that we can ask questions to, hey, how do we do this? Or how can we talk to the people in power to start growing these solutions that at the end will benefit all of us. So I think that if we have that reciprocity relationship with the government and the communities, we can achieve a lot of amazing things. And my question is, apart from what I mentioned of you having our support as young people for the policies that we want to push, because if stakeholders are not already cooperating, we are going to make them listen. And we are troublemakers, and you are going to need all of us from peripheral areas of rapidly growing cities to support this, because we are a lot of people that are facing the consequences of these policies, and it is hurtful and it is discouraging that stakeholders are not paying attention to our solutions. But apart from that, apart from having resources, apart from having support, what else do you think that we could implement in that relationship of reciprocity when building resilient food systems? I would like to know if you have any inputs on that, or if you have any ideas of how we could collaborate together to keep building these solutions to build at the end a sustainable world and a just transition. Thank you so much, and it was very exciting to listen to you all.
Thank you. So I think we have 2 hands, and I think that's going to have to be it.
Yeah, I'm Aya. I'm from Morocco. I am also working with the food systems Yeah, I would like to stand. Yeah, I want to talk about farmers because the average age of a farmer is 57 years old, and that's quite old. We have now quite some young farmers interested in the field and would like to work more with people, with decision makers, with the funders, but they don't get support. We are here, we want to really be on the ground, be called the young farmers, but we don't receive support as young people. So I would like to know, how do you work with farmers and especially young farmers and according to regions? Because when we come up with the solution to accelerate action on food and food systems, it's not applicable in all corners of the world because regions and countries are different. So I'd like to know how you work with young farmers and in different regions.
Thank you. And last one?
Thank you. It relates to both questions, actually. I'm Italian, I'm European, so the land management system is way different as the researcher colleague, I guess, over there was saying. And in my research institute, we work with the land, water security, and food security. And what we were studying recently is the inertia of the system to change. So my question maybe connects to all of that, of the previous one, saying how do you fight this inertia of the land management system? And how, can you give us some good and best practices that you have seen that are capable of addressing a sustainable food production system?
Okay, I'm glad I'm the moderator and I don't have to answer any of those. Theo, you're welcome to answer as well, and Nicola's laughing at me, and Jose Luis. So here's what I'll say. I'll give each of you 1 or 2 minutes to either answer the questions and or give any burning last statement that you would like to give. You know, one thing I was going to ask was actually similar to the questions, which is, you know, what sort of challenges or resources do you yourselves feel really need to be on the table? And so if that's helpful to you to orient your closing statement. But why don't I go in order just closest from me and start with Porek?
Yeah, so I cannot really speak to the questions about communication between youth, and that's not my area. I'm a scientist. But on your question about breaking inertia, from my perspective, it's about disruption. So if the system's not working, what can we do to break it and to make it work again? And that's what I'm trying to do. And also following on from what Theo said, like dream big. That's what we're doing. We're dreaming big. We're looking at an invention which is the foundation of civilization, farming, which is now threatening civilization. And we need to do something about that. And I think technology certainly has a role to play. All of what has been spoken about has a role to play today. But if we want to break the inertia, I think we need to just rethink things.
To respond quickly, on September, I was on a festival that is called Food and Science Festival, which is organized by the Agricultural Productive System of Italy. And in this panel, there was only men. There were only like 8 male persons saying that they were against the sustainable food production system and what the EU was about to regulate with the new CAP regulation, and they were against all other different kind of productive system that were not on land. So, you know, we were the only one looking at us and saying, okay, I'm going to stand up and fight against all these people, but in the end, we were alone. We were the only researcher against these ideas.
Well, these are not easy issues we're talking about, right? We're talking about sustainability and economic growth at the same time. And sometimes it's hard for them to go hand in hand. Nora, let me turn to you and to offer your last thoughts too.
Yeah, in fact, every problem that happens in different areas maybe, you know, has to be solved based on the areas and based on the context. And what really very important and the key thing is whenever we solve the problem, we have to be very inclusive And we have to really engage all those who really affected by these problems. And also the policymakers, the practitioners, and all those peoples really need to be engaged, and they have to be really discussed. And the solution will be, in fact, based on the area context that really happens in that areas. So we have to think of, especially like most of the time from the climate change, the people who are really suffering nowadays is the young generation, those who are really directly receiving the problem. So we have to really engage them, and we have to also even the women, especially in the developing countries, they are really suffer more. So they have to be part of the solution, and they have to be really engaged, and they need to be recognized. And the one thing that maybe I want to add, not only actually engaging the people, but they have to be really heard. The voice of the people, the women, the young generations, those who really voices, it has to be really heard by the politicians, the policy makers. That is how we can actually make the changes that we need really happen to be real. That is what I can add, yes.
Thank you, Nora. Patricia, go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with the break the system. And that's what we are trying to do. And then I think the big problem of what you describe and what you see, we have seen many areas, including research, is that it's highly unequal, the process of food systems and food production, and who gets the burden of feeling all the impact, even on health or in the economic gains or depletion of ecosystem service, are the ones that are least contributing to the big crisis. So in a way, I think this whole process of engaging the very powerful, there are like very powerful people, industry, and that don't want to change the system, but the majority wants the system to be changed. And then I would encourage the troublemakers to say, to raise their flags, and you have all of us together. And then I think that's what we need to do. It's like make them hear more and more and more about the impact of the systems that they are creating, food systems that are not even being healthy for people. So we need to change that and address the inequality of food systems, and both on the production and also exporting time. I think that's what I would encourage.
Thanks, Patricia. Omar, and then we'll turn it over to Nicola and Jose Luis. You'll each have a minute, and then to Theo to close us out.
Yeah, thank you very much. Change the system, that's the way forward, I would say. But practically, how can we do that? How can we change the system as young people and drive resilience and social change? How can we do that? I would answer that by saying, join umbrella organizations of youth, come together, make consultation processes, collaborate with each other, and throughout the consultation process, figure out what are the issues you want to change, what are the problems in your areas, in your regions, or at the global level. And from the global areas, find out who is responsible. If it's an unworking policy, which specific agency, which specific person is in charge? Who is responsible? And we need to hold people accountable. And then the last step would be to call for action and call every single person from these people we're able to list. What do we call them? What do we would like to change? And we need to merge all of these outcomes all together in position papers, in policy documents, and we need to defend them together. This is the way forward, I would say, and this is how we can drive resilience and social change. Thank you.
Thanks, Omar. Nicola.
Thank you. So, first to answer the questions very quickly, how to collaborate with youth. For us in the Safe Seaweed Coalition, if you're interested, please join our Seaweed Ambassadors program. Check it out on our website. And in terms of breaking the inertia, I want to build on the comments that have been made. Number one is measure. In terms of seaweed, so measure and render accountable. So building on what Omar has just said, designate specific responsibility somewhere within government for seaweed, for data and for policy with respect to seaweed. That's not done. Integrate it into the systems of national accounts. That's not fully done right now. So, and the other is let me go back to integrating the thinking across land and sea. Don't stop the thinking at the shoreline, but extend it to that 70% of the world that is covered by the ocean. Basing the work in science. There is a lot of excitement about seaweed and climate. We urge caution on that because we are excited by it. Don't get me wrong. There's really promising research out there on seaweed's potential impact on reducing methane emissions by ruminants, but we have to be careful about it. If it's done right, then it could reduce the food system's overall carbon footprint. But long-term studies are needed to see what's the impact on cow's milk and meat, and the type of seaweed matters. And as seaweeds grow naturally, they capture carbon because they're plants. They eat carbon. That's what they do. There's a lot of excitement. Hey, grow seaweed, sequester carbon. Yes, we're done. Well, not quite. We urge caution. There is research out there that says be careful about that because it's not quite so simple. Ground yourself in the science. Do want to give a shout out to 2 seaweed actors who are finalists in the Earthshot right now, Sea Forester in Portugal, who are reforesting kelp forests, and Notpla in the UK, which are doing plastic substitutes. They are they're doing groundbreaking work in that, and they're producing it right now, so you can go to Notpla products and you can buy them. Similarly, Lollyware, not a finalist yet. They have created substitutes for plastics, plastic straws, plastic cups that are designed to disappear. They're made of seaweed. Couple more recommendations: harmonize regulations and standards globally. They're a patchwork right now. Do it right, celebrate and support innovations that are science-based. Recognize the systemic impact that seaweed has, so we really do need to understand those interactions. It could be the right solution in one setting, or it could create problems in another, so be careful about unintended consequences. Don't get caught up in the hype. On the other hand, be optimistic and ground oneself in science, because if we collectively do it right, seaweed, we believe, has enormous potential, known and yet to be discovered, to contribute to achieving the SDGs and beyond. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicola. Jose Luis, are you still with us?
Yes, of course.
You have 1 minute, Jose Luis.
The youth is like the natural ally of those that really want significant change a decisive change on food systems. So of course they should be included in these conversations. They aren't as much as they should, as small scale food producers are not included and other vulnerable groups, but they should. So my recommendation is to ally with those organizations that really want a decisive change on food systems. And on the issue of connecting different problems like food security and water security, yes, that requires a systemic perspective on food that we are still promoting at the global, national, and local level. And that's probably going to change many of the ways that we interact in civil society, in governments, in the national governance of food systems, and that is for sure urgent. Thank you.
Theo, would you like to use that one?
Thank you for a wonderful discussion too. I'm especially excited about the questions that came from the young ones. And the most important question, I think, was the last one. So how do I start? Where do I find the finances to start it? Although this is the biggest and the most common profession in the world, the barriers to entry is so high that in many countries it's really impossible to start if you come from nowhere, if you do not inherit a farm. And there is no simple solutions to that. I started farming very late in my life. I was 37 when I I got to a farm as a manager. Because my dad said to me, when I asked him to send me to an agricultural school, you will never be a farmer. Because to be a farmer, you need to have a farm. And if you don't inherit that, you won't have it. Now, I got a break. I got a lucky break. But I have many friends who wish they had a lucky break. The fact is that things are changing so fast. Technology is changing so fast. None of us are fast enough to just keep up with the changes in technology. So if you cannot catch it by chasing it, you have to leapfrog into the future and wait for it to catch up with you. And I think it is possible with new kinds of production. And although I'm very excited about all the new kinds of indoor production and laboratory-grown production, that will not feed 2 billion more people in our lifetimes. We still need to find a way to produce more food in the next 30 years than what we have produced in the last few hundreds of years. And it is because my generation do not know how to do it that we rely on a new generation with new technologies to do it. There's one more thing I want to leave in your midst. This is again to the last question of where do you find the resources to do it? Where do you get the money from? You see, although it is way too much for individuals, although at a meeting like this we can say it is unaffordable, can we afford it not to invest in new kinds of agriculture? Can we really afford not to put the money where the future of humanity is? It's a different side of the coin. But I'm putting all my money on this COP to find that answer. If we don't find those answers here at COP, there's no other platform where we can go to for it.
Thank you very much, Theo. Thank you to all the panelists, online and in person. I'm going to turn it over to Pork now. I've eaten into the demo stage time. I'm very sorry for that. Everyone, please stick around. This really flows from this to the next one, as it is also about farming and innovation, of course. So thank you very much, audience members, as well, for the discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to try and convince Theo to change his mind about the potential for indoor farming to feed the world. Let's see. Madeline, is it possible to? Okay. Oh, sorry, I don't know. No, that's okay.
I think, yep, panelists can probably relax down in the audience now, and same with me.
Nicola, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry about that. No, what I heard, yeah, absolutely made sense.
Okay, thanks for that previous panel. And we're going to go into something a little bit different now. We're going to go into what we call the demo stage. And this is really quite interesting, and I hope you can stick around. So we're going to take one look at behind the scenes at high technology, high-tech vertical farming, and Paurik is going to take us through that. How does this work? What are the elements that go into it? And that's important. Like Theo has pointed out, others have said that, you know, what's that going to feed? Is it going to feed the world as we know it or not? And then there is the existing reality, and we're going to go into into a farming and fishing community in Malawi with Colin Christensen from the 1 Acre Fund. And you're going to see both very, very different scenarios. So Paurik, who is our team lead for crop genetics at InFarm. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Sutz. You all hear me? Getting some slides here.
I've got the two of you on the screen in front of me, but it's just not carrying across. So I'm playing around, and I'm conscious that I'm on video as well. So I'm kind of just looking at it going, what is going on here? Because it's working for me, but it's not working for them. So I don't know if it's on their end.
Right, right. I don't know what was happening there, but well, I want to thank you for your presence during the
sorry,
panel. And
I should have been more present, but I was trying to not look panicked at the same time that I was going, why isn't this working? So, as I said, I've got a second laptop with me, so I'm going to swap it around now and see if that's going to make a difference, because I think it might be this, because I've got so much tech here in my living room.
all right.
Yeah, I'm going to go do
And
that.
I'll leave you to do your job. But I was just curious about the perspective of somebody who would have been listening from a different perspective, maybe from
Yeah, no. What I did here, while I was trying to furiously text underneath, was it absolutely made sense. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
No problem at all. Nicola, it was lovely to meet you.
Zimenezo ndizoona saikoni wapangisa kuti mwina banja langa likhale lovutika chifukwa ineyo ndili ndekha ndilibe banja ndiye ndimazitumikira kudzera mulimimo ndiso choti sindinakolole papezeka kuti banja langa ine ndi ana anga tili pa mavuto chifukwa kuti tipeze chakudya ndiye kuti mwina tikalime ganyu kuti tithandizikire tipeze chakudya.
Poti madalira ulimi uja ugulise ikagulisa zigulisa ntchito ndivyo.
How would you bring the idea of vertical farming to old farmers in rural areas who are narrow-minded and wouldn't accept advice from scientists and young people and believe that their land is their own and they are connected well with their land and nature and wouldn't accept new ideas? How would you bring this idea of vertical farming to them?
Could you be so kind to explain, is it applicable in arid climate or semi-arid climate, in any kind of landscapes and climate? We need just land as a resource.
You said that it possibly could be online on the website itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I already asked your request and I'm getting the information. Okay. Thank you.
I can see the presentation down there. It's just teasing me. For some reason they couldn't get it below.
No, it's not. It's not. Is this like a fixable thing or do we need to make this plan B? Maybe they show the video. nearest one. It's there. Okay, that's all short way. So you go to the left, immediately straight forward, and then you're gonna find the door, the outdoor, and then you find another door where we did the registration, and there's the toilet. Okay, thank you.
I still very much so believe in fundamental research. Myself, I felt, well, we're in a moment of crisis. I've got to do something different. And I fought for over a year, and I came up with multiple different projects, and I turned down different opportunities. It took me quite a while until finally I had a friend that worked in vertical farming, and I went to him and I said, what are you guys doing about genetics? And he said, well, nothing, but somebody's got to do it someday. And I said, well, when that day comes, let me know. I've got some ideas. And he said, well, tell me about it. So we had a chat, and he liked the ideas. The rest is history, and that's how I ended up working it in. So it was a sort of slow process. It took me about a year and a half. And now I'm trying to create crops of the future or farming systems of the future. Yeah, hopefully I can tell you a little bit about it. Sorry? Is my food future only plant-based? I hope not. We had some people from the Good Food Institute earlier. I'm focused on plants because that's what I do. I do plants. I think that in the future we can have meat and other protein sources, but I would hope that they would be coming from more sustainable food production systems than the current animal food production system. And I think that can be very diverse. I think it can be, alternative proteins, precision fermentation for plant-based, or cultivated meat, or farming, which is a very particular kind of animal farming for ecosystem maintenance. Like I come from Ireland, we have an ecosystem there called the Burren. That requires grazing to be maintained how it is. There are some agricultural ecosystems which have higher biodiversity than the natural ecosystem that would be there that farming was to be removed. So I do think there's space for that, but obviously that's a lot less than the global demand for meat, so we're going to need to diversify. But I hope we move away from that intensive livestock farming and extensive livestock farming. So apparently it's not possible to get the PowerPoint up.
Try, but maybe you get home for that.
Well, I can say what we did, I suppose. I wanted to show some pictures. I wanted to show a picture. So I need you all to imagine now, with me, a picture of planet Earth, right? Our home. And this is where I wanted to start. I wanted to zoom right out and look at what we're all here today thinking about, working on, and trying to hopefully say. And what makes planet Earth special, what separates it from any other planet, home planet in the universe, is that it has a biosphere. And it's this biosphere that creates the conditions necessary for life on Earth. And it's also the biosphere which creates our climate. Without a biosphere, we probably have a climate very similar to that on Mars, or maybe even worse, like Venus. And despite its central importance to the continued existence of life on Earth and our continued existence, obviously, we are eating this biosphere. Maybe it's that. So about 29% of the Earth's surface is land, and of that, 71% is habitable, meaning that we can live there, and also that's where most of the living organisms occur. And of that habitable land, 50% is used for agriculture, 50% is used to feed us. In other words, we've already eaten, or are eating on a continual basis, 50% of the biosphere. And why do I say we're eating it? Because when it's a food-producing system, it's not able to provide the ecosystem services and sustain and retain the biodiversity that it needs to be a functioning part of the biosphere. So I then have a picture about the planetary boundaries. So if any of you are familiar with the planetary boundaries framework, you will know that the planetary boundaries are 9 planetary systems which have been identified by scientists that we need to keep within a safe operating space to have a healthy biosphere. And of those 9 planetary boundaries, we are way outside the safe operating space for 5 of them. And the main driver for 3 of those 5 is food production, and the other 2, which are climate change and novel entities, it's also a major contributor. So why is it that food production is pushing us
I was just commenting on the part you were saying about the massive production of food and why is this essential to talk about. And then conjunction on the point you raised as well in your own journey of this project. And that you practically said there is a lot of research is on the ground. So for me, what I see is the problem is not on the research production, it's more on the market level production. So for example, we have the huge consumerism practices that highly relate to the capitalist market that we're having worldwide. And then when we actually thinking about how to solve this problem, it's not about researching, because scientists, I guess they are doing their part very efficiently, if you can say. But the part of economizing this project is a bit of a lack. So on this point specifically, I want you to just give us a heads up, kind of, and how it's working on a market level, because I know that you have your own project now, or at least this is how I understood it. So do you think that this is going to be expanding on the market level, or it just can be, it just will be confined to a certain place or a certain area, a certain country?
I'm going to try to answer that question as I go through the slides, but the short answer is I think it's, I hope at least the reason that I'm here, or at least the reason that I'm involved in this, is that it's more than a niche solution, and that it actually has real world impact. So now we can see how well I remember the order of my slides. Wow, things are going really great today. InFarm has successfully produced wheat in an indoor farm using no soil, no chemical pesticides, and less water compared to open field farming. And at the same Wheat provides much of the global population with its daily energy requirements, and it has grown over a larger area than any other crop. So to sustainably feed the world's growing population, we must grow wheat more efficiently. InFarm has successfully produced wheat in an indoor farm using no soil, no chemical pesticides, and less water compared to open field farming, and at the same time has achieved yields 26 times that of the average field. This brings us a step closer to feeding the world with crops unaffected by the outdoor climate, a step closer to a future where food insecurity is a thing of the past. Okay. If any of you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. I don't know if we have time. Do we have time for questions? Yeah? Any questions?
Can you
I'll just go to the she stuck up her hand first and then I'll answer your question.
Try different one.
We got 3.
Still? Yeah.
Could you be so kind to let us know, in accordance with your opinion, which types of crops will be the most efficient to grow in under the vertical farming?
We can talk about that. I think this links to Theo's question, which was, have we done anything with trees? So, first of all, not everything's going to be grown in indoor farming. For example, trees. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, indoor farming could have a role to play with propagation of stock and things like that, but in terms of production, it's not going to happen. There is a form factor limitation to what crops can work in indoor farming, realistically speaking. So, a lot of field crops, though, which I think are the crops that are most important for food security, can work. Rice, wheat, barley, peas, soybean, all of those, no problem. You can grow those. At least there's no technical problem. There might be a financial problem, which is something that we need to work out. But really, any crop that's not massive, you can grow in an indoor farming system. And then it's a matter of working out the economics of that. And also, and this is of course where I come in, you often need to do a little bit of breeding to make it work better. So the current varieties are not suitable. And that's what we're working on now, is developing new varieties which will scale the efficiency of this. Are there any other questions? I think, Theo, do you want to ask? I answered your question for you? Okay.
Hi, yep. So these are hydroponic systems, I'm assuming. I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of your talk, so perhaps you made that clear. Is that right? I did see some soil, though, in the...
I think we all missed the beginning of my talk. Yes, we grow them in hydroponics. Yes,
Okay.
or effectively, there's different kinds of hydroponics you can use, but yes, most in the industry do.
Okay, so I'm interested then in how they're more water efficient than open
Oh,
field.
because we cycle. So when plants use water, they use their transpiration seam. That's also how they get their nutrients in. So it comes into the plant and it comes out into the atmosphere. And then we recollect that water as condensation and put it back into the system. So the system makes it water efficient.
So
And that's quite cool because the plants can be less water efficient, which means you can get better yield without any trade-offs.
Yeah, thank you.
And I just see that I get that big red card of time over. So if you have any other questions, I'm happy to talk to you in the coffee corner. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Colin from One Acre Fund who's going to take us to a... Okay, we're going to do the safe thing and test the connection first. Okay, how long do we need?
Can you hear? Yep. No, they don't hear this in the live stream. Can I use this one instead? It's working now.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So thank you everyone for being here. We just want to make sure the tech works. So we're going to be trying to do something quite different here, which is we want to bring to this room communities, farming and fisher communities, small-scale producers in Malawi. So this is a virtual field visit. So what we want to do now is just make sure the Zoom link works. We're going to play a short video, have a few framing remarks, and then there's going to be a chance for questions and answers between all of you guys and the communities on the ground. So let's first just make sure this works. That's Abby. Abby? Oh. Hi, Abby. We're just trying to make sure the Zoom link with the farming communities it works. I don't know, John.
Test out Sam's link as well at the beach.
Yep. So as we're waiting, let me just say a few quick framing points here. So firstly, usually at a big event like COP27, we only hear from world leaders and the heads of organizations. So the vision here is we want to bring voices from the field, from communities that are most impacted from climate change. That being said, this has never really been done before, so we're a little nervous about the tech. So I just beg you guys to be patient with us. Our hope is that if this is successful, it's something we could do more regularly at future COPs and in future food pavilions. And so we're gonna try this out. Just to sort of introduce this a little bit, my name's Colin. I'm from an organization called 1 Acre Fund. We serve about 1.5 million smallholder farmers in Eastern Southern Africa. I'm here with my colleague Jennifer, who is from the Environmental Defense Fund, and Michigan State University. Abby's on the line. They're the ones that are doing work with the fisher communities in Malawi. So we're doing work with the smallholder farmers. The way we're going to do the questions and answers. Oh, hi, Abby. Do you want to say hi?
Hi, everyone. So glad to be here.
Abby is from Michigan State.
And I see our colleagues from the Longway University of Agriculture and Natural Resources also on the line down at the beach as well. So see them zoom in.
And I'd like to introduce, we have a representative of the Malawi government, the delegation, just saying hi. It's wonderful to have you all here. Yes, thank you. We just want to try to go through, we want to see if we can get the actual questions and answers working. And then if, maybe we can have you guys say a few words at the end if that's okay. So one of the things to just say here is I wanted to, as we wait to make sure that this live stream works, I want to just have you guys think about 3 numbers as we do this questions and answers. So the first number is 608 million. That is the number of smallholder farmers across the world, and that number doesn't include fishers, sorry. So there's probably even more if you include small-scale fishers. This is a huge number of people. We cannot feed the planet if we don't include small-scale producers. They are absolutely critical to feeding the planet. The second number I want you to think about is 70%. 70% is the number of the world's poor, of people living under $2 a day, that are small-scale producers. We cannot have climate justice if we don't include small-scale producers. Oh, good, we have the live stream working. We'll come back to them. The last number is 1.7%. That is the amount of climate finance that goes to small-scale producers. That is not enough money. What we want you to take from today as you talk to small-scale producers is to understand what could be done more with more money. We want to leave with hope. There is a lot of people on the ground that could leverage more resources, and we hope that at COP27 today, the delegates can hear that call. So without further ado, before we move on to the small-scale producers, we just wanted to start with a short video from this area, Mulanje, Malawi, explaining why this matters. So could you play video number 1?
mvula ijadi mangoona ngati ndimene makhalira nyingi tili mkati mwakugona usiku muja mpaka nafika mama wa mvula chenabweresa chimdima chambiri yoti munthu umalephera kutuluka nyumba kuona panja
ndeno kutacha mama wadzuwa abe litapita ndithu cha ma 4 5 poti tituluke m'manyumba tinapeza kuti dziko lonse lazaza ndi madzi ndipo pamenepo kuti tipite kumunda tikaone nakapeza kuti minda yatani yakokololoka mbewuso zapita ngakhale fetereza amene tinathira nakhala kuti wapita
saikolo namene iwo andibweresera mavuto akulu chifukwa chonena kuti muchaka chino mbewu imene zapita nthaka imene yapita ndilibenso pena paliponse pamene ngathe kudalira mbali ya ulimi
zimenezo ndizoona saikoni wapangisa kuti mwina banja langa likhale lovutika chifukwa ineyo ndili ndekha ndilibe banja ndiye ndimazitumikira kudzera mulimimo ndiye chifukwa choti sindinakolole papezeka kuti banja langa ine ndi ana anga tili pa mavuto chifukwa kuti tipeze chakudya ndiye kuti mwina tikalime ganyu kuti tithandizikire tipeze chakudya
chifukwa timadalira ulimi uja tiugulise tikagulisa tizigulisa ntchito ngati pakhomo ndife kuti nyengo ikusintha sizikuchita bwino ifenso chilichonse ndimakhala chowonongeka mapulani ndalama zimenezo zinthu zovutirako kusintha kwa nyengo kwabweretsa mavuto anjala vuto limene liso linabwera nthawi imeneyo ndangobwera mvula yoyambirira imene kadzuwa linangoswekera mpaka nachima mbewu zimene zinali zosapirira zimauma koma achinana ndolowa mapezeka kuti iyo ndiopirira koma kumbali ya chimanga sichinapirire chimafa
pamene papa ifeyo tikusiyanisa kuti mbuyomu inde dzuwa linaliko koma silinafike ngati apapa
One fund imatiphunzitsa kutilimbikitsa kulima malimidwe yake amatiphunzitsa kulima kwa ulimi wa ndandanda ulimi wa ndandanda ndi minzera yonyenya ya ma 75 cm imakhala yabwino komanso ma ring box amatisungira madzi chifukwa minzera ija imalipheka kukokoloka chifukwa madzi aja amakaundana malo amodzi ndi akasunga madzi aja pamodzi mapeza kuti chinyezi malo aja chimapezekabe sathawa madzi aja ndi amatilimbikitsa zimene zokuyika kalozera minda
waneka fandi imatilimbikitsa kuzala kwa mitengo mwina takhaso kuti tazala mitengo ija mwina ndikubwerera chikale ndiye kuti nkhalango itakhala kuti akhako mwina kutheka ambuye akhozanso tikomera mtima mvula ndikumabwera mnthawi yake
ndikuona talowa kwambiriso ku soya kwa soyayo ndiyoti amathandiza komanso amacha msanga kusiyana ndi sizoni ya chimanga mmera komanso tili mbali ina ikatisachite bwino kwa soya ndi wabwino salira mvula yochuluka ngati imene chimakhala ya chimanga pano palilipo kwa alimi azinzanga kwambiriso ndikuona ngati kaso yomweyo imene inalili panopa tindije ndikuzona kuti tibwereraso mmene zimakhalira pachimbi
chifukwa ifeyo tikamakhala timadalira chani ulimi komano zangovuta chifukwa cha nyengo imene ifeyo tadusamo koma ulimi uli nawo sogolo ndipo tilimbikisikenso kuti tisanyanyale tiyenerabe tipite chisogolo ndi ulimi mwina tinene kuti mwina pasogolo tizathaso kuchita bwino kuzera mu ulimi umene tingapange ife pano.
So, I think that's the key message from this session, is how do we make sure the voices of smallholders are higher up the agenda. So we want to move on to the Q&A, but we want to first just put a few more framing remarks. And as we're doing that, my colleague John over there is going to be walking around with a pen and paper. So we're going to transmit the questions that you guys have through WhatsApp. We think that's going to be the easiest way to get it into the field. So you're just going to hear very briefly from Yash, who's our country director in Malawi, just a minute, and also from Abby again, just to explain the work of the farmers you're going to see. So as we're doing that, if you have any questions, just ping John over there, and he'll take your questions, and then we'll move over to the farmers who can answer them. So before we move to the farmers, Yash, do you want to give just a little bit of explanation of who these farmers are? I don't know if Yash, you can hear us. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yash Perez, and I work with the 1 Acre Fund Malawi program, serving many thousands of hardworking smallholder farmers. We're very grateful to have this opportunity to bring the voices of our farmers directly to this pavilion in front of you. I think the video really set the stage very, very nicely. One thing that I would like for all of us to walk away with today is there's so many effects and impacts that the climate crisis is having, but the one that we absolutely need to talk about is the impact on our food production. Our farmers, small-scale producers all over the world, all farmers really, are on the front lines of climate change, and we're talking about climate change in the present tense, not as some hypothetical future scenario, but this is something that's happening today. And when we talk about smallholder farmers, especially the farmers that we will hear from, we're talking about 1 to 1.5 acres of land, not a lot of land, just one shot, one season, one rainy season to grow crops in. So really, if you miss that chance because of poor weather or poor climatic conditions, you lose the opportunity to be food secure for the rest of the year. And the videos and the stories in this session and the Q&A with the farmers will really show tangibly what does climate change mean and what does it do for the lives of smallholder farmers. A few days of heavy rain, as our farmer Khadija and Anife mentioned, can mean the difference between food security and starvation. A few extra days of heavy sun or drought can mean the difference between a healthy yield or withered crops. On the other hand, as we saw from the video, farmers are also resilient mentally, they're also forward-looking. And so, the stage that we find ourselves at is we want our commitment to meet their hope. There are many amazing frontline organizations, boots on the ground, local government, that is doing a lot of last mile work to support producers. What we now need is commitment and support, whether it's at the policy level, the donor level, or as individuals making responsible consumption choices or lifestyle choices to match the hope that these producers are placing in us. So we do need more support, but with that support there is hope to build more robust production systems, to build better safety nets, and actually make our farmers and small-scale producers more resilient. So with that, I'll stop and turn it over to you, Colin.
Awesome. Thank you, Yash. That's great. And Abby, do you just have a few remarks on what the audience will see with the fisher communities?
Yeah, sure, I'd love to. It seems my video has turned off, but I'll go ahead and speak anyway. And oh, there we go. Can turn on. Yeah, thanks so much. I'm really excited to introduce a field visit also to discuss climate change with small-scale fishers in Malawi. And so this visit is led by colleagues Dr. Sam Kakengesa and Professor Conservation in the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife, and together we're working on inland aquatic food systems sustainability, and also collaborations between Michigan State University and Environmental Defense Fund, who of course are working at the intersection of climate change and adaptive fisheries management, and blue food systems around the world, right? So all three of these organizations recognize the gravity of understanding climate change impacts, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience in fisheries. I'll give just a couple additional numbers to add to the ones that we already have on our minds. So there's a recent global report that came out on small-scale fisheries, sustainability around the world and contributions to sustainable development. And that report found that at a global level, there's 52.8 million people engaged in small-scale fisheries harvesting, so primary producers, and an additional 60 million employed along the small-scale fisheries value chains, right? And so climate change impacts on small-scale producers are multifaceted. They include shifting locations of fisheries, declining abundance of key fish species, water quality issues that affect the whole ecosystem and affect productivity, changing and less predictable seasons and weather that prevent fishers from going out fishing, right? And in fisheries, climate change is a problem also of cumulative effects. So multiple factors such as sediment load, pollution, overfishing, they all jointly influence how a system is able to respond to climate change and its resilience. And so resilience really entails addressing all of these different factors and really requires us to have in place the kind of institutional and structural ingredients for successful collective action across different sectors and across different scales, but really centering and supporting producers themselves first and foremost. So of course in Malawi is home to one of the largest lakes in the world, and fisheries are a critically important part of the food system there. They provide the primary source of animal protein for Malawi's population, and that's why we're really excited to be able to include the voices of small-scale fishers in this session and talk with them about their insight into climate impacts, adaptation, and resilience. So Dr. Sam Katengeza is at the beach right now on Lake Malawi, and he's from Luana, so he's standing by with fishers, and so we'll go to them a bit later in the session, but I want to thank Sam and also the fishers there in advance for sharing their insight and coordinating this field visit, and also thanks to One Fund for including fishers in this session as well. Thanks so much.
Cool. Thank you, Abby. Okay, so now's where the real fun begins. So one word of warning is in Mulanje, Malawi right now, it is very windy. So we, again, are hoping this works. We also obviously have to have time for translation. So please be patient as we do translation. But before we move to the fisher community, Letitia, if we can have you greet everybody. We're going to spend about 15 minutes with Letitia and our field team in Malawi, looking at the small-scale producers, the farmers, and then we're going to move over to the fisher community. But if we can get Letitia and the farmers. Letitia, maybe if you just say something into the mic, that will pull up your video. There we go. Great. All you. We can hear you, actually. It's pretty good.
Great. So we can start with a quick intro of our two staff here. Yeah, go ahead. My name is Noah. Here in southern region of Malawi, at Banke district. Our field office is the Adula site. I've been working for Netherlands for 4 years. My name is Alfred Sigalo. Working for Panica Fund. I've been working for Panica Fund for 7 years. We are here farmers. So I would just to give the chance to the farmers so that we can with these farmers are here and some of the questions on how climate change is really affecting. As already said that here experience and will be. So this is another side of climate.
Wait. Letitia, just one thing. I think don't talk too close to the microphone. I think we might be overcompensating for the wind. Wait, sorry, Letitia, if you can try, yeah, just maybe a little closer to the mic. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, guys. I think we're not really hearing anything. I have to apologize to the audience here. I think it might be a little too windy. I wonder if what we probably need to do is we have a backup video, and so maybe we just show one of the backup videos, and then we move over to the Fisher community, and hopefully the Fisher community we can hear better. So I'm sorry, guys. It's just I think the wind is making it really difficult. So I think if we maybe, if you guys just want to like listen in on the live stream, I think we're going to play the backup video, and at least that will give people a chance of hearing a recording that's slightly easier to hear. So apologies for that, guys, but we just can't hear well. So I think, backup video number 3. Okay, we're going to try this backup video, guys. And so maybe just we can wave to the farmers. We're going to actually see, I think it might be almost the same group. Yeah, I think unfortunately we can't hear, but maybe just ask them to stay there, and then you can at least hear the backup video that we're listening to. And then Abby, just hold on the Fisher community for now. So, okay, let's do something different. Let's see if the Fisher community, if we can hear it better, and then we'll do the other videos at the end. So maybe, Abby, we're just going to pause on the 1 Acre Fund side and see if the audio on your side is better. So Abby, can we hand over to Sam?
Yeah, that sounds great. Let's hand it over to Sam and test the audio out there. Sam, are you standing by? You're muted right now.
Okay, no, thank you so much. I don't know what we should start with because we have also a video that will play on the background, or we can start with the discussion with the fishers right here.
Yeah, let's start with the discussion, Sam.
Great. Yeah, so the one who are seeing here, I'll just let him introduce himself and then what he's doing here. So, okay, so he is a fisherman for 1 year now, and his name is Shimeme. We have also another one. Okay, so Emmanuel Moses. We have Francis. I mean, we have been a fisherman for about 2 years now. Mr. Francis. Yeah, so basically these are just some of the fishers that we have right now. Others might join, but due to the time, because this is the time that most of the fishermen go into the lake to fish. So that's why we have few numbers. But otherwise, we had a lot of them, but many have now gone into the lake. But one has also just joined us, maybe we can also hear from him. This name and how long has been a fisherman in the lake. So that was another activity in young one. Okay, so we have Mr. Mustafa that has been a fisherman for the past 30 years. Yeah, so this is the team that we have here at Singabe in Lake Malawi. So probably we can ask these colleagues a number of questions. Yeah, so penalty zizindikiro zimene mwaziona kuti nyengo yasintha ndipo kunja kuno zinthu zasintha zizindikiro zimene ngati muzifotokoza ndi zizindikiro zotani. Okay, so the first signal of climate change here is that at first they used to catch fish nearby, but now they have to go a long way for them to find fish. Okay. Okay, so another signal of the climate change is that at first there used to be a lot of water that was coming as far as where these people stay. But now, I don't know if you can see the lake right now. Where we are sitting, the water used to come as far as this place. But as you can see, that's the lake. Now the water level has gone down. Probably we can also hear from another colleague. change is that we used to catch different types of fish, and they were also of different sizes. Others were very big, like the chambo and tilapia type of fish used to be there in the lake, and they were very big. But right now, we are finding limited types of fish because most of them have gone very far away from the nearby. Maybe we can also hear from our colleague. Yeah, so he is just confirming that one big change is in terms of the quantities of the fish. At first, they used to catch a lot of fish within a very short period of time, but right now, there are very few catches. When they go into the lake, there are very few fish that they come up with. Yeah, so in terms of their livelihood changes, they are saying some of them, they are also farmers who grow different types of crops. So they rely upon whatever they catch from the lake, from their sale, and then they are able to buy the inputs like fertilizer and others, and also buy some food for their homes. So because of the changes in the lake, they are also having problems to sustain their families and also to buy some inputs for the crops up there. We can also get a microphone.
As we're waiting Sam here, I just want to encourage the audience. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask? I mean, we could also, actually the connection seems to be working fine. So if you just say the question, I can just relay it to you, Sam.
Yeah, no, that's very perfect. We can get as many persons from that side. But as they are preparing to add, we just ask them what adaptation measures they are doing to control for these changes. So we can hear from them.
Wait, sorry, Sam, can you just repeat the question again?
Yeah, so we asked them about some adaptation measures. So they are saying currently they don't have tangible measures that they are doing. So the only thing that they are doing is to go very far away. Others say they go as far as close to Mozambique. As you know that this lake borders Mozambique, the other side. So they go as far as the Mozambique side for them to get the fish. The thing they were not using in the past. So I don't know if there's any question from that side. Of course, I have another question on my WhatsApp.
Yes, you can read that, or I can read it out loud so the audience hears it. So what do you want?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Sure, what do you want the decision makers here at COP, at the United Nations, what do you want them to hear from you, including your own representatives from the government of Malawi, on what you need as the fishers of Malawi?
Ndiyakuti kumsonkhanoku kuliso anthu ena amene achoka kuno ku Malawi kuphatikizaponso a president ali komweko. Ndi akufunsa kuti kodi chimene mungakonde kuti boma lipange, mungakonde kuti boma lipange chani chimene munenecho
aboma wakufa kuphathiza pa bwezi nawonso akufa mungakonde atapanga chani
chimafunika ngati kumbali ngati yaife apo imene ndi program di imachita kuchokera mmakomo mmene timachokera ifa pano ndipali ngati pozasakira ndiye pozasakira sitingatende chimene ngati pangire kunifa tonse ndimakukumana pa koma akanatha mwina kumapereka ngongole m'mamizimu zoti azichita kuyenda khomo ndi kumapereka kuti anthu azipanga mabizinesi
pali chinanso mwina chimene mungafune atachita aboma makamaka zokhudzana m'madzimo
chochita chikhoza kupezeka ngati mene akunenera kuti mwina makati amapereka ndalama ya kwaso tingati mene akhaliramo apapa mabodi umumuli anthu angati ndikuti anthu tikhoza kupeza njira yotani yopanga tikhoza mapanga mageni koma kuti tikangoyima kuti tipange somba zichuluka amene tipanga motani tikhoza kuti kuvuta kubali athu kwanthu ena ambiri mone mene tionekeramo na anthu ambiri oti singaterero ndi lero kuziswayo sombazo ife kumapanga zathu sizingatani pano pangati mafuta okhala kuvuta kuti tingapita m'madzimu pano pambiri ife tigona ni njala kungwema okha mabodi ife tigona ni chani ni njala ndekuti khala wiki kapena mwezi osagwira ntchito pamene chingachitika koma iwo atapeza njira yawo yoti ife akhoza kuthandiza ndi pabwinobe ife nzeru zathu singapezeka koma iwo ndi amene angapezeka ndi njira yoti akhoza kutipangire ife alo pamene tachilukirano.
Yeah, so they are suggesting that maybe if the government or the policy makers can help them to come up with the alternative income generating activities so that they can be diversifying instead of everyone here relying on the leg, which is dwindling in the catch. If there could also be alternative options where some of them could also be doing other businesses in addition to whatever they are doing in the leg.
Awesome. Thank you, Sam. That was very, very helpful. We want to move back over to the farming communities. We think we're in a less windy spot, so hopefully it'll work. But before we do that, Sam, are there any final questions or comments that you'd like to, or comments you'd like to raise to the audience?
To summarize whatever we've been discussing, if you still have some time.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. I think we should have time at the end for that. Well, thank you, Sam. It was much easier to hear you guys than the farmers in Mulanje, so we appreciate that. It's a nice, quiet beach, and I think the audience could hear almost everything that was said, and I think the messages resonated well. So we really appreciate everyone's time. Please tell them a big thank you from all of us here at COP27. Okay, wonderful. And now we're back with the One Acre Fund farmers. We're going to try some of these questions again. Letitia, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me as well?
That is much better. Yes. Okay, wonderful. So I also think it might work better if I continue to repeat the questions. I think then the audience can actually hear the questions. Sorry, we thought WhatsApp would be easier, but lesson learned as we figure this out. So Letitia, one of the questions that we got that I want to start with was, can they explain what their hopes are and what their fears are for the future?
zathu ndizotani komanso zinthu zathu ndizotani kusogoloma.
Ine ndi Modesta Chauluka. Chiopsezo chomwe tinacho chonena kuti nyengo yathu ngati singasinthe ingakhalebe mmene ilili kapena amene mabweredwe athu amvula amene angabwere kapena kubwera amene nabwera chaka chatha ndiye kuti tikalabe pa chiopsezo chifukwa madzi akumasefika pafupi komanso nthaka yathu ikukokoloka kote kuti chiyembekezo chanjo chonena kuti tikusowekera kuti tilandire thandizo ngati la mitengo tibwezerese chonde chathu komanso chilengedwe chimene chikwanise kunena kuti mwina nyengo yathu isinthe kuchokera pamene tibwezerese chilengedwe chathu.
All right, she's saying if the situation will remain like this, then farmers will have a lot of challenges in their day-to-day life, especially they are experiencing to be to them for them to not to have like enough food for their households, and at the end they will keep on suffering. So What they are looking for is some assistance from one other NGOs, so that at the end of the day they should plant more trees, ways to recover the environment issue we are discussing here.
Okay, thank you. That was very clear. Maybe as a related question, how have the farmers felt the rising cost of inputs? We know that fertilizer prices have been rising around the world. Have they noticed that for their own farming, that the inputs have been rising? And what have they done in response?
zikakwera kumakanika kuzigwanisa kuti tikagule ndipake tikungolirira kunjira zoti papezeke mitengo kapena kumapanga manyo.
The farmer is explaining that because of climate change, it is causing them to harvest less, so they rely on farming. So when they get less yields, that means their income is disturbed. So that's why they are relying on other materials like compost, because the prices of the fertilizer and other inputs as of now are high. So like they are relying on other materials like composting and intercropping.
Okay, so just to make sure I heard that, so they're trying, wait, sorry, I just want to make sure I heard that right, Letitia. So they're trying other inputs, including composting for soil health. Can you just repeat what was said? Sorry.
Because the input prices are high, so they are trying their best to also use some local materials that they can help them to produce compost, because the prices of the inputs now is high on the market. It is affecting their families, so they are trying other ways to make local available materials to produce compost.
That was, okay, very clear. Thank you. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Another farmer was about to speak.
Kolola zochuluka pamene ng'amba yafika nzokutoka kuti tikafike zivanzo zokwera ife sitinakolole zitivuta kuti tizifikire.
Because of climate change, like droughts and flooding, it has caused her to harvest less yields. So as of now, it's difficult for her to get inputs on the market because the prices it's high. She added that.
Maybe then as a follow-up question, are there specific practices other than composting? You mentioned composting. Are there any specific other practices that they've learned that they think are very helpful so that they can, minimize the use of inputs and improve soil health? Sorry, did you hear me? I'm just seeing if they can explore other practices that they've learned, such as intercropping or the like. And we might have lost them. Letitia, can you hear me? Okay, well, it held up for a few questions. Oh, right. Are you back?
We can hear you. Yeah, we are here. We can hear you very well.
Okay. I was just asking a follow-up question about other practices. You've talked about composting, but maybe explore something like intercropping. If the farmers can talk about what else they've learned that helps them sort of maximize the efficiency of their farms, given climate change and the cost of inputs. Okay, well, we're back. Letitia, try one last time here. Did you hear the question?
Manyowa zimene tikuzisa ntchito kuti dothi lathu lizibwereranso chonde kuti tizitha kukolola zochuluka.
njira zina zimene zikusatira kuti tikolole zochuluka ndikuzala mbewu zakasakaniza monga ngati nyemba, chimanga, nandolo kuti tipeze zakudya zambiri kutinso tilere nthaka yathu chifukwa nyemba zimapereka chonde ku nthaka.
She's saying that apart from composting, they are doing cropping maize, other legumes. It's because the legumes are low investment crops. They see it's cheaper, and also because legumes they fix nitrogen, which adds a store fertility. So that means that they need less fertilizers.
Okay, just to make sure I heard you, and for the audience, I think you said she intercrops legumes with her maize because they fix nitrogen. Is that right?
Yeah, it's because the legumes don't need that legumes don't need inputs like they tried that, and its own legumes that fix nitrogen. So like they don't need it's synthetic fertilizers.
Okay.
Yeah, they need less fertilizer than maize.
That's right. So by using legumes, you can minimize the fertilizer you're using. That's excellent. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Any other questions? Other than what's been given to John already? No. I think maybe the last question to ask Letitia is a similar question that we asked for the Fisher community that came from Jennifer, which was, what would the farmers like the audience here to hear? This is obviously an audience at COP27, the United Nations, that's having big discussions about how to respond to climate change. So on behalf of their families and community, what would they like this audience to hear?
Malawi tikumana ndi mavuto osiyanasiyana maka chifukwa cha kusintha kwa nyengo. Choncho pamene akuluakulu pamene mwasonkhanapo momve kuti ku Malawi tili mavuto ochuluka. Choncho kote kuti tathandizidwa maka nkhani ya ziweto kuti tizipeza manyowa amene tizibwezeresa chonde chathu zitha kuchita bwino komanso upangiri wa mitengo umene ukwanisa kuti zikafikire thandizo la anthu ochuluka chifukwa ena tazala mitengo ena sanaza soza kuti chithandizo chochepa anthu ena sichikuafikira ndeno zitakazobwera ziweto mwina kutithandizira kwa alimi ochuluka kutekera kuti chonde chathu takuchibwezeresa m'malo mwake kusiyana ndi mmene zilili panopo.
She's saying that the farmers here in Malawi, they are facing climate shocks. So they would like the world leaders and other participants, even organizations, if they could help them on giving them like livestock, because they need to diversify farming, not just relying on crop farming, but they need also maybe to get help on livestock so that maybe they can rely on that. And apart from that, they can get manure from the livestock, which they can also apply in their fields. Like she's also saying that as of now, the farmers are facing hunger problems, so it's hard to do farming, so they need the help.
Aliponso ena amene afuna aonjezere
komanso tikanakonda mabungwe ndi atsogoleri amene akutiona pano akanatithandizako mapampu kuti tizilima ulimi wa nthirira chifukwa amene ndio mwina ukhoza kutithandiza pamene takumana ndi nyengo yovuta mu season yathu yakulima ndio tikhoza kugwiritsa ntchito mapampu kumathira kumakololaso.
He would also like the farmers in Malawi to get help on water pumps, because they can do winter cropping. Maybe if the rainy season crops didn't do well, that means that they can rely on winter cropping. So they would like to get help on water pumps and other materials that they can use for irrigation.
That's great. Any other thoughts? Yeah, go ahead.
No, did you hear as well, or do you want us to repeat something?
No. We heard that well. I wasn't sure if the other two participants wanted to say anything.
Okay. Anyone?
Paliso kuonjezera kwina kuli konse.
Chiopsezo ngati nyengo zathu sizizasintha kumbali ya nyengo yomwe mabweredwe a mvula komanso kupempha kuti mabungwe amenewo atha kufikira inde boma limatengapo mbali yozala mitengo koma mitengoyo sitakufikira kwa anthu onse chifukwa chonena kuti zimazera ngati mmakalabu. Ndiye tikupempha inu ya mabungwe kuti apurezidenti athu amene ali kumeneko muyese kuathandiza kuti china chilichonse chingachitika Malawi kuno chikhale chokonzeka chabwino chosangalatsa Malawi.
She's saying that she has fear for the future of farmers in Malawi because right now they're facing many challenges via climate change. So apart from receiving trees from other organizations like Money Fund, even from the government, but then the trees is not enough for every farmer in Malawi.
Yeah, Letitia, we can't hear. We're back to the bad wind problem. But we at least got like a good 10 minutes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, the wind is, yeah, there are some wind waves. I think now we're more or less quite like, okay,
Yeah,
we can repeat that, and if it doesn't work.
Try one more time. Try one more time.
Yeah, she's saying that she would like organizations and world leaders to help them, for example, providing trees. Of course, they get trees from other organizations here in Malawi, like One Acre Fund and other organizations, but then the trees are not enough for every farmer. So they need help from the government officials, from the other organizations to provide trees. And she added that farmers they are facing these challenges now, so the help should come now because right now their farming has been stepped up by climate change shocks.
So we have also another farmer who wants to add something. So zina langa ndine John Richard tikanakonda kupesa kumene kuli nthumwi za maiko kukambirana mapurezidenti komanso amabungwe osiyanasiyana ndi kumalo kumene kumapangidwa so fertilizer. Tikanakonda mukanasisa mitengo ya fertilizer yo kuti ifeyo a Malawi kunoko tizitha kumfikira fertilizer yo kumugula ndi umphawi wathuwo ukhale kuti ukusikirako ukhale kuti ukuchepa chifukwa tikukhala pa umphawi chifukwa choti zokolola zathu nthaka inaguga fertilizer tikumampeza mochepa zokolola zikumabwerera mbuyo koma mutakhala kuti machipisa fertilizer zitithandizira ndi kuchitira ubwino kuti tizitha kukolola zokudya zokwanira.
He's saying that he would like world leaders and other organizations to come in because they are facing a challenge of high input prices like fertilizer. So they would like if the fertilizer cost could have gone low because right now they are failing to purchase more fertilizers because the prices are high. So they would like organizations, governments, world leaders to help them on subsidizing these fertilizer costs.
All right. I think every farmer had a chance to talk. So, Colleen, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Letitia. That
if
was
you have any other question or otherwise, yeah.
We want to show the video, the planetary training. Oh, we have a question. Great. You want to you can just tell me and I'll say it. Or comment. Do you want to just
Thank you very much. My name is Gertrude Siame from Caritas Zambia. I come from Zambia. I would like to commend One Acre Fund and the other partners that are working in Malawi in trying to address the climate change issues or effects. Just to add, I'm sure maybe it is something that they've just forgotten to do with the crop rotation, which should be also very effective in trying to address issues of soil depletion instead of really depending on chemical fertilizer. And they complained about the issue of income. I would want to add to say Caritas Zambia is also addressing or implementing, facilitating the implementation of what the team has talked about, the crop rotation, the compost, the use of manure. But when it comes to improving of income generating activities, they should also maybe venture into savings, community savings, where community members should be saving, and then they'll be able to realize or reinvest that income that they get into livestock so that they can increase on the part of the manuring. Then also the issue of another alternative income, let them use the crop residues so that they can start manufacturing green charcoal, which is actually selling at a very high price. They won't be complaining of income anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
I'm Gertrude Siame.
Gertrude.
Yeah.
Gertrude. Okay, did Letitia, did you hear that? I think Gertrude asked a really good question, including just recommending savings groups. I don't know if you can translate that to the farmers and see if they have any response. Maybe including on what they're doing around savings groups.
Njira zina zimene tingawapange kuti mwina apena umphawi umene tikunena uja uzichepa ndi kugwiritsa ntchito magulu amene timasunga ndi kubwerekesa ndalama amene timati village savings and loan. Nde kodi kunoko timachita zimenezizi kapena mwina sitichita kuti mwina tikuphunzitsa naso njira ngati zimenezi kuti mwina zitithandize kuti umphawi wathu uzichepa, chifukwa izi mbali ina amene akutiuzira akunena kuti pamene anthu akupanga zimene zijazi zimathandizira kuti muzitha kubwerekana ndalama zija kumakathanso kugula zinthu zosiyanasiyana. Ndiye kunoko kodi ma village savings and loan timapanga kapena sitipanga kuti mwina tithanso kuphunzitsana mbali imeneyi.
Kunoko ku Malawi timapanga ma village bank. Koma vuto limene limakhapo ndiona kuti feyo ndi alimi timadalira zokolola zathu. Ndiye chifukwa cha ng'amba imene yationekera tikupezeka kuti mbewu zoti tigulise zopezeka kuti zapserera. Ndiye masungidwe athu a ndalama akumakhala ochepa chifukwa tikumakumana ndi vuto limene.
She's saying that in Malawi, they also do a village bank, village savings banking. It's not like they don't do, they do, but then because of getting less yield, it is causing them problems not to save more in their village banks, but they do, yeah, they do also save money. But then because of low yields, they are failing to save more, which can help them to buy fertilizers.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you so much. I wanted to give, so firstly, I wrongly identified our Malawian colleagues. Our Malawian colleagues are coming from the Malawi Pavilion, so we really appreciate that you're here. I don't know if someone can pass the mic to, does anyone want to just, any questions or any comments? Then we have one final video and then we can wrap up. Did you want to say anything? Or do you want to give their?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First of all, I just want to, my name is Matthews Malata. I'm part of the Malawi delegation. So just to confirm that the stories that we have heard are real. And thanks for creating an opportunity so that these farmers can speak out and directly to the conference. We hope that their voices can be heard and something can be done. I do recall that I was also involved in the process of the Food Systems Dialogue in Malawi, led by FAO, supported by the Ministry of Agriculture. There are powerful recommendations that were raised in that report. And most of the issues that have been raised here were also highlighted in that report. And I think what we need to do moving forward is to begin to continue mobilizing resources so that they can support implementation of the laid out programs. As a country, we have also developed the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. We know what we need to do. All we need is the support, and this is why I think we need to keep on emphasizing on this at this conference. We have done studies and all that. We know what we need to do, we know the direction. Can we get the money to implement the programs so that those people can be assisted and can move out from their current situation that they are in at the moment. Just 2 weeks ago, the World Bank also in Malawi did launch the Country Climate Development Report, which has indicated that the country's GDP could go down by between 3 to 9%. by 2030 if nothing is done in as far as accelerating these adaptation measures is concerned. So that raises an alarm that I think we need to do more. The situation is dire. In fact, some stories, if we share, they are so hard to listen to. They are more complicated stories, especially when you go down south, Chikwawa and Sanje. People dying, people losing their lives. And these are real stories, no closure whatsoever. So I think let's step up our efforts in making sure that we get the resources we need, but let us also increase or do better in terms of collaboration. Let's stop working in silos. I think we need to work together more and more and make sure that whatever we're discussing here trickles down to the people on the ground. Thank you so much. I just wanted to highlight that. Unless maybe my colleagues want to say something, maybe they can do that in a few seconds. Betty and others, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, such a powerful note there. I think there is a lot that can be done. I think that, I think a really important point for all of us, and I really hope that this message can get well beyond our small little group here to the bigger COP27. These farmers here, the fishers that Michigan State highlighted, they are not responsible for climate change. They are not driving to work. They didn't fly in an airplane over here, right? None of them are contributing greenhouse gases, right? The problem that all of us have created is devastating their lives. And I think this point about the horrible stories that exist currently that we don't have to wait for, these farmers themselves, they told us about their families going hungry. And I hope all of us can just, in all of our discussions with everyone else in these next 2 weeks at COP27, the whole purpose of us doing this session was to make sure their voices and the fishers' voices were included. So this call to action is really, that urgency is felt. So I think that, the tech worked well enough. It was tough for a while. Thank you for persisting. I think we got the voices through. I do think we just want to conclude now on a note of hope. So we have a 4-minute video that explores a planting training done with these same groups of farmers, showing what can be done. Because yes, we need more resources, but those resources can be deployed in very concrete ways to help, right? And I know that the fisher community has equal things that can be done. We talked about them, that it's not a hopeless cause. We can take action. So we just want to play that. Oh, sorry, please. Sorry, microphone. Here. Mine isn't working.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to appreciate the good work that you're doing in especially leveraging digital technology just to amplify the voices of the smallholder farmers at COP. And also just something that struck me is how much knowledge that they have and that they can use their knowledge to also document evidence of climate change. So I just wanted to ask maybe the government official over here or yourselves, is there any work that is being done in terms of documenting indigenous knowledge on climate change and noticing the early warning systems? Is there any documentation that is being done maybe within Malawi, and if we can access it?
That is a great question. Letitia, are you still on the line?
Of course.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, maybe you can repeat.
Sure.
I'll get this one for you.
I mean, and if the farmers can talk about, any of their traditional indigenous practices, so, the practices that have been handed down through the generations of farmers that they find to be very helpful in addressing climate change.
kugwiritsa ntchito pofuna kuthana ndi kusintha kumeneku kwa kusintha kwa nyengo.
Kuzala mitengo mu nthawi yake komanso kulima mbewu zimene zizonena kuti zokucha msanga zimene zingatipangise umoyo wathu kumapitirirabe kupita kusogolo.
Yeah, actually, the farmers saying that planting of trees is one of the interventions that farmers are doing here. And on top of that, planting early maturity varieties, which also help to adapt the environment that we are living in as of now.
Mwina so kungophatikizirapo kodi ngati boma limatha kutipasanso chenjezo kuti apapa pachitika mwina zovuta izi kuti alimi athu mukhale okonzeka kuti pamene china chilichonse chikuchitika muzitha kuona kuti apapa tikwena tipange motere.
Ine ndi Maxwell ndizoona boma limakhala likutichenjeza chifukwa limatilimbikitsa kuna kuti pamene taona zizindikiro zina zonena kuti mvula mwina ikubwera mosakhala bwino imatilimbikitsa kuti tizale mbewu zogwirizana ndi nyengo imeneyo.
Yeah, actually, the farmer is saying it is very true that the government give early warnings to them whenever we will experience harsh weather condition, whereby the farmers has to choose whether to plant which type of variety which can suit with the environment. So we get farmers are getting early warnings on weather update. Thank you.
Okay, actually, oh, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Just to be clear on the question, we want to insist on the traditional knowledge that they practice and that help them to be more resilient against climate change. Maybe you can re-clarify that. And then we have one last answer, and then I think we can get back to you and Yash.
Mwina kungophatikizirapo kungofunanso kulilongosola kwambiri msogolo ndizoona kuti ngati apapa timakhala kuti mwina tikukamba zinthu zosiyanasiyana za kufuta kwa nyengo kodi ndi zinthu zina zitizo zimene zikuchitikapo
Dida Kendrick, timagwiritsa ntchito kuseka minzira yathu madzi kuopa kuti nthaka ikokoloke timaseka milamba yathu m'minzira timatchinga minda yathu m'milambala timazalaso vetiva kuti madzi akamabwera asamaduse kuti nthaka yathu isamakokoloke.
Like they have indigenous knowledge. For example, they can apply a type of grass which is vetiver, which is locally available, so that they can avoid soil erosion, and also they make bigger ridges surrounding their fields. That's also one of the indigenous ways that they use, for example, to avoid these climate shocks.
Great, that question elicited a lot of really great responses, so thank you for that. I don't know if we'd also offered if the Malawi delegation had any responses to that, or are we comfortable with that answer? We can be comfortable, it's okay.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm from Malawi. I'm one of the delegates. I think what the farmers are saying is very true, and as government, we also have a number of programs that are currently running, and we're also planning towards the same, where we are encouraging our communities to use local indigenous knowledge, because we have also realized that maybe some of the scientific knowledge is hard to digest by our local communities. And we have also realized that in the past, we also used to have disasters, but at least it's not as much as it is at the moment. So we are trying to look back and see what worked well and what can be adapted at this time, at this point in time. Like for Cyclone Anna, you recall in Malawi we have been having cyclones. We had Cyclone Idai in 2019, and a lot was destroyed. But for Cyclone Anna, if you hear from the communities that were affected, it was actually huge. But because of the indigenous knowledge and the early warning system that have been put in place, at least we have a fewer numbers. Of course, people died and property was lost. Yes, that was the case, but at least it's estimated that it's fewer than if it would have been if there were no area warning systems that were put in place. So as government, we are trying to do that, and there are also plans to scale up to all areas in Malawi in terms of area warning systems. And the Department of the Meteorological Services, now we also see a lot of updates that are coming out, even in local languages, and in local ways of communicating so that people in the local communities can also understand what is happening. So as government, we are also moving towards that. direction. Thank you so much.
That is great, and really speaks to this point about hope, right? That it's, if we have the resources, there's the ability to take action, involving indigenous knowledge and just all the great work from the government of Malawi and other partners. So I want to just conclude with this video. Actually, it's going to be the Fisher community. We have another video from the Fisher community because I think we weren't able to hear as much from them as I would have liked. And so we want to hear this one final video. It's just short. It's just 4 or 5 minutes. And then we can sort of conclude the session, and hopefully everyone can go and spread the message that you've heard today. So maybe if you want to play video 4.
Ababa kusita wanyengo zikuimira kuti kale ndi panopa takusiyanisa kwambiri. Kale tunapita kunyanja kucha timapeza mwina chake cholowa mwa panopo kusintha kwa nyengo kutipangisa kuti zinthu zija sizili kulongosoka malingana nyengo mphepo zimene zikubwera m'mazimu somba jasikofa ngati mmene mafulaka ale yayi. Panopo somba ija muone pano patakhala mwezi wa nthunthu mazimu mphepo ngati yamwera isakulowa.
Nyengo idalisinthira kuti ifasodzi zochita zathu zofunukabe potengera nyimene alilima ikwa kunja ena ndipo katikati mwa zimenezo watidziranso nthenda yako ali kolera kusintha kwacho kwa nyengo kuyendera pamenepo kachiwirinso mphepo umatiwomba pafupipafupi kwambiri zoti msodzi sali wosangalala ngati mmene amasangalira masiku apita mbuyowa.
Okay, zimenezi panopo tipa mafuta kwambiri kama kusintha kwa nyengo zalowesa kuti patopo chakudya chathu ifeyo timadali akugula chikopa chili pa 2,600 tikapita ku nyanja tikumapaka keleti kamodzi kaka tikusiwa mweja tikubwera ndi 50,000 kuti tigawana ife chawo zimene kuti mnofi akutuka tiyeti andide kwacha ndiye umwe wathu ukavutika kuti chakudya situtokwanira kuno bwino kuti tikathandize mabanja athu ndi ana athu.
Kwa history ya makolo athu yamafa usoti wayamba we amakamba zone kuti akali apita kunyanja kuje mwina akupita ngati pana malenjepo kumene kuti apita kuna malenjepo somba sizimakhala ngati zimakhala panopo pamatha wanguponya pang'ono kuti mwina kudzaza ngati akuchaputa kudzaza ndipo nopo timachita kupanga gobo mwina 6 to 6 ija kuponya yanu koka osatawasola nketi imodzi omwe ona ifeyo ngati wifi asodzi libe gawo lina lilonse lotipozothana ndi mfundo ngati limene kwa china chilichonse lilibe tofunikira ngati mwina mwake ngati anzathu ngati amaikwa kujawa kapena kuti amene amabuku kuti akhalapo ndi gawo lotiyang'anira kuti sizokona kuti kupanda kwanja.
Umoyo umene adakula asodzi wawa ndi umoyo womphawi ndi anthu aja akumakula kuyambira ali ana andizeni makolo awo alibeina chilichonse ndi akumakula anthu aja adakaliyana ndi nthawi yakuti akula mwachima amaona kuti iya changu ndikuona chako ndi alibenso nthawi yakuti angapange china chake ntchito sadziwa ku sukulu sanapite kwamaona kwali wopema kuti amabungwe ngati wotheka kuti awatani awathandiza kuaganizira aloviwa awapo kamba chilungamo sogolo palibe panopo 1 lita ndi 4,000 tikapita kunyanja kucha mabwana anatsisaso mtengo umene timana ndalama kale nawonso anakweza ndipo panopanso palibenso golo motonse mukuona metaso chipeso chabwino ta chimodzimodzi chomwe mongogwira ntchito kuti ukapeza cha siku la lero upeza 1,000 zathira moyoko
anayeko chikozo kuti kusintha kwa nyengo kwabweretsa mavuto kwambiri mbali mwa nyanja chifukwa chakuti mmene zinalili kale ndi tsopano sizili chonse ndetiliko tazana athu akukula monga ngati feso mmene timakulira zambali mwa nyanja zimene zapangitsa neno ti kunyanja kuno somba imene timayipeza mwapafupi italikire ipite kutali kuti feyo sitikuthaso kumayipeza ndezimabwera zoneno ndi tsopano ndi mmenenso zilili kumbali ya mafuta kusintha koka kwa nyengoko ndizochitika zikupangitsa neno kuti mulovi akhale odandaula
akhale sofinyika
chifukwa ntchito imene tinayizolowera 100% onse omugwawo nawo nkhani yake ndi yomweyo neno kuti anazolowera ena panopo timuonene ndakuti longwe ena akuti koma atadzangula wa ntchitoyi inapeze kuti akuimva bwino koma panopa siku komaso bayi yakusintha kwachani kwa nyengo.
So thank you. I have to ask if you can give us 4 more minutes of your time. Our team on the ground. So firstly, we're just gonna just 1 second. First I want to thank Michigan State and the Environmental Defense Fund for participating. Abby, if you're still there, just saying thank you. Sam, thank you so much. I think we really wanted to make sure that that fisher perspective was also represented. There are many types of small-scale producers, right? Farmers and fishers are obviously equally important. And I think Abby's number about the 50 million small-scale fishers really complements the 608 million small-scale producers. This last video, the team on the ground that you've heard from also created this. It's 4 minutes. It's just showing you one of our planting trainings. Again, from the perspective of giving hope and showing you that, with the right resources, with the government of Malawi, the work you're doing, with the work that One Acre Fund is doing, that Michigan State is doing, there are solutions. So I just want to leave you with this last 4-minute video, and then we can conclude and you can move on to the next thing and hopefully amplify these voices. So this is a specific training that we run in Malawi. The idea here is to focus on future farms. So Munda wa Makono, and it's really about helping farmers adapt to withstand the changes in the climate. So everything we talked about today, all the stresses on these farmers, this training really helps address them through focusing on 3 components: compost fertilizer use, crop diversification, and agroforestry. So we're going to explore it now.
Applying compost manure. The reason is that compost helps the farmers' fields to have soil moisture, and also it improves soil health. So as you can see, the farmers
you can just
are
read
applying compost. And this they made holes which are spaced at 25 centimeters, in which after applying compost, then they will plant maize seeds. Now the farmers have finished planting maize. So now on Munda wa Makono, they are also trained on how to apply fertilizer, as in terms of microdosing, apply at the right time, and also on the right quantity. So as you are seeing, the farmers they are applying fertilizer using these scoops to make sure that they have applied the right quantity of fertilizer to avoid wastage of climate change, which cause sometimes drought, and as we witnessed last season, there was dry spell. So at Munda wa Makono, we recommend our farmers to apply fertilizers after maize have germinated, so that if maize have failed to germinate, so that means the fertilizer is not wasted. Component of Munda wa Makono is intercropping legumes with maize. The main reasons that we encourage farmers to intercrop with maize, the first one is about profit. Legumes are low investment crops, like they are cheap, the seed is cheap, and also on the market it has high prices than maize. The second reason that we recommend farmers to intercrop legumes is that it's about soil health. Legumes fix nitrogen from the soil. That means that it adds soil fertility. Third reason that we recommend our farmers to intercrop legumes is about nutrition. Legumes help farmers in terms of nutrients. For example, beans helps the farmers to get iron. The third component of Munda wa Makono, it's about trees. We recommend our farmers to plant trees. One Acre Fund provides trees, seedlings to the farmers for free. So we recommend the tree species that we give our farmers, the tree species that adds soil fertility. For example, some of the species that we provide is Farebia and Siamia. And also we train our farmers on how to plant the trees and also on how to take care. As we all know, the trees helps our farmers to bring back nature. Also, for these trees, it helps the farmers when the plants are in their fields, brings the material for that means they are adding soil fertility in their soil. So that's why we recommend farmers so that they should plant trees, which will give them for free. Another benefit of trees reduces soil erosion. That means when farmers plant the trees in their fields, the trees stabilize the soil. It also prevents from being taken away by wind. That means trees breaks the heavy winds. Another benefit of trees is about soil health. It adds nutrients in the soil when the roots of the trees fall down.
As we recommended from the training that we had, this is one of the nurseries that we are having, whereby after the germination of these trees, we are going to deliver them free to the farmers for them to plant. So this is the nursery. We are having almost 6,000 seedlings that we are ready to give to our farmers.
I almost started dancing there, but I spared you guys by not, so you're welcome. So that's it for our session today. Again, I plead with everybody, please go to the rest of COP27 and spread the voices of these farmers. I also want to thank you. This was, again, the first time we've done this. I, for one, have learned a lot about the tech side. We do hope to do this again, right? We want to do more of these. We need to bring these voices to events like this. And I think I learned some good technical issues for how we can do that better in the future, but I feel it worked well enough. So thank you for being the test case. And then hopefully this is a message that resonates. So thank you so much. Oh, and thank you to the field team. If they're still online, please let's thank you. They worked very hard to make this work.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you all for your patience.
Okay, bye everybody. You can go back to your Sunday, what's left of it. Thank you.
Thanks everyone, bye.
Check. Check, 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 check. Check mic. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check mic, check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check mic color. Check mic. Check mic. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
Then you call, so I'll just, once I get you up, then I'll listen to it. Why don't you take a seat? You're on the panel as well, right? Yeah. So then Martina will call you guys up. No, just take a seat there. Martina will call you up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She'll call you. Okay, we're going to start in a minute, so just bear with us. Thanks. Okay, we're ready to get started. This is the second last session of the day, and I just wanted to tell y'all to hang on. It's been a long day for many of you who've sat through the whole day, but this is a super important session. So this goes back stemming from COP23 when the Coronivia program was initiated, and the KJWA is the one formal mechanism where agriculture, food security, and climate change sort of collide. And therefore, the next stage of the work that's going to happen with the KJWA is hugely important. So I am delighted to welcome the Global Policy Director from WWF, an ex-colleague, Martina Fleckenstein, to give us her remarks and then invite the panel up. Martina.
Does it work? Yes. Thank you for the introduction, and first of all, congratulations to the team of the Food System Pavilion. This is amazing. And when at COP26 we started to discuss that it would be great, and now it's happening. So really thank you, and giving us the chance also to have events in your pavilion. And yes, and even more, we are happy that we could start or have the first of a series of events on Coronivia, the Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture, starting here today on the opening day in the Food System Pavilion. As I mentioned, there is a series, so we have a number of events over the week between today and the 12th of November in different pavilions, where we really want to stress the importance of Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture. For those who maybe are not familiar with Coronivia, just to explain, the Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture was established 2017 at the Bonn Fiji Climate Conference. And the name Coronivia is coming from a research institute from the Fijis. So if you ever got stuck or struggle about the name, that's why it's called Coronivia. And also, and that's why WWF and partners are stressing this and really are looking for a successful outcome, is because Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture is the only formal mechanism under the UN Convention on Climate Change which has a sector, the agriculture sector. And that is even more if you consider that food system is important or is relevant or is generating 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So even more, we need to have a deeper dive in. Currently, Coronivia is only focusing or is focusing on soil, on nutrition use, on livestock, on food security and social economy dimension. We are asking to broaden the scope. This was established 2017. The world has changed. We really have to consider the full food system, which means also food loss and waste and diets, and not only considering on the production part. And I'm very happy that I could present today a very high-profile expert panel to discuss with you in the next 45 minutes about the future of Coronivia, what we expect, what are the challenges, but also what might be the solutions. And first of all, I want to ask Marcel Bernot to come to the stage. We will have 2 rounds of questions for you. We will have a general question for everybody the same, and then we will have a dedicated one. Marcel is the senior officer of the FAO, and I think he's the expert on Coronivia and working on the topic now since years. And whenever as I or we had a question, we are reaching out to him, and he was really patient with us when we asked sometimes stupid questions, but thanks on that part for all the support you gave us over the last years to get really also in the topic. And the second person who is also in the topic and who is an expert is my lovely colleague Bernadette Fischler-Hooper. She is the head of international advocacy of WWF UK. And she's really an expert on Coronivia, and she's representing also our international food program on this topic. And in the last month, I think she was in contact with most of the negotiator and also had some thoughts on how the future structure of Coronivia should look like. Because beside the fact that we are looking on the content to broaden the scope, there is also a big discussion how Coronivia and the terms of reference and the structure should look like. And Bernadette will tell you a little bit more about this later on. And then I'm happy to have Jenny Rieux, or I hope I spell your second name, so please correct me when I give you the microphone. She's the senior climate finance expert from IFAD, and she also was involved in several issues and topics with the Coronivia joint work on agriculture, and she also participated the last week in an informal dialogue, and maybe she also could give him some insight. And the third person on our panel is Luc Page. He is with Yango, and I get in contact with him also at the COP last year. And since then, we are discussing about how to improve Coronivia, how to broaden the scope, what is important, and his focus was especially on healthy and sustainable diets. So that's my short introduction. And as a first round, and I get away from this microphone now and come over to the stage. Here, I would like to ask each of you just a first entry question. And you all are dealing with Coronivia, as I mentioned, and I want to know, what are your expectations? So if I would ask you, how would you, what would make you happy or leave the COP happy at the end of the 2 weeks consultation, considering Coronivia? And I start with you, and then we go around.
So, thanks first for the invitation. I can be brief. What would make me happy is having a conclusion. Because the risk is high to have nothing and just to postpone the discussion to the next COP. As always, when you negotiate something, if you do not find any agreement, basically you just postpone. So I'm really hoping that they will find a common pathway to move and to find the right direction, because they have, the negotiators, they have in front of them so many different ways to go. Some want to have a new, the name can be Coronivia body or agriculture body. Other negotiators don't want to have a body, they just want to have a new work plan. Some other negotiators want to have something in between, so a strong work plan, but that would not be a body. We have some example. The Nairobi work plan, for instance, is a work plan. Still, it's an important one and very well known, so it's a possibility. So really what I want to see that agriculture will remain in the UNFCCC as an agenda item, at least. Because if it does not remain as an agenda item, I would say game over for agriculture. This is a unique chance because it's on the Substar on SBI, so it's today basically or never. So for today, that cup. So,
thank you. And Bernadette, maybe your reflection on game over or not. So how do you see this, and what would make you happy at the end as an outcome of Coronivia?
Well, I agree with Martial. It's a bit of a now or never moment for agriculture in the climate action. I actually put, when I was thinking what are my expectations, I put in the first line, decision, not only discussion. So we very much agree on that as well. We really want a decision here. That's my expectation, my hope, and that's what would make me happen. And obviously, in order to get a decision on the way forward on the Coronivia joint work on agriculture, parties need to agree. And for that, I think parties will need to find common ground that is not really there yet. So there's quite a bit of work still to do. There's options on the table. We have quite a few of them available if you're interested on what you could do next and how you could do it next for the Coronivia's future. But yeah, it's important that parties take the time, but maybe also feel a little bit the pressure, because it is now or never that they have to agree. So what should they decide on? Well, first of all, I think they should decide that they continue and that they dial up the action. This COP is the implementation COP, so this is a good place to decide that they want to implement all the things that they have found in the recommendations of the workshops that happened so far, and much more. Another decision that would make particular WWF, but I think also many others happy, would be if they would decide that going forward they want to cover the entire food system. So at the moment they're focusing on agricultural production, which is a really important sector, and that's why it deserves this special attention. But going forward, it would be important to also include, in addition to agricultural production, also food loss and waste, for example, and healthy and sustainable nutrition. Why? Well, it's about 1/3 of emissions, and the IPCC has already said very clearly, unless we are really looking at all the food system in emission reduction, we will not manage to keep global warming to 1.5. I think that's a very convincing argument. Well, so yeah, that is it. That is what would make me really happy. Those two decisions, to go forward, to dial up implementation, and to cover the entire food system from now on.
Jenny, you're working with farmers. Maybe, yeah, what would you from IFAB, from the International Fund for Agriculture, maybe also explain a little bit what is your role with Coronivia, and what would you make happy at the end? And I think you have some days behind in working with the negotiators.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've been involved in Coronivia since the beginning, but in different role as well, but always on the finance side of things. I was involved initially when working with the Green Climate Fund, and now I'm working with the International Fund for Agricultural Development. So always more on this financial louder? Okay, thank you. So always more on the finance side. So I think what I would really like to see in Coronivia is a decision take, of course, something, a decision that would be very much trying to bring the Coronivia results of the different workshops into more actionable recommendation for implementation, for scaling up ambition. So that's for really, in terms of what was done, and also that in the decision there would be something for the continuation. So I don't know in which form. That's for really the negotiator to agree on that. But I think it would be great if they can be a little bit more specific in terms of what would be the continuation, what would be further topics. So definitely we're also very keen on seeing a continuation that would broaden up to food system, to also issues of inclusion, so small-scale farmers, youth, women, but also, yeah, so that's, and also more in terms of the implementation, and that they would include some sort of an invitation for financial institutions such as IFA that have a very dedicated mandate on agriculture food to contribute to that process. So not only the UNFCCC financial mechanism, but also other institution, financial institution, or even technical agencies that can contribute on the way forward. And I really hope they would make explicit reference to that and the decision as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. And the same question to you, Luc. And also I see there's a lot of youth here in the room. So tell me, what would make you happy at the end of the week or the 2 weeks?
Thank you, Martina, and thank you for the Food System Pavilion for hosting this event and having us. So there's a couple of things I'll mention. First of all, I completely agree with what the other speakers have said, that we need to move to a decision. And I guess, why do we need to do that now rather than pushing it further back? And that's because we really need to move to implementation, because the longer we take to reach a decision, the longer people take to receive the means of support that they need to act on climate change and livelihoods and food security and nutrition. So we'd really encourage that decision to happen sooner rather than later. We'd also really like to see the broadening out to a food system approach, as has been mentioned. So Coronivia, as has been mentioned, is focused primarily on production so far, which is a really critical part of the equation. but needs to be expanded out to include healthy and sustainable diets and food loss and waste, as has been mentioned before. And as a global mechanism, provides a really unique opportunity to discuss the nuances of these topics and how we can have a constructive dialogue that meets the needs of different regions and moves forward. So I've seen lots of signs around the place with together and implementation around COP, and I think that could really motivate the thinking behind Coronivia, and that we need to reach a decision and then move together towards different ways to implement that on the ground as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. And this leads me also to, and thank all the panelists. So to my second round of question, and this is about implementation. So the thing, there had been over the last 5 years, a lot of working groups, discussions, but at the end we need to get to implementation. And also to consider that Coronivia is not a standalone, but the question is how we could connect and assume that we will have a positive outcome at the end of the week. How could we connect this with other initiatives? And Marcel, I know that you have deeply involved in the FAST initiative, the Food and Agriculture Sustainable Transition Initiative, and which will be launched on Saturday. And having said this, maybe you could some thoughts how this the FAST initiative and maybe what could be a follow-up process of Coronivia, and we hope it will be considering production and maybe even in the future food loss and waste and diets. How could these processes be connected, and how could a FAST initiative also maybe support an implementation of Coronivia on the ground? And if you want, you could tell 2 or 3 sentences also to the FAST initiative. Maybe not everybody knows what it is.
No, I can for sure elaborate on that. 40 minutes? Okay, fine. Now I will try to be more brief. So FAO is supporting is really engaged, supporting the COP presidency to put forward an initiative that is inclusive. So for the first time ever, it's an initiative that have been discussed previously before the COP, and I can recognize Jenna here, that with Wipart that was present in the first meeting in Cairo in April. There was a second meeting in May with countries, and there was also a June in the intersession of consultation. For the first time, a COP presidency try to listen to parties, to non-state actors, to bring all voices together, trying to bring something to what we need to go toward more, let's say, straightforward implementation. And where we were all around the table, basically in Cairo, we realized that access to finance is one of the, let's say, bottleneck that is always put forward. Not the only one. You have also the policy angle, and you have also the knowledge angle. So sharing experience from country to other country, because countries are doing things already. But we need to so basically that initiative was built in a consensus. I would not say a negotiation process, but an open-ended discussion. And basically, Egypt will try to bring this forward and to ensure that it will survive the COP. Because tomorrow I can launch my own initiative and then it will die just after. So to ensure that initiative will, that one is closer. Yeah, it's a big one, yeah. Now, so to make sure that the FAST initiative will last long, basically, also the co-presidency is asking FAO to ensure the secretariat, and it's a good thing because we are, not because it's FAO and I'm FAO, but because we are UN system, and basically when you have something under the UN system, you are not leaving no countries behind. All countries can sit at any time in the room and be part or not, if they do not wish, but of the discussion. So it's always open. So it will be, so I invite all of you, because it will be an open launch from 8:30 to 11 with different ministers of agriculture to launch that food and agriculture for sustainable transformation with 3 different pillars, or to have more access to finance, or to have, to make, or to transform also agriculture in a sector that is more, let's say, smart or really shining, that will attract finance, knowledge, and policy, because you need also policy. And on your perhaps, when you were mentioning food system, FAST has not been closed, so it's open. It's food. So basically, it's all the different aspects of food and agriculture. So here you can have really the food loss and waste aspect. On one of the perhaps to end here of the aspect of FAST, that we have the willingness to link with all other initiatives already existing to avoid duplicating the wheel. So we have already identified more than 40 different initiatives from the UN Food Systems Summit, other initiatives that are here since COP, for instance, COP22 in Marrakesh. There was a AAA, if you remember, that was launched at that COP as an initiative from Morocco. It was agriculture adaptation for Africa. So we are already in contact with them to see what we can do when it will be on Africa and when it will be on adaptation. We already have something available. So we should not duplicate what they are already doing, but we should complement and bring fast here. So just in a snapshot, sorry, I've been long, but less than 40 minutes.
No, and how do you see a possible linkage to Coronivia then? That would be also interesting to hear.
So FAST is a co-presidency initiative, so it's completely separate than the official process. But FAST is broad enough and ready to take on board all the elements you will have in the conclusion of Coronivia. If, for instance, they move and they say, okay, no regret option at this, and this should be the priority, FAST will have already something concrete to say, okay, we can grab this, and with all, not only countries, but all non-state actors, we can move forward on what we need to do for implementing. So I can give you an example. On livestock, for instance, if they I'm picking a sensitive topic, propositely. If you have a Coronivia conclusion already saying that animal health, it's a mitigation and adaptation strategy. So if they really put this strongly forward, we can work on that. On the soil angle, if they really say loudly that on soil, it's something that we need to protect, to preserve, so we can elaborate on that and liaise here, for instance, with the Global Soil Partnership that is already existing. So you can see, but the Global Soil Partnership is not focusing on policy dimension, NDCs, nationally determined contribution, so FAST can bring that link with the policy angle. Or the knowledge pillar, GSP is already doing that. So basically here we will not duplicate. Access to finance, so perhaps here we can see if we can move on a readiness GCF project, for instance, involving soil, liaising with IFAD if they have a specific, or they are targeting soil husbandry, soil health, so if we can work with them. So basically, FAST is not Coronivia, but we are ready to, let's say, absorb or to pick on the conclusion we will have and to move fast.
Super, thank you. And I think that's exactly what we need at the end, is to bring the different puzzles together to have really a change in the food system. And Bernadette, listening what you have heard so far, are you more optimistic or more pessimistic on the overall outcome, and also based on the calls and the talks you had with negotiator over the last months?
Well, that's a really difficult question. And I have to say, I sometimes change from 1 minute to the other, depending how hungry I am, for example. But one thing that really makes me optimistic here in Sharm el-Sheikh at this COP27 is that when I came in after I picked up my registration badge yesterday, I saw all these signs where it said like agriculture and food systems. I think that you really, like, food systems have arrived at COP. There's no way to deny it. You cannot overlook it. It's really there. And you can see it everywhere. And you can see it not only in the great, like, interest and passion and conviction and attention that the negotiators have, and that is part of why they need more time to come to common ground, because they have a lot of passion about what they believe is the right way to go. So there's a lot of strong will to make things happen in the negotiations, but it's also outside, it's everywhere. We have, I think, 4 pavilions here at the COP that have somehow something to do with food systems. We have, I believe it is tomorrow, the leaders event on food security, right? Where the leaders, as part of the Leaders Summit, will talk about food security specifically. And when you look at the concept note, there's a lot of in there on food systems as well. On the next Saturday, we have, I think, for the first time, a day that is dedicated, at least half, to agriculture and food systems, where the FAST initiative will be launched. There is a COP presidency initiative on food and agriculture. So that is really what makes me optimistic. I think it's really fair to say that agriculture and food systems have arrived at COP. There's no way around it. And that will build the momentum, hopefully, I think, the pressure and the ambition to really make things happen here. So that's why I'm, most of the times, more optimistic than pessimistic.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, yes, food system has arrived at the COP, and this is also, I think, a great success for everybody here being in the room, because it's everybody has contributed to this, and at the end, everybody here needs an applause, and that we are sitting here in a food system pavilion. Yeah, thanks again. This is amazing. And if you would have told me last year, when we started to discuss to bring food in the presidency, my climate colleagues says, oh, forget it, it takes years to bring something on a presidency agenda. And we are here, and we have the Saturday, as we call it already, the Food and Agriculture Day, even it's not the full day, yeah. So, and this also, and just to add to Bernadette, makes me optimistic that we hopefully will also have a very positive outcome on the Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture and a continuity. And then it's again on implementation. I come back to you, Janie. It's the farmers, the fishermen, it's the women, the one who are on the ground, who at the end hopefully have a benefit of all this discussion. So where do you see challenges and opportunities, or something to consider when the negotiations started, if it's about the people on the ground, the one who are dealing with the production of our food and at the end also selling our food?
Thank you very much, Martina. Just maybe I would focus more maybe on the opportunities part of the question. I think we know a lot of the challenges, but in terms of opportunities and the context also of Coronivia, thinking how Coronivia could give useful guidance for really implementation. I think one aspect is basically how understanding a bit how finance is in a way allocated, no? Because I mean, all the financial institution and even the climate funds, they work through a country-driven approach. You know, they try to use NDC or other national strategies, plan documents to prioritize investments, because there's always, I mean, a lot to do, no? And so for the sector, that's important to think about, what countries have to give, you know, to show direction in terms of the priorities for agriculture and food. So there, this is something that, I mean, although Coronivia has not yet make a bridge towards that in terms of either the NDC or either NAPS or either, I mean, a way to connect with how countries are establishing priorities, and that's what the financier are looking at. Second, I think it's, you know, food system, agriculture, I mean, it's also, we need to put different financing together. There's different objectives also, no? So we should not work in silos. So that's something like the blended finance, no? Bringing development financing with climate, and you cannot just split things, you know? They go together, and you have to think about several aspects beyond climate as well, no? For the sector. So that's one thing which I think it's also a great opportunity within Coronivia to recognize this and to reinforce. Then the other, and that may be something that FAST could be useful for in terms of having more coordination, because there's many actors, and to reach greater impacts, we need to somehow work in that same direction, or having, you know, more coordination and the investments, maybe also policy work. It's not for everybody to do their own, you know, policy work. You know, it's like that can be better coordinated. So I think that would be something also, an opportunity to look at. And maybe the last one, it's more related to, you know, to data and information, you know, and knowledge. I mean, for better also targeting. I mean, because all the projects, all the investments, they need, you know, they need serious data, feasibility study to demonstrate that what is being done is to address climate change, would, you know, have X, Y, Z results. And so I think that's also something to make sure that this, you know, countries are equipped in terms of having this information to build strong investments, because to, you know, even if, I mean, we need more finance, definitely, but also even the finance that is there, it's not turned into investments on the ground enough, you know, rapid enough to, so for us to make big progress, no? I mean, that's the lack of like good pipeline is often a challenge. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's exactly the finance topic. How does, and this is access to finance, and how the finance gets to the farmers. And I think this is still, I think, if you talk to farmers, there are always a lot of people between until it gets on the ground. And I think this is a huge challenge. And I hope also with FAST and the access to finance, maybe there are opportunities to scale this process up. And this is also a discussion in Coronivia, because for every added measure, there is a question how is financing is. And so thanks for your input. Yeah, and Luc, my question to you is, why is Jungo engaging in Coronivia? Yeah, so maybe you could explain a little bit what is the importance for young people in this context. Yes, and especially also I think you are dealing with healthy diets and nutrition. So yes, listening to you now.
Thank you. So to answer the question why Coronivia matters and therefore why youth care about Coronivia, the answer is quite simple, which is really that food matters for our future. And what we decide to do today in terms of the food system, or what we don't decide to do, will determine whether we meet climate goals of 1.5 or 2 or 3 degrees, whether we stop the reverse in biodiversity decline, whether we end hunger and rising obesity rates, or reverse these trends. And I'll wait a second on the plane. And whether we improve livelihoods of the many people who are on the bottom end of the income distribution who work in agriculture. So these are the reasons that food matters. And as we've heard, Coronivia is the only mechanism at the UNFCCC which is easily the most widely publicized mechanism of any issue globally that influences policy decisions, and as we've just heard, financing of development organizations, but also private financing, and also influences what enters the mind of the general public, because people really do pay attention to what happens at COP, and currently that is only through Coronivia. So there's a few areas that we as youth would like to see addressed, speaking on behalf of Jungo and others. The first is healthy and sustainable diets, which is an issue that has been lacking of the agenda but is really critical. So the 2019 IPCC report on land estimated that dietary change could mitigate 8 gigatons of emissions per year by 2050, which as context is roughly 20% of global emissions today that could be mitigated every year. And it's really not going to be possible to meet particularly 1.5 degrees without that. And the reason we're hopeful about this is because Jungo and other youth have been involved in 2 projects in particular at COPs I'd like to bring to people's attention. The first is a survey that was handed out at COP25 of 300 attendees from both parties and observers, which found that all groups, including farmers and Global North and South, supported the inclusion of dietary change and food loss and waste in the UNFCCC process. And second of all, that all action track chairs, going back to the UN Food Systems Summit, and other organizations have signed an open letter which called for the addressing of production, food loss and waste, and diets at Coronivia. So these are issues we'd really like to see focused and addressed. And there's on production, one thing we'd mention is that we have seen the inclusion in agroecology in bracketed text at past Coronivia sessions. We'd like to see that expanded and also to include other elements of sustainable production, for example, ecological intensification, and we'd really need to see a move from general terms, which could mean different things to different people, to specifics of practices and principles and examples of what we actually mean, so that we can move to implementation and we have the clarity that's needed for finance and policy decisions. So overall, we'd really like to see Coronivia continue and become permanent, even though we've heard a little bit about the challenges of that, and we'd really need it to address the entire food system to really achieve the future that is sustainable and just, which young people will inhabit in the future.
Thank you, and also thank you for all the support you gave also on the submission we made, especially also for the last COP and in between. Now that's really great. I think we have time for one or two questions. So if there's anybody has any question, feel free.
Hi, it's an honor to be here from the Caribbean, the Americas. My question is, how can youth be directly involved in, processes like these?
Question to you, Luke.
Thank you for the great question. So over the last few years, we have seen youth getting more recognized in key players, as key players in panels such as this and also other processes. And I guess one thing I'd point to is that youth are often invited to present only quite a provocative perspective on panels, which doesn't really address the full value that young people can offer. Young people are often working in organizations, leading initiatives, and I think that the people who are not youth can really make sure that youth are seen as people who can value more than just providing provocative statements. So just as Martina mentioned, we've worked together on coordinating submissions to Coronivia, and many organizations have also worked to provide training to youth and speaking to youth and giving time. So I think that youth are really keen to engage and have a lot to valuable to offer, and I'd really encourage others to see that so we can scale up the role of youth in forums such as this. So thank you for the question.
And I want to, I saw Jenna here as a participant, so maybe there is another possibility to get engaged, especially it's on the agriculture and food sector. Jenna, maybe you could say 2 or 3 words. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Jenna Tesdal, and I'm the Director of Young Professionals for Agricultural Development, also known as YPART, and we're really happy to be supporting partners on this pavilion, of course, and following all of the work that all of you do in Coronivia. So, of course, YPART is also a youth network that supports the work that Yungo does in the Agriculture and Food Working Group. So also if you're looking for a young professionals network to get involved in, we are happy to see you involved in learning about policy and working together with all these fine folks.
Thank you. And I'll just add one small comment, which is Yungo is also always looking for members. Oluwatosin is here in the crowd next to Jenna, who is one of the co-chairs of the working group and does a really great job to involve everybody. So I'd reach out to him and others, and Yungo is always looking for more keen people to contribute on agriculture and other issues.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Oluwatosin Ogunshola is my name, co-contact point for Yongo Agriculture Working Group. And Yongo is official constituency for the youth under the UNFCCC. And we co-organize on our best to be able to get youth participation in most of this high-level engagement and also implementation at the grassroots level. So we have our different working groups. We have a cultural working group where all youths can definitely engage in as members of Yongo. It's open, and you are welcome to join us as we move forward in this call to make our food system a very good one, robust and resilient. Thank you very much.
There was one last question over there.
Hi, thank you. My name is Gabby. When it comes to food systems, what do you think is the lowest hanging fruit in terms of tackling climate change?
So who wants to answer? Last question.
I'm happy to give it a start, and then maybe others want to add. So when it comes to food systems, what's the lowest hanging fruit? Well, first of all, you have to shift to sustainable agriculture. That's the agricultural production, which is definitely easier said than done. But agroecology, for example, gives a really good starting point with its 10 principles. And there's very many ways to implement it in a different, depending on a different context, the local context, the national context. So that's a good start. I think the next best low-hanging fruit is probably addressing food loss and waste. It is a huge issue. It is actually quite easy to address it, but it just needs to be done. A really nice example how it can be done is, for example, from our WWF colleagues in Kenya. They have beach management units. Those are units of local fisherfolk that come together to discuss how they can better cooperate and collaborate. And they have been equipped with solar-powered freezers. And those solar-powered freezers are obviously zero emission, but they help them to store the fish in a way that they don't lose it, and they manage to reduce the food loss from 50% to 5% through that, which then increases the income. And with that increased income, they can maintain the freezers, of course, because that costs a little bit, but also put it in a fund for secondary school for their kids. So that's one example of very, very many, and that's exactly, I think, what's important and why it's maybe sometimes a bit difficult to implement is because you need very different solutions for different contexts in different places. So there's no one size fits all. There's no silver bullet. There's no like, oh, if there's only one thing you want to change, what would it be kind of thing. That's the problem. It's complicated, but life is complicated, and I think you can manage. So that's where my low-hanging fruits hang. How about you, Marcial?
Thank you, Bernadette. And I have to look at the SAT. Do we get 5 minutes more, or do we have to stop? We're the timekeeper. I'm very clear instruction to be right in time, so therefore I'm asking. Yeah, and we have the closing still. So Marcel, very short, 30 seconds.
Now, perhaps to complement, I fully agree because you provide, let's say, the global perspective, and you ended saying that, there is so many different contexts, and I guess we really need to work at a national or subnational level. And here we have also powerful tool that has a nationally determined contribution. So we need to ensure that agriculture are in the climate policies, so NDCs, NAP, and here you will address the specificity of the country. Some NDCs are yet not strong enough on the agriculture side, agriculture and food system side. And here you can use the vision you want. You don't need to stick to the food production angle because it's nationally determined. So basically, a country can say, okay, I want to work at a food system approach. I want to work on food loss and waste. So here is really, so it's a low-hanging fruit that might be a little bit complex, but it can be very powerful. If all together we manage to influence policymakers that drive the NDC to have more food system in, then it can turn this into a very powerful element. And because at the end, if you look at IFAD, GCF, what they are looking at first, policies. When they will disburse, they are looking if there is a policy supporting their investment. And if there is no policy supporting an investment or request, they will say, okay, the policy is not ready, so I will not invest so many millions in something where I do not have any policies. Sorry, I've been long.
It's an ongoing discussion, and we maybe have time during these days to have a deeper dive in. I want to close and to give Jennifer Zhao, she is the Senior Director of the Climate Resilient Food System, for Climate Resilient Food System of the Environment Defense Fund, the closing remarks. And one thing we didn't talk about is also the aquaculture and fishery. I don't know if you want to have some remarks on this, but finally just give us a little bit thoughts on the closing, what you have heard here, and what are your reflections. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm excited for us to just relax and celebrate today, and also for folks to catch up. I think the number one that we all heard was really that we want some sort of conclusion, right? We need a decision. I think some people are fatigued from this process, having gone on many years now, and for it to go on more without some sort of conclusion, I think gives a pretty bad sign. And I think the other thing we've heard really is if food is really here at this climate COP, then we really do need to see progress on Cornivia, which, as we've also heard, is the one real formal mechanism here to deal with food, right? And so if there's no concrete decision of some sort to move forward, what does that really say about how food is here or not here? So I'm really happy that we were able to help put this panel together. It's one of many. Environmental Defense Fund is working with WWF and others to really keep the drumbeat going for this whole 2 weeks, to really help bring about some of that pressure that we're talking about, because we really need to keep that pressure up. We need to be talking about this over and over, even if some of the messages, frankly, are repetitive. We need people to be hearing that we're tracking it, and it's really sort of empty to say food is here if through the one formal mechanism we don't actually see anything come out in the 2 weeks. So COP27 really is this opportunity for parties to move past some of their differences, and to focus on the implementation of Cornivia. So let's really hope that they take it. I think, thanks Martina for bringing up aquatic blue foods, and we mentioned a little bit around fish and the whole food system. So in addressing all components of the food systems, I think we also need to acknowledge aquatic blue foods, which we know to be an undervalued and underlooked part of the food system discussion. And we know that the Cornivia process can really elevate the impact of addressing these food issues and climate challenges together through a systemic lens. It is much harder, but the more we talk about it, the more we realize what's involved, the more that we excite people to work together. I mean, we have to. We can't do this in silos or one against the other anymore. So I think lastly then is I want to reiterate a theme that's, I think, really prevailed through the first day today, which is that any new guidance should really speak to fostering of cross-sectoral planning and action, and should really be engaging actual farmers and fishers and producers in the process. So I'll just stop there. Thanks, everybody. Martina, I'll turn it back to you in case you have anything else. Otherwise, I think we'll also have a reception soon, so please stick around for that.
Yeah, I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank you, Jennifer. I want to thank the pavilion organizers to give us the opportunity for this event. And I want to invite you to follow us. The next event is on Tuesday, but there is a series of events on Cornivia. And any support you could give, we are very happy, and just reach out to us. And we are happy to connect you also with other people. Thanks a lot, and thanks again.
Recording stopped.
let's Okay. All right. Home stretch. Can you please come on in? Okay, we are about to start. Please grab a seat. There is the promise of food and drink, more importantly. Okay, all right. There's a few more stragglers, maybe. Kate, can I ask you to just give a quick shout to... Thank you. Okay, all right. So welcome to the last session. And this is both a closing of the day, but also an opening of the Food System Pavilion celebration. So it's great. And it was great to hear Martina say that if a year ago she was told that there was going to be a Food System Pavilion at COP27, she would never have believed it. So that is fantastic. And we'll take it as high praise. So thank you for that. The other interesting thing is that the topic for this last session is food at the table at COP. And when we started having the conversation, Kate, myself, Dhanush, I think the first thing we said was, how do we put food at the table at COP? And that was really the opening of the whole discussion around the Food Systems Pavilion. So this is a fitting title for the last session here. So apart from celebrating the Food System Pavilion and opening and closing, we are going to look at the way food and land use policies will be profiled at COP in this session. And to take us through that, I am actually going to hand over here to Cristina Rombaitis Del Rio, who will take us through the final session. All yours.
Thank you so much, Suds. It's an honor to be here with you tonight. Packed room, great to see so many people here. We're going to have a short policy discussion, but a really important one. I think it's important that on the eve of the World Leaders Summit tomorrow, and you'll hear the planes as the dignitaries land tonight and the private jets come in. But I think it's really important that we gather together as a food systems community to have a discussion about how we're going to put food on the table at this COP. What are the various policy issues that we want to engage in, are engaged in? What are the changes that we want to see? What are the outcomes that we want to see from this COP regarding food, land use, water, nutrition, food security, et cetera. And we just had a very great policy discussion leading up to this on the Coronivia Joint Work Program. I'm sure that will come into this discussion, but there's many other issues we want to get into as well. So I'll introduce our panelists. We have Simon O'Connell. He's the CEO of SNV. Please come on up, Simon. SNV is the Netherlands Development Organization and one of the core partners of this Food Systems Pavilion. Next, I'll invite Patty Fong from the Global Alliance for Future of Food. Thanks, Patty. And Alessandro Cruvinel Fidelis, who is the General Coordinator for Bioeconomy and Genetic Resources at the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Food Supply of Brazil. He is also the President of the National Council for Bioinputs and Bio-Based Agriculture of Brazil. Thank you for joining us. And unfortunately, our fourth panelist, George Wamukoye from the Africa Group of Negotiators Expert Support Group, Agnes, is tied up in preparatory meetings very much on the Coronivia Joint Work Program, so he sends his regrets. But let's jump in. I would love to start with you, Simon. Just a few thoughts on how is food showing up on the table at COP for you? What are your expectations from this COP? And maybe from your perspective, SNV's perspective, why is this such an important issue that merits, you know, your attention and so much effort into this pavilion?
Hello. Yeah, good evening. So how is food? How are food systems showing up at COP? Well, look at the room. That's the answer. We're so delighted at SMV to be, one of several partners co-hosting this Food Systems Pavilion. I think many of us have known for years that food and food systems, agri-food systems, have been neglected in terms of the focus of COP and the nexus between, or the connections, the interconnections between the climate crisis and food production and food consumption. So it's great that we have this pavilion in place. And Christina, what are my expectations? What are my hopes from COP27? I think 5 things, perhaps. One, I've just arrived here yesterday from a week in Ethiopia. Ethiopia, I'm sure many of you know, a country where over 20 million people are in need of food assistance at the moment. Lowland areas now going through their 5th consecutive drought. And if you go over the border, of course, into Somalia, things are even more dire. So my first hope or my first expectation from this year's COP is that all of us and all the leaders attending recognize the urgency of the situation. Secondly, and all these points are relevant to Ethiopia as they are to everywhere else where SNV indeed works. Secondly, the fact is we continue to work still too often in short-term cycles and silos, and we need to adopt more holistic or systemic approaches. So Food Systems Pavilion and those first and second words are equally important. It's the systemic elements to all of our approaches that are so desperately needed. We need to step out of our silos and focus on wider systems that touch on areas such as policies, practices, power dynamics, overall structures, norms, values, and behaviors. So that's the second point. Thirdly, my expectation is, of course, financing is one of the key themes of COP27, and we all know the volumes of financing needed are greater than ever and more important than ever that the pledges are truly met and fulfilled. And we need more impact-driven or innovative financing mechanisms. So we need to go beyond the short-term traditional project financing mechanisms towards those more innovative results-based or outcomes-based financing structures. Fourthly, we need better partnerships. I'm sure all of us in this room and online will have been saying this for years, but the opportunities exist for us to go beyond those input, activity, and output-based structures towards truly collaborating towards broader, longer-term outcomes. I'm delighted to be here also representing the Practitioners Network. So that's a network of 23 member organizations, the largest development agencies of EU member states, 17 member states, and as Practitioner Network member organizations, my own organization, SMV, very much included, we have to embrace the opportunity to go further into deeper, more effective, and indeed efficient partnerships, efficient at this time of great economic turmoil. And that requires all of us, again, SMV included, to step out from those approaches which are so focused on our own attributions, our own activities and how they can be attributed towards outputs, and to focus more on what contribution we can make alongside others. So less entity specific and more focused on the contribution to outcomes. And then lastly, and without a doubt the most important point, we need to put the voices of local people and communities front and center of the discourse, because there is no solution to the climate crisis which doesn't put local people front and center. So those are my 5, Christina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic points to frame the arguments and to frame the engagement. Patty, I'm going to turn to you next, but I'm going to very quickly have a seat.
Okay, well, that's hard to follow. You've covered basically the most important points. Maybe I can go into more depth on, we know that, at least compared to the last year, that food systems really is much higher on the political agenda, and that was the call to action for last year. So the question that you're going to ask is, right, what's the call to action for this year? I think there's this growing momentum and realization that it is important given COVID recovery, now Ukraine, Russia, and the number and frequency and level of crises and shocks that we're facing, and including with climate, is just growing. But how do we move from a reactionary position as governments to something that's more proactive, a little bit longer term? Of course, there are humanitarian needs, but the solutions need to look at more the systemic issues that are underpinning why is it that our global industrial food systems not fit for purpose, right? One of the things, at least from a climate perspective, that we can do is, there's this call to prioritize food systems in the NDCs. We found, we had put out a new paper a couple weeks ago that found that only 3% of climate finance currently is going to food systems. This is while food systems contribute to 1/3 of all global greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a real disconnect. I think the whole awareness of actually it's food systems and not just agricultural production is really important. It's a huge kind of mindset shift of we need to look beyond production to consumption, to food loss and waste, to health, to a whole range of kind of connected issues to food systems, of which climate is, a big factor. And I think if we can raise this as not just for climate change, but for resilience, for adaptation, for economic recovery, there's a whole range of issues why, for politicians, this is really important to be addressing. And I think at the core of many of the, why we keep hitting these kind of, why the current food systems are not resilient at the moment is addressing, and you mentioned this, Simon, that the power dynamics, really the unequal power dynamics in the system. And so how do we prevent that the solutions that are being proposed now is going to reinforce those unequal or worsen those power dynamics? You can see that a lot of countries, I'll take Coronivia for example, probably about half a year ago, there was a number of countries in Africa that were actually positive about including agroecology in Coronivia. And all of a sudden in Bonn, there was a complete shift and silence and no support for that. And coincidentally, I can't, no evidence, but Ukraine, Russia, where is the fertilizer coming from? Where is the grain coming from? What's happening in the background in terms of geopolitics of those discussions? And countries currently are set up their economic system locked into global systems, which there are a lot of factors at play that we need to recognize. And there are certain players that have a lot of power in terms of determining and have a lot to benefit in terms of how the current system is structured. But this means that it's very, those who actually have the solutions and have kind of the ideas and can be very innovative on the ground, the smallholder farmers, for example, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the resources, they don't have, the time because they're busy in the fields, but they can be if they were engaged to be actually thinking about what are those solutions and how do we make it so that it's context specific, so that it's sustained and it's really owned by them, because that's actually how we're going to make this succeed, is actually decentralizing the decision making, decentralizing the power structure so that there is really co-ownership of the design of the solutions and implementation of the solutions.
Fantastic, Patty. So 3 numbers jumped into my head when hearing you speak. 3% of the climate finance is going to food systems, 30% of emissions, a third of the problem stems from food systems, and yet 100% of food security comes from food systems, which we seem to sometimes forget, but also the paradigm shift that is needed here, and the equity issues, the rights-based approaches that are so important. I'm going to turn to you next, Alessandro. Brazil is one of the largest agricultural producers in the world, a great source of innovation.
be curious to hear what brings you to COP, to these discourses. What are you paying attention to?
Okay. Thank you, Christine. Thank you for the invitation. Yeah, well, I'm from the Ministry of Agriculture for Brazil. However, what I'm talking to my colleagues in Brazil is that for each, we are feeding 1 billion people in the world. So what means? It means that we are not the Ministry of Agriculture of Brazil only. We're the Ministry of Agriculture for 1 billion people. One of each 7 citizens, we feed them. So the responsibility is huge, especially in this moment, especially when we're talking about food security and all the problems that we are facing, like my colleague here said. And well, I will give you my thoughts in terms of what to expect in terms of the COP27. I would say, of course, that it's a COP of implementation. It's very important that we make that it really will be an implementation COP. I'm also helping the guys from the negotiation on Coronivia, also my colleagues, and but what does it mean to be an implementation COP? It means that we, in my point of view, we need at least to focus on 3 important terms. The first one is adaptation. When you talk about agriculture, we need to talk about adaptation all the time. Adaptation and the co-benefits of agriculture, of course, mitigation comes together. But if we put all the times mitigation with the central point, we are losing a lot of energy. Because for the farmers, it's important to understand the technologies that they are using for adaptation. And almost all the adaptation technology, we have co-benefits. So it's important to understand. And I think it is a very important issue that we need to focus. The second one is the financial mechanism. We have a lot of monies, the Green Climate Fund and the other funds that we are reaching. But for adaptation, the money that we are spending, it's not enough. Okay, it's not enough. It's not balanced. I myself proposed a project in the Green Climate Fund, and finally it was okay. I approved the project. We will start the project next year, but I spent 2 years writing the project, making a lot of, it's tough to approve a project in the Green Climate Fund. And after that, I will talk a little bit about this project in the end here, right now. But I think the financial mechanism is very important to understand the opportunities that we have to improve, especially adaptation issues. The third one that it's not very usual to talk about is the low carbon and sustainable trade and market development for agriculture. Because especially here, where we are talking about food, we need to talk about trademarks, we need to talk about low carbon food. It's very important to talk about that. Okay, and so I'm very happy to see here in the Food Systems Pavilion the first year. So it's very important to talk about food. I saw that the coffee that we're drinking here, we have traceability. You can make the traceability. It's very important also to have this kind of initiatives. If we want to have food and connect the food with low carbon, it's important to understand the importance, the importance of traceability and all the initiatives related to that. Well, we have, I'll very quickly talk about 3 policies that we have in Brazil. The first one is the ABC plan. It's not new. We are running it for 10 years. And the ABC plan, low carbon agriculture, we have huge results, very interesting results. We have already 35 million hectares using new technology for mitigations also. We have 163 million of CO2 equivalent of mitigation in the last 10 years. But we want more. And we have the ABC Plus for the next 10 years. And our goal is to achieve 72 million hectares using good technologies that for adaptation and co-benefit of mitigations. And we are expecting to achieve 1 billion of tons of CO2 equivalents of mitigation. So this is our goals that we are putting on the table. Well, the second one is the bioinput program. We are talking about fertilizer. Fertilizer, it's very important to understand alternatives for fertilizers, and bioinputs are products made from, especially for microorganisms. We're talking about biofertilizers, biostimulants, and biopesticides too. So this technology has a huge potential to generate impact. We have in Brazil the Brazilian Bioinputs program that I have the honor to lead these politics. And we are growing very, very fast. We already have a growing rate of 50% per year. And in 2017, we start with 1% of market share of pesticides, biopesticides. Now we are close to 10%, and we believe that we will have into 2025 20% of the market of pesticides using biopesticides. So it's very important. And regarding biofertilizers, for soybean, for example, we are not using nitrogen. So we don't use nitrogen for soybeans. We have 35 million hectares of soybean. And the next step is to try to have the same technology for pasture. We have 200 million hectares of pasture, and we have developed new products that we can reduce to zero use of nitrogen. It's a product that fixes the nitrogen on the root of the plants. So it has a huge impact also if you don't need to use more nitrogen. As you know, nitrogen, we have N2O that also more than 200 times more damage than CO2. So it's important to have this kind of policy. And just to finalize, we have also the Sustainable Agriculture Platform Initiative that we will start next year. This policy is that one that I proposed to Green Climate Fund, so it's completely connected here. It's connected also with food because this platform, the idea is to have all the sustainable initiatives that we have in Brazil in the same place. So we have many sales, many protocols, etc., as you know. So it's easy to have everything in the same place. And this platform, we will make the connections from the farmers, the industry, the suppliers, and also the buyers. So we can have the information of if in this platform, when it's running, when it will be running, you will know the volume for each product. If you want soybean, corn, any product that you need, you will know where you can find it, from what protocol, for what certification, etc., etc. So I think it's a very good initiative. It's together with FAO and Green Climate Fund. And I would say that it would be a dream if we could have a global platform where we can have all the the sustainable supply chain inside that. So it will help a lot instead of just stay discussing about protocol, this protocol or that one, doesn't matter. We need to have one place where the buyer can choose what product he wants in terms of sustainability. Yeah. I'm saying that because I worked for 12 years in Unilever in a company, and I was in charge of sustainable agriculture, and it was tough to find out farmers that have the protocol that you need, etc. So for this idea, I brought this to the government, and now we will have this platform next year together with FAO. Thank you.
It's fantastic. Congratulations on that. And thank you for bringing in the market dimensions into the conversation, the role of innovation, but also adaptation finance. It's so critical and certainly important at this COP. I'm going to open it up to the floor. We have just a few minutes for questions, maybe one or two questions for our panelists. Let's see if we can get a microphone over to this gentleman. Yeah, please go ahead and tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Thomas. I represent a couple groups, a couple NGOs. One of them is Youngo Food at COP.
And hold the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, microphone really close as we're competing with planes.
Yeah, I think it's going soon. Yeah, so I really integrated all the information from everyone. One that really struck me is the minister's bio products. So I was wondering, do you all also use I know you all have the Brazilian Space Agency. I also represent outer space. Do you all have like scientific applications that will help with developing genetic food? Like, do you all to collaborate like that since there are cross applications between two industries? The Brazilian Space Agency and the Ministry of Agriculture, Sustainable Food. No.
So is it a question around genetic modification?
Because you mentioned the nitrogen plants.
Biotechnology in food. Okay. Is sort of genetic modification, genetic improvement part of the work that the ministry does? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, OGM for us, of course, as I said, when you have all the protocols together, you can choose what you want. Because at the end of the day, who make the decisions? The consumer, you know. So here we are just producing what the consumer wants. So if they want GMO-free product, we can do that, of course. And when I work in Unilever, I need to have the supply chain, GMO-free, etc., etc. It's tough to have, but it's possible. And yes, there is a connection, but this is the idea, not take a long time just talking about the protocols, because the protocols are there. But if you have one platform that's umbrella, that you can put all the possibilities, the buyer can choose what he wants. So it's easier, and we have no prejudgment. Okay.
Just want to check if Patty or Simon want to come in on the GMO issue or no. Okay, perfect. I think I saw one more hand back there, and then
yeah. Just a question. What if the consumer is wrong? What if they've been misled? What if their opinions are formed based on a misinformation campaign, for example? Like with GMO, there's been a very successful misinformation campaign, and a lot of people will not eat it or buy it, and that is to the detriment of our environment. What do you do in a situation like that?
Interesting. What if the consumer, in expressing their choices, is misinformed, doesn't have correct information? What do we do in that situation if we're working to empower consumers to make choices, but what if they're not getting the right information and perhaps making the quote-unquote wrong choices? Although I think it's who's to say what's right and what's wrong is, I think, the tricky bit.
I'll stand behind that and say it's wrong, because it's incorrect based on the evidence that we have,
If the evidence
that GMOs are bad for you, let's say. And that's something that people believe when they decide that I don't want to eat a GMO. Usually it's because they think it's somehow bad for them or bad for the environment. And the evidence is there to show, not suggest, to show that that is not the case. So that is wrong, and I'll stand behind it.
So
but I believe that the consumer has been misinformed. How do you fix something like that? And I think that's a big problem in general, is misinformation is leading us, well, all over the place.
Yeah.
No, it's an excellent question. Before I start to work in the Ministry of Agriculture, I used to work in the Embrapa, Science and Technology Innovation Organization from Brazil. In Embrapa, we launched the first national GMO bean. Okay, and it was, of course, we struggled a lot, fight a lot until we could launch this product. It was 15 years of research. In the market in Brazil, for products that they are not consumed directly, it's easier, but what's going to happen with beans that they will eat directly if they will have any kind of refuse or, you know. But what happens is, at the end of the day, we launched the product. It's running for 3 years. The consumers are okay with that product. And I believe regarding the consumer information and education, it's really a very, very difficult and very tough. And sometimes we have some GMO products, for example, that will solve a lot of problems. And sometimes they could help us with a lot of reduce disease, etc., etc. But we also now you have genetic edition that I think is the next frontier, that it's running very fast. And at least in Brazil, genetic edition is not at the same level of GMO. So I think it's important. Because, of course, if you have a lot of restriction for GMO, to approve a GMO, for example, and the same thing for genetic edition, what we are going to do is we are putting the power for the big companies. because the big companies, they have the power to develop products like that. These medium and small companies cannot do that. So it could be a problem. I hope that for genetic edition we will not have that, because the barrier for entrance will be lower, and we could have much more companies working on and bring results for us to have products with higher yield, and also, of course, more adapted products. We could have varieties that will be more resistant for droughts, for example, that there is connection with what we're talking about in terms of adaptation. So I think it's a very good question, but it's a very important challenge also, how to have the consumers educated with the right information.
Patty, did you want to come in on this?
Yeah, I think your question raises actually a broader set of issues. One is the need for regulation around marketing, right? Because, consumers don't have access to all the research, nor can they really absorb. They're not experts. The second issue is, whether you're talking about GMOs, ultra-processed foods, does agroecology work? There's a whole number of issues which are contested or hot topics. And it comes down to whose evidence counts, who's funding the research, who's asking the questions behind the research. And oftentimes we're looking at numbers, the end goal, but we're not actually looking at who's behind the research and the evidence when we say we're calling for evidence. So I think that's really important for us to be thinking about when we're actually, there needs to be more investment in research, but it has to be across multiple disciplines. It has to include, we have to broaden our idea of who are the experts in the room, who holds the knowledge. Oftentimes, maybe, yes, scientists, but oftentimes if you look at agroecology, it's also the people who are working the fields. They have a lot of knowledge. They're indigenous people who have a lot of knowledge, and they're not documented in the same way or peer-reviewed in the same way to make it somehow considered evidence to even be included in the IPCC's report, right? So it's something for us to be thinking about as we engage in food systems and say we need more research. Part of the call is governments can't outsource it to private sector. Governments need to be investing in research and need to be investing in research for the public good.
Yeah, excellent points. Simon, I just want to check and see if you want to come in on this point, or?
I mean, not hugely, to be honest, but what I would make the connection to is not just misinformation, but lack of information. We often hear that knowledge is power, information is power as well. And, we've all got our smartphones sitting in this room here today, but, so many hundreds of millions still don't have access to just the basic kinds of information that are needed to get information on market prices, get information on your input supplies, and without that very simple access to information, we're not going to get the yield levels or the income levels that are so desperately needed.
Absolutely. And transparency and accountability that comes with
Absolutely,
that. Yeah.
absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to ask each of you for a very short Twitter length. What is your call to action for the decision makers at this COP regarding food systems? What do you want to see come out of this COP? And Simon, maybe I'll start with you, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, so I think mine would be on the back of this COP, so we leave here with bold actions having been agreed to enable greater collaboration, investment of scaling, enabling more resilient food systems in the face of the climate crisis.
Fantastic.
So collaboration, investment, and scaling.
Fantastic. And I think you got it in the word count. Patty, next.
Some people are natural tweeters, others not. I fall into the latter category, but I was thinking of hashtags, and I was like, it's not working. I think we need to have basically a narrative shift that goes from industrial food systems that are designed around yield to one that is designed around human and planetary health as the primary goal. That will just shift everything in terms of how policies are developed, the assumptions that you make. And right now we are still focused on yield.
Yeah, fantastic.
Well, for me, I would like to see the Coronivia Group running with moving forward, having a lot of efficiency in what we are going to do, and bringing results, And of course, it's very important for agriculture, the Cornivia group, in my point of view. And also, I'm also with very good expectation in terms of the FAST initiative. Let's see what we're going to do, because of course, agriculture needs to be central in terms of course, agriculture, food security. It's very important. As you said in the beginning, agriculture is 100% connected to food security. So then for this moment, it's very important to have all these initiatives, all these negotiations moving forward and have the implementation, the real implementation in this scope.
Fantastic. Thank you. Patty, you don't need to come up with a hashtag. We have one on the wall, Action on Food. That's what we're here to see. That's what we want to see. We have the Food System Pavilion's policy objectives literally on the wall there in a short form format. We want to see Cornivia scaled. We want to see financing. We want to see food security. We want to see food systems transformation, enhanced NDCs as well. So please do have a look on that. And we want to be a space for discussion and debate on these important issues and many others. So please, will everyone thank the panel for your great remarks and reflections today. And thank you for those joining at home. We're now going to have a lovely reception to inaugurate this pavilion. So please do join us. We actually had to steal water from the water pavilion, and there's some sort of poetic justice in that. But we do have food to help inaugurate this Food System Pavilion. And thank you very much, everyone.
Muito obrigado por se juntar a gente aqui.